Hey everyone! Welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Fall Trials Quarterfinals Group 2 matches are now open. In the loud announcement of Kawashima Rei, the duel between Ken Ryoko and Hayama Ryo also unfolded. The theme of the showdown is ramen, the cooking time limit is still 2 hours, and the cooking begins. After these words fell, Shin Ryoko and Yes-han Ryo took action one after another. Ramen is a dish consisting of 3 elements: noodles, side dishes, and soup. Ramen was quickly popularized during the post-World War II revival, and it was cheap, delicious, and readily available from roving stalls. Up to now, ramen is an iconic Japanese food exported to the world. The mellow taste and the effort required are not mastered by ordinary chefs. With the theme of ramen, there is only one night of preparation time, and it is still on such a big stage. This year's Elite 10 is really messed up. Oizumi stood up from the jury and said. Nakiri Senzaman, who was on the side, nodded and said, "That is to say, this game is about flexibility and instant explosiveness." In the face of this test question, they rely on the experience they have accumulated so far, and they can use their strength to what extent. This saves a lot of work for both players as the operator provides players with different kinds of ramen. You must know that it takes a lot of time to make ramen on the spot, and you need to go through 5 major steps: noodle selection, noodle kneading, resting noodle, slipping strips, and ramen noodles. The reason why ground dishes such as ramen noodles are difficult to control mainly lies in its production process, because to make ramen noodles, you must master the correct essentials, that is, the kneading noodles must prevent dehydration, the sloshing must be uniform, the strips must be evenly rolled, and the pot must be placed in the pot. Spread, prevent squatting, etc. precautions. The ability of a pastry chef can be seen from the bowl of ramen he cooks. At the same time, according to different tastes and preferences, ramen noodles can be divided into small noodles, hollow noodles, stuffed noodles, capillary, too thin, large wide, long beard, flat noodles, water noodles, udon noodles and other shapes and varieties. At the same time, there are many kinds of ramen all over Japan, each with its own characteristics. The more famous ones are Nagasaki, Kumamoto, Fukuoka Hakata noodles in Kyushu, Hiroshima noodles in Tianchao, Tokyo noodles in Kanto, Kita noodles in Fukushima, Sapporo and Hakodate noodles in Hokkaido. In addition to the thickness of the noodles, Japanese ramen is roughly divided into 4 categories according to the taste of the soup: bone soup noodles, clear soup noodles, miso soup noodles, and soy sauce soup noodles. No matter how the ramen changes, the 3 basic elements are indispensable. Ryo Hayama chose the thicker flat noodles, while Ryoko Kamiko chose the smaller noodles. At the beginning of the game, Yi Shanliang took out a sheep's spine and chopped it into strips of about 3 centimeters with a machete. He first mourned the mutton bones, washed them with water, and then boiled them with ginger, pepper, fennel, and cinnamon. Apparently, Ryo Hayama is making the ramen ground soup. The steps that Ryoko is doing are similar. After she has finished processing the carp, she puts the kelp, horned melon, potatoes, carrots, etc. into the pot for cooking. In the process of boiling the soup, the two also began to deal with their respective side dishes. In the auditorium, Tong Yu came here from the player's private room, and soon he saw Hojo Miyoko in the auditorium. "Hojo, you are here." Tong Yu stepped forward and greeted. Since Hojo was already sitting at the back, there were still more empty seats beside her, so Jingyu sat directly beside her. After seeing Tong Yu sitting down, Hojo couldn't help but ask, "What game are you playing?" "It's my turn in the next match," said Miyu. "Then what are you doing in the auditorium when you're not in the player's lounge to recharge your batteries? I understand. Are you worried about your girlfriend's game?" Hojo said, looking at Ryoko Kamiko, who was in the cooking area. Although there was nothing wrong with what Hojo said, the tone of the words made people feel strange, especially after she drank too much that night. Tong Yu was even more embarrassed to hear this. Just feel like Hojo is jealous? Tong Yu could only pretend that he didn't notice anything, and said, well, staying in the private room is a bit boring, so come out and breathe. Hojo glanced at Tong Yu, then turned his gaze to the two in the cooking hall, and said, what do you think your girlfriend has a chance of winning? Tong Yu didn't answer this question, and he also thought about it in his heart. At this point in time, in the original book, Hayama Ryo is the strongest in the first year except Nikiri Arena, which can be seen from his victory in the autumn trial. Not only can he make killer dishes, but he also has a powerful talent, God's knows, unmatched by others. He can skillfully use all kinds of spices. At the same time, the Shiomi Institute also provides him with precious food like holy basil. Spices, his advantage is obvious. Although Shinryoko has a super sense of smell, it has only been less than 3 months since he obtained this talent. Despite the guidance of Zhu Qi, Mila and others, his proficiency is still not enough, and he cannot exert the full ability of super sense of smell. Therefore, Tong Yu analyzes from these 2 points, the probability of Shinryoko winning is only about 3 layers. Although Tong Yu didn't want Ryoko to lose the game, the truth is the truth. The 2 hours quickly came to an end, followed by the exciting tasting phase. For flowers. Ryoshui Hayama took the lead in submitting his ramen dish, Indian-style bone soup noodles. The base soup is mainly mutton bone and boiled with various spices, and the side dish is mutton that has been roasted and cut into slices. The mutton is used from soup to side dish. Lamb, this is a very odorous ingredient, and if you don't handle it properly, it will ruin the whole dish. However, Yi Shanliang used a variety of spices flexibly to completely remove the mutton smell of the mutton, leaving only the unique flavor of the mutton, which made the elderly judges feel like they were reborn after eating them. The ramen made by Shinryoko is the traditional miso soup noodles, in Japanese ramen. The traditional miso soup noodles is a base soup made of soup soy sauce and sake, but she improved it on this basis, combining soy sauce wazi and a little soup soy sauce to form a new and wonderful taste, which was judged. Their unanimous praise. 0-0. Whether it is Hayama Ryo's or Shinryoko's ramen, Kiri Senzaman's clothes are ripped apart, which is the biggest recognition of both dishes. Although the dishes on both sides were finished, Nikiri Senzaman didn't see the name of the winner picked up with a huge brush for the first time. Soon everyone saw the 5 judges stand up and discuss together, and it was not until 10 minutes later that Nikiri Shienzao walked to the door in front of everyone. The situation in which the reviewers discussed with each other can only show that the cooking on both sides is evenly matched, making it difficult for the reviewers to make a choice. During the 10 minutes of waiting, Yi Shanliang and Shinryoko were nervous to varying degrees, and they were not sure that they were the one who won. Sorry for keeping you all waiting, now the winner will be announced. Nikiri Senzaman pondered for a moment, then picked up a brush and wrote Hayama Ryo's name on the blank scroll. Seeing this, Shenliangzi froze in place. Yi Shanliang breathed a sigh of relief after being stunned for a while. Did Tong Yu have many surprises when he saw this? This is also expected. This super smell vs God's nose showdown temporarily ended with God's nose winning. But Yi Shan, don't think that you really beat Ryoko, wait a few months for you to fail. Tong Yu looked at the back of Yi Shanliang, who left the scene with a kingly attitude. Tong Yu knows that the talent of super smell is definitely stronger than that of God's bravery. As long as he takes Shinryoko to the comic world to exercise for a while, Yi Shanliang will definitely not be Shinryoko's opponent. It can only be said that this game Ryoko lost in the proficiency in the control of innate ability. Appeared, after Yukihira Soma won in the first round, Ryo Hayama was the second to advance. Kawashima Rei announced the result of the second round aloud. Tong Yu is not surprised by this result, both of them have an extraordinary sense of smell, but in terms of overall strength, the current Yi Shanliang is even better. But in time, Shinryoko will definitely be able to outperform Hashan Ryo. Tong Yu had long been waiting for Shinryoko at the exit of the player's exit. The moment Shinryoko saw Tong Yu, she jumped into his arms. "I'm sorry Tong Yu-kun, I lost," Shinryangzi said with red eyes. Tong Yu patted Shinryoko on the back and comforted, "I know you tried your best, this is enough, don't think too much." Shinryoko is not a little girl like Nakiri Alice. She rolls around and cry when she loses, but she recovers after being so sad in Tong Yu's arms for a while. "Tong Yu, you have to do your best. You must win the championship, I believe you can do it." Shinryoko raised her head from Tong Yu's arms and said. Tong Yu had a smile on his face after hearing this. "Liangzi, we have been to another world anyway, this kind of competition is just to sharpen my heart, and I don't need to do dark cooking even if I lose in this kind of competition." The leader of the world. At this moment, a notification sound came from the cooking area. "Please appear in the third round with 2 players, the game is about to start. Mr. Tong Yu, let's go to the competition. Be gentle with Arato, don't make her cry." Ryoko Shin said to Tong Yu with a smile. Hearing this, Tong Yu was stunned for 2 seconds before saying, Try your best." Tong Yu entered the competition venue from the player's tunnel entrance, and Hisako also came out from the opposite player's tunnel entrance. I saw that Hisako was wearing a white chef's uniform, which matched her pure face, which had a unique charm. Little secretary, let's have an unforgettable showdown." Tong Yu raised his hand and greeted Hisako. Hisako didn't seem to like this kind of greeting, and Tong Yu's words made her feel strange. "I won't lose to you, I made an agreement with Mr. Irina, I must get the promotion spot and meet her in the semi-finals," Hisako said to Tong Yu with full of momentum. "It's a good deal, but the reality is cruel. I won't give you the spot either," Tong Yu said with a smile. Just as the two were talking like this, Kawashima Rei also announced the theme of this set of confrontations. The third group duel theme, hamburger, time limit 2 hours, unlimited dishes. Cooking starts in 5 minutes, please prepare. Everyone in the auditorium heard that the theme of the showdown was Hamburg, and they all had no small surprises. Burger. Rare subject. Full of unexpected themes, very interesting. It's really rare, but when it comes to hamburgers, it's supposed to mean a dish of fried meat sandwiched in a round bun. Curry, bento, and ramen, and this time it's burgers. I always feel that the theme of this trial is around popular cuisine. Speaking of which, the theme this time is not good for Tong Yu, who is good at Wuxia cuisine, because burgers are also a type of Western cuisine. Well, this game is more favorable for Arato Hisako at present, because she is an expert in medicinal diets, her dishes are not only delicious, but also focus on health. Burgers have now become one of the world's best-selling convenience staples, but burgers are high in calories. It contains a lot of fat and is not suitable for people who lose weight or those with high blood pressure and high blood lipids to consume too much. And the 5 reviewers are all old, so they should not be able to eat this high-calorie hamburger. Therefore, Arato, a medicated diet that focuses on health preservation, came to said that the theme this time was very beneficial to her. There were professional students in the auditorium who analyzed it and believed that Hisako had a great advantage. However, everyone also knows that this is only a one-sided view, because there are many factors that need to be considered in the cooking duel, and it is not a single theme that is beneficial to who can decide the outcome. Amid the chatter of everyone in the auditorium, the matchup of the third group officially began. At the beginning of the competition, Hisako caught everyone's attention. The main ingredient she brought out was a soft-shelled turtle. A turtle. Is what the little secretary wants to do is a turtle burger. I remember that the little secretary also handled soft-shelled turtles during the dormitory training, which is very good at ingredients. Not only the students in the auditorium were intrigued by the ingredients that Hisako brought out, but Oizumi, who was the judge, also laughed. Haha, that's why I said that you must not underestimate the students in this issue. I have never heard of the soft-shelled turtle burger, and I can't imagine what it would taste like, Oizumi said with a smile. Seeing this, Xiang Shuang on the side also said, "The soft-shelled turtle is a favorite food of herbal chefs and chefs who are pursuing health, but it is a bit difficult to handle. Generally speaking, the so-called smashing 4 pieces of knife skills are used." Hisako did not hesitate to handle soft-shelled turtles, just like the last residential training. When holding down the turtle's neck, instantly swing the knife to cut off the turtle's neck. Without the slightest hesitation, he chopped off his neck without changing his face. The secretary is indeed a ruthless person. Hisako ignored the turtle's blood that had splattered on his face, and started putting the blood into a small bottle along the neck of the turtle where it was cut off. While bleeding, she poured some kind of liquid into the turtle's neck. Everyone guessed that what was poured into the turtle's neck should be something like wine, because wine can prevent the blood from coagulating, so the turtle blood she left behind must be useful. After Hisako put the blood of the turtle into a small bottle, he cut the shell of the turtle and began to work on the internal organs of the turtle. When the whole turtle was completely processed, Hisako's cooking table was already bright red, and the chef's clothes were also dyed a lot red. But she didn't frown, and she washed the whole turtle cleanly. Hisako's calmness and skillful swordsmanship in handling soft-shelled turtles were also recognized by many people in the audience. 4.4 Strange, Tong Yu is making slices of bread on the spot. I remember that the operator will provide it. Suddenly, some viewers noticed Tong Yu's cooking process and saw him kneading a dough. I think the bread slices provided by the operator are too bad, so I want to make it on the spot, but is there enough time? The theme of burgers is the same as the theme of the previous round of ramen. The operator can be asked to prepare bread noodles or fermented dough for English burgers. Because whether it is ramen noodles or bread slices used in hamburgers, a series of tasks such as selecting noodles, kneading noodles, and resting noodles are required. Therefore, in order to save time, the operator will also provide. In fact, the dough needed by Tong Yu is the fermented dough prepared by the operator, but this fermented dough is not just used to make bread slices. Everyone saw Tong Yu kneading the dough and thought he was making hamburger slices. However, the next cooking steps of Tong Yu made them puzzled. I saw that Tong Yu put the washed and shredded onions into a frying pan for frying. During frying at high oil temperature, the shredded onion shrinks and turns golden brown. Then Tong Yu took the whole pot and put it into the strainer on the side. All the onion shreds were filtered in the strainer, and the onion oil flowed into the basin under the strainer. Is this made of onion oil? Someone in the audience said. That's right, the cooking steps that Tong Yu just performed are simple onion oil making. This onion oil should be smeared in the filling of the burger to add flavor, otherwise what can this onion oil be used for? Indeed, the only thing that onion oil can associate with a burger is the meat slices, meat filling, inside. However, Tong Yu's next steps were beyond everyone's expectations. I saw that Tong Yu poured all 22 ingredients, including 13 spices, salt and pepper, white sugar, eggs, milk, and onion oil, into the blender. With the start of the blender, all the ingredients were beaten into powder. Because of the addition of liquids such as milk and onion oil, it finally turned into a thick white sauce. Then Tong Yu poured the prepared thick sauce on the fermented dough, grabbed a large amount of all-purpose flour and started kneading it. Seeing this scene, many people in the audience are extremely puzzled. Is this really making bread? Hey, no matter how you look at it, Tong Yu doesn't seem to be making slices of bread, but a kind of cake. Yeah, the production of hamburger slices doesn't have to be so complicated at all, the filling inside is the essence of the burger. Indeed, the two elements that make up a burger are the burger slices on the outside and the filling on the inside. Burger slices, bread slices, are the foundation, filling is the key and the soul of the burger. It can be said that the flavor of the filling is well done, and the whole burger is half the success. No, Hisako knows this very well, and at this moment she is preparing for the perfect filling. Fresh medicinal materials such as schisandra and chrysanthemum, plus ginger, Shaoxing wine, and sliced soft-shelled turtle meat, and even soft-shelled turtle shells are all boiled together. Does the secretary plan to cook a pot of soft-shelled turtle soup? This kind of soup is very nourishing just thinking about it. What kind of dish will the turtle burger turn into? Hey, look at Tong Yu, he rolled the dough into a round cake. Is this really a cake? Also, isn't he holding a non-needle? This is to understand the cake. Inlaid needles, the structure of the upper part is similar to that of a brush, and there is a handle that can be held by the hand, and the lower part is dozens of dense small needles. Mao Yu picked up the non-needle with his right hand and pierced the cake embryo that had been pressed into a slightly thinner middle and thicker edges, and countless small holes were formed on the surface of the cake embryo. The function of the non-needle is very obvious. In order to circulate the air inside the pancake, let the oven heat evenly when baking, and at the same time prevent the pancake from being airtight and the noodle bubbles of different sizes will protrude. Tong Yu pierced the surface of the cake shell and put it into the oven to start baking. In this regard, many people in the audience are puzzled, what the hell is going on? Wait a minute, did I hear it wrong? Isn't the theme of this competition hamburger, how to make a pie? Hey, off topic. A group of people shouted that they didn't understand, it was obviously the theme of the hamburger duel, but they made a pancake. Regarding the understanding of this cooking, the one who has the most say in the audience is Yashan Ryo, because he did this during the preliminaries. However, Yi Shanliang felt his chin and thought about it at the moment, and he couldn't understand Tong Yu's intention to make Huai Pan. Yep. Where Yi Shanliang was puzzled, he suddenly saw Tong Yu taking out another ball of fermented flour. When he saw this, Yi Shanliang suddenly understood something. Difficult, does he want to do that? Not only Yi Shanliang, but also the students who have a certain understanding of understanding and insight, also gradually realized the purpose of Tong Yu's pouch. Over time, Hisako's cooking also began to come to an end. Hisako mixed another part of the chopped soft-shelled turtle meat, viscera and pork puree, added egg white and sweet potato powder, kneaded, beaten, and seasoned with salt and black pepper, and finally wrapped the net grease and put it on the iron plate roast on top. The soft-shelled turtle steak sizzled on the iron plate brushed with oil, and soon gave off a tempting aroma. After both sides were almost fried, Hisako took the steak out of the iron plate with a clip. The buns are brushed with a layer of butter in advance, then add a lot of fresh lettuce, and shredded ginger to enhance the flavor, and finally the freshly fried meat is placed on top, so that the turtle burger is officially completed. Is the turtle burger done? But it looks more ordinary than I expected. Yeah, the impact of her conditioning scene is too strong, but now it's such an ordinary burger, I feel that all expectations have been lost. Several students in the auditorium commented on Hisako's cuisine. Obviously, they only saw the ordinary appearance of the burger, but they could not see the soft turtle power hidden in the burger. Hisako still had a calm and innocent face, and she delivered the finished turtle burger on a tray to the 5 judges. 5 judges, this is what I made, turtle burger, please take it slow. The calm expressions on the faces of the 5 judges changed the moment they picked up the burger. The moment they picked it up, they felt the incomparable softness of the burger, and the 070 elastic touch was wonderful in the palm of their hand. So bouncy, this burger slice is steamed. So how does it taste? Woo! The 5 judges all took a big bite of the burger, and after chewing and swallowing, they felt the deliciousness of this turtle burger. Steamed bread slices with a slightly sweet, springy and melt-like thick meat filling is intoxicating. The deliciousness of the soft-shelled turtle that is slowly overflowing, is this soft-shelled turtle steak thickened with stock. The thick sauce brings out the rich taste, and the raw blood added to the meat sauce will make the inside of the body grow from the beginning. Not only that, the powder of turtle shell is also added to the meat filling, which makes the whole body full of powerful power. Wait, do you feel that in addition to the delicious taste, there is an indescribable delicious taste in the hamburger you bite? The texture comes from the stickiness, produced by the collagen held by the turtle. I don't know when Nikiri Senzaman had already taken off his upper body clothes, and explained, hot and thick sauces and even thick sauces, etc. The strength of the viscosity will greatly affect the taste of the dish. The viscosity of the steak will greatly affect the taste. It will bring a stimulating taste to the inner forehead and soft palate during the bite. This dish not only brings an impact to the taste, but also brings a strong stimulus to the touch. Arato Hisako is worthy of being an expert in medicated food. He fully utilizes the properties of soft-shelled turtles, not only taking into account the deliciousness of the whole set of dishes, but also transforming the viscosity produced by collagen into a taste for the senses. This is a creative dish that gives diners a double impact on the taste, and tactile, especially in the theme of hamburger. Few dishes can be compared. Tong Yu also secretly nodded to Hisako's turtle burger, which seems to be very supplementary. The soft-shelled turtle burger is very nourishing. How about the little secretary have the opportunity to make it for me? I have been exercising a lot recently, and I need to eat this kind of food to replenish my body. A sudden voice came from behind Hisako. Hisako was secretly delighted that Nikiri Senzaman was showing his ripped clothes, and turned around immediately upon hearing the voice. Kai, I don't want to make it for you, and they all said don't call me little secretary. But before Hisako finished speaking, her voice stopped abruptly, and her eyes fell on the tray held by Tong Yu's hands. I saw that there were, 5 hamburgers standing on the tray. Why use standing instead of putting, mainly because the thickness of this burger is a bit outrageous. Generally speaking, the diameter of the hamburger is no more than 12 centimeters, because it is convenient to hold, and the thickness will not exceed 5 centimeters, which is convenient for entrance. The diameter of Tong Yu's hamburger is slightly small, and it can be held in one hand. The diameter is about 5 centimeters, which barely meets the standard of hamburger diameter, but it is about 15 centimeters thick. Most burgers are more than thick in diameter, but Tong Yu's burgers are just the opposite, 3 times as thick as the diameter. With such a thickness, you can clearly see the structure of the filling sandwiched between the slices of bread. A layer of leftovers, a layer of milky white sauce, a layer of steaks, and a layer of cakes, repeated 3 times in this way, created an exaggerated thickness. Seeing such a burger, not only Hisako was stunned, but Rei Kawashima, the judges, the audience, and everyone on the scene were stunned. After a while, there were exclamations from the crowd. Then, what kind of burger is that? There's a lot of stuffing inside. With such a thickness, how do you eat it? This kind of heavy burger is ready to hold 5 old men to death. Tong Yu finally did not reenact the dishes from Zhonghua Ichiban this time, but made such a wonderful burger. A group of people shouted that Tong Yu was messing around, and his burger was almost the size of Hisako's 3 turtle burgers, just now. Although Yi Shanliang and other outstanding students also thought that Tong Yu might be making memory peels to serve as stuffing in hamburgers, they never expected that he used the skins to isolate 3 layers. And Tong Yu didn't feel anything wrong, and sent 5 huge hamburgers to the 5 judges including Nikiri Zaman Gate. Please slow down, judges, this is the Big Mac burger I made. The Big Mac burger does fit the name of this burger, but in the eyes of most viewers, this burger reveals the taste of reckless man. Tong Yu, are you serious? 5 of us may not be able to eat a hamburger of this size. And after 2 consecutive games, we can't eat this amount of food. De Quan had previously served as a judge of Tong Yu and Ingshan Shiji, and had a very good impression of Tong Yu, but after seeing him bring out such a burger, he had no sense of expectation. It's impossible for us to bite down a hamburger of this thickness in one bite, right? If we can't eat the filling sandwiched in the bread slices in one bite, we will lose the fun of the burger itself. Xianguan also said. Hearing this, Tong Yu explained calmly, don't worry, judges, please pay attention to the structure of the filling in the hamburger. Yep. Tong Yu reminded the 5 reviewers to carefully observe the structure of the filling. Green veggies, sauces, steaks, and the 4th layer is the zest. Yes, each layer of my hamburger is interrupted by the skin and has a 3-layer structure. Please pick up the top layer of bread slices and the breast slices together to taste. Tong Yu said. This way of eating burgers, including Nakiri Senzaman, was the first to hear about it. Shoo, break the traditional way of eating burgers. Then I'll try it. Nakiri said that he picked up the first piece of minced meat and bread above the skin, and the other 4 judges followed suit. I always feel that this way of eating is a bit different. Daquan still can't accept this novel way of eating hamburgers. If there is not a slice of bread on the top layer, he doubts whether it is a hamburger or not. Soon, the curiosity and doubts of the 5 judges disappeared with the first bite of the burger. The heads of the 5 people were all empty, and the originally noisy moon and sky became so quiet at this moment. Senzaman, Daquan, Xianquan and other 5 people looked up and did not know when they had come to a grassland. The sky is cloudless, only the sound of the eagles soaring from the sky. The quiet scene did not last long, and there were bursts of hooves in the distance. The 5 looked up and looked into the distance, only to see a group of horses galloping. When they came back to their senses, the 5 judges found that the burgers in their hands had disappeared. One of the reviewers thought who took his burger and shouted, "Who took my burger?" Finally, at the prompt of Rei Kawashima, he was embarrassed to discover that it was not who stole his hamburger, but that he ate the hamburger himself. It actually made me get carried away. I didn't expect that by the time I found Zhao, the hamburger in my hand had already been eaten. The onlookers were also amazed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that these aged judges would have such a terrifying appetite. Tong Yu had anticipated this situation for a long time, and smiled and said, "Now you will taste the bottom layer of bread slices with you. Don't wander, this time, you must taste the taste carefully." With the learning from the past, just now, the 5 judges also became very careful, trying not to immerse themselves in the fantasy, just now. So the judges took away the lower layer of bread slices and the bottom layer of the crust, and now only the middle layer of stuffing is left in the plate. However, this filling is also wrapped by 2 relatively thin generous skins, but whether this filling is a hamburger or a pie is open to discussion. The judges clenched the burgers in their hands and took another bite. This time, they controlled their consciousness and tried their best not to have hallucinations, so that they finally tasted the real deliciousness from this burger. Well, so it is. The steak is made of chicken, and it is also turkey, and the yogurt sauce is added to remove the fishy smell of the turkey, which brings out the overall deliciousness of the burger. It's not just that, it's the crust that wraps the filling together with the crust, and the aroma that keeps coming in the nostrils stimulates the taste buds. It is reasonable to say that such a thick filling will be very greasy if you eat it repeatedly. It is reasonable to say that just the yogurt sauce cannot completely eliminate the greasy feeling. Even the turtle burger that Hisako made just now, the meat filling is soft-shelled turtle meat, which is not too greasy, and a lot of camp leaves and shredded ginger are added to remove the greasy feeling. This is not only the doubts of the judges, but also the strangeness of Hisako. In this regard, Tong Yu also explained unreservedly, saying, "The overall structure of the hamburger I made has 5 elements. They are bread slices, breast slices, yogurt sauce, meat steak and lettuce leaves. The first is bread slices and knowing the skin. When making 070 for bread slices, I divided the fermented dough into 2 parts, one part is used to make bread slices, and the other part is used to make understand skin." In Tong Yu's detailed explanation, everyone finally understood why the burger was so thick. It turns out that whether it is bread slices or wapi, Tong Yu has added certain spices. In particular, not only spices, but also many seasonings such as onion oil are added to the generous skin, which can enhance the flavor of the hamburger a lot. This is also the reason why the burger will have such a strong aroma. Soy yogurt sauce, mainly with cucumber and fennel leaves as the main notes, plus olive oil, yogurt, pepper mixed according to a certain proportion of sauce. This sauce has a sweet and sour taste, which can effectively detoxify and enhance the flavor of the whole burger. Lettuce further relieves greasy, and the eye-catching green also adds the beauty of color to this dish. Finally, the meat filling in the middle part is the part that is sandwiched between the 2 pockets. The 5 judges also picked it up and tasted it. After tasting, they noticed that the taste was different. The 2 layers of generous skin sandwich the meat hull and the single piece of bread, and the Y skin is blocked, and the texture and taste are completely different. C. While the taste is further sublimated, the impact on the mouth is also strong, and the taste of spices stimulates the sense of smell. Now the judges have finally found that Tong Yu's burger not only has an impact on the taste and touch, but also stimulates the sense of smell constantly. If Hisako's turtle burger just now is a monster, then this Big Mac burger made by Tong Yu is an Ultraman that can destroy monsters. Both taste and touch are superior, and the olfactory stimulation given by the memory belt to the judges is completely absent in Hisako cuisine. By the way, the steak is not just a single turkey meat. The turkey part only accounts for 40% of the steak, and 60% is pork lean meat. Because the turkey meat will penetrate a lot of fat when it is roasted, which can be effectively absorbed by the pork, the taste and aroma of the steak are greatly enhanced. Tong Yu further explained. So, I said that the taste is so unique, is it because of the addition of pork? Not only the taste, but also the texture, it is no worse than the turtle burger just now. The elephant nodded and praised. At this time, everyone saw that the clothes on Nakiri Senzaman's upper body fell off again, revealing strong muscles that were not commensurate with his age. This is a creative dish that breaks with tradition. When Hisako heard Nakiri Senzaman say this, he was already aware of her failure and looked unwilling. Seeing this, Tong Yu came to her and said, "Little secretary, although I'm a little sorry for you, I will win this game first." Seeing that Tong Yu said this to her, Hisako thought he was showing off his victory, so he couldn't help but say, "You. Don't be complacent in front of me. I'm not proud, just a sense of regret. After thinking about it, Tong Yu decided to say, "The field of medicinal food is unique and amazing, and very few people will work in this field now. You are too talented in this field in the family of medicinal food, but because of your narrow vision, if it is stagnant, anyone who understands will feel sorry for it." Narrow eyes, stagnant. What are you talking about? Hisako didn't understand the meaning of the fairy tale. Tong Yu sighed, walked to Hisako's side and said softly, "Whether it's ambition or the world of cooking, you always aim for Nakiri Arena, doesn't that mean that you will always be second?" With those words, Hisako's body trembled. Tong Yu simply said it all and said, "I'm sorry, although this is cruel, it is a fact that you didn't realize. Maybe you didn't realize from the beginning that your blind worship of Irina has turned into the fact that you are in the process of cooking. Obstacles in the way." Hisako's face turned pale after hearing this, and the expression on his face also seemed to have lost his soul. At this time, Rei Kawashima's voice came from the conference hall, "Congratulations to Tong Yu, who has become the 3rd player to enter the semifinals." There was also applause from all around the audience, and in this applause, Hisako left the arena in despair. Nakiri Arena was waiting for Hisako at the entrance of the player passage. Seeing her approaching with a pale face, she called out with some worry, "Hisako, are you all right?" Unwilling to look Irina in the eye, Hisako turned his head aside. "My lord Irina, I lost." "It's okay Hisako, I'm so sorry." After Hisako said that, he ran away from Irina quickly. At this time, Tong Yu also walked off the arena. Irina saw Tong Yu and immediately came to him and said, "Did you say something excessive to Hisako just now?" Just now Irina saw that Tong Yu said something to Hisako, and then Hisako turned into what he was. Excessive? That's right. I just remind her not to keep targeting you, it will only make her stagnant and difficult to improve herself. Dong Yudao. What right do you have to say such a thing to Hisako, and when she lost to you, don't you know it hit her hard? Irina said with anxiety and reproach in her tone. Whether qualified or not, I don't want to see such an excellent cook who has been lost in the so-called worship. If you think there is something wrong with what I said, just beat me in the final. Dong after the rain finished speaking, he left immediately. Although Tong Yu had the idea of abducting Hisako to be his secretary before, the words just now were not for this purpose, but just to remind her as a cook. In fact, in the original book, Hayama Ryo also said something similar to Hisako, but it was not as direct as Tong Yu said. Tong Yu also believes that the will of Hisako as the cook will not be knocked down just because of these few words and this game, but it will be unacceptable for a while. As long as he calms down for a few days, it should be fine. But Nakiri Arena will not think like Tong Yu. She is very worried about Hisako's current situation. Because she had known each other for so many years, it was the first time that she saw Hisako with the expression just now. However, the fourth game was about to start, and Nakiri Arena could not be distracted, let alone leave the moon and the sky. The matchup of the fourth group was originally planned to start at 1600 hours. But because the 5 judges couldn't help but eat the Big Mac burger made by Tong Yu, their stomachs swelled up. Although I have eaten Jianwei Shaoshi tablets, I still feel full and I can no longer taste other things in a short time. It was not until 1730 that the 5 judges returned to the judging venue. Seeing this, Kawashima Rei also picked up the microphone and started to announce, "The fourth group of the Autumn Trials quarterfinals is about to start, and now please 2 contestants to appear." With the sound of the announcement, Nakiri Arena and Aldini Takumi came out from the entrance of the players' passage on both sides of the cooking field. "Come on, it's Nakiri Arena-sama, I finally have a chance to see her graceful cooking process. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen her play in such a big game. After all, she is the well-known God's Tongue, and she is also the granddaughter of the Devil Eater. How could she possibly compete with others casually?" Seeing Nakiri Arena appearing as a queen with a cold face, many students in the auditorium were hotly discussing, especially some of the first-year students were very excited. It is no wonder that when Nakiri Arena entered the high school, all grades were the first in all grades, and her family was well off, and she was extremely beautiful. Naturally, she was the dream goddess of many men. Although Takumi's popularity is not as high as Irina's, but because he looks like a little white face, he also has his own fans and clubs. A group of Takumi fan club members are cheering for Takumi in the auditorium. The contestants are ready, the fourth group of the competition is about to officially start. The theme of the showdown is dessert, and the cooking time is 2 hours. Then the cooking starts, Kawashima Rei announced loudly again. The theme for the final round is dessert, which is perfect for a dish that puts the perfect stop to a meal. Yeah, I eat a lot of dishes all day. At the end of the day, I have some desserts, and my whole body and mind will feel happy. 2 unknown judges were lying on the judge's chair and chatting like this. However, Daquan and Xiangquang's faces were not very natural, and their eyes fell on Senzaman from time to time, hesitating to say anything. After a while, Daquan finally couldn't help but whispered, "Your Excellency Senzaman, why did your granddaughter also participate in the autumn audition this time, in case you lose to others, your plan?" "Oizumi, don't talk about that in a place like this." Senzaman's expression sank, interrupting Oizumi's words. "Hold, sorry, I'm just a little worried. Whether it's the Huxia student named Tong Yu, or Yi Shanliang, they're a huge threat to Irina," Oizumi said, "and I won't say more here." In one of the auditoriums, Tong Yu joined with the people of Polar Star Dorm after the game, and sat next to Ryoko Kan and watched the game. Just after Mao Yu sat down for a while, Shen Liangzi leaned in front of Lan Yu and asked in a low voice, "What did you say to Arato just now while cooking? Why did she leave the stage with a lost face?" "I didn't say anything, just casually chatted about my ideals in life. She was very moved after listening to my ideals, and then she was like that," Tong Yu said solemnly. "It's weird to believe in you. I think she suffered a lot from her appearance. If it's because you said too much, she will ignore you in the future. I'll see who you are going to cry for," Shen Liangzi said. "Ignore me, it's not enough." Wait, Ryoko, what do you mean by that?" Tong Yu realized that something was wrong after saying this. "For flowers." Shunryoko put her cheek in front of Tong Yu and whispered, "I know what you are thinking, you also told me about you and Arato in the dormitory training before, you will not be boring to her, right?" Saying that, Shunryoko showed a patient and thoughtful smile on his face, and poked Tong Yu's heart with his finger. Hearing this, the muscles on Tong Yu's face twitched, thinking that this kind and understanding woman is really scary. In the cooking venue, when the word "start" fell, Irina and Takumi took out the ingredients they had prepared from the ingredients cart. Low-gluten flour, eggs, cream, sugar, lemons, almonds, hazelnuts, and lemonade whipped cream are placed on Takumi's cooking station. 0, 0. Tong Yu, who was in the auditorium, raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. Tong Yu knows the original work and knows that the dish that Takumi is going to make is frozen cake, but the conventional recipe does not use lemon liqueur fresh cheese. In the original work, Takumi used this ingredient, and it was a combination of ingredients that Kazuo Ongshirji was forced into a desperate situation. Now that he took out this ingredient without the pressure of Mimasaka Subaru, it can only mean that he felt the pressure from the Kiri Irina, and he evolved under the pressure of this pressure. In contrast, the hard-to-cut ingredients of Irina include flour, eggs, baking powder, milk, red bean paste, brown sugar, etc. Tong Yu looked at the combination of ingredients Irina brought out, and felt very familiar. The cooking time passed bit by bit, and as expected, Takumi was the first to complete one side, and I saw that he delivered the extremely beautiful ice cream cake with a 3-layer structure to the judges' table. Please be slow, this is an improved version of Semifreddo's Italian ice cream cake I made. Takumi's movements were very elegant, and his handsome face attracted the screams of a group of nympho girls in the audience. The elegance of Takumi, coupled with the exquisite appearance of the ice cream cake in front of her eyes, made the judges in a good mood. They all picked up the spoon and left it from the corner of the cake in anticipation. In Italian, semi means half and freddo means cold. Semifreddo refers to a dessert that has a cool ice cream-like texture and a cake-like soft texture. The ice cream cake is even more different because it has 3 different structures. The top layer is sprinkled with pralines for decoration, the middle layer is ice cream made of meringue and fresh cream with praline and other materials, and the last layer is sponge cake. And this dish made by Takumi has also been specially improved, because there is a layer of golden light shining between the fresh cream and the sponge cake, because it is very thin and can't be noticed if you don't look carefully. Tong Yu knows that this layer is Takumi's special layer, made with lemon vinegar and olive oil. Nikiri Zwoe Xianmen and other 5 reviewers of 073 used sentences to put a sentence on the extremely soft frozen cake and put it into their mouths. The moment they entered their mouths, they felt the strong Mediterranean Sea breeze blowing through. This taste is incredible. I've had ice cream cakes countless times so far, and I know exactly what limoncello tastes like, but this ice cream cake is completely different. What is this overwhelming lemon flavor? Yeah, what is this golden object made of? Hearing the judge's doubts, Takumi explained with a smile, "This is my own lemonade whipped cream cheese. I made it myself. It turns out that ordinary lemon milk does not have such a taste. Did you add olive oil and other ingredients to prepare it?" Oizumi was surprised. Takumi nodded and said, "Yes, I replaced the butter used to make the lemon cheese with olive oil, and made the current taste." Nikiri Senzaman couldn't help nodding after hearing this, and unconsciously took off his upper body clothes and said, "That's it, that means the curd is your original creation. Did you evolve the ice cream cake that originally had only 3 layers? Unparalleled creativity, this is by far the most unique ice cream cake I've tasted. The clothes are torn, this is the best evaluation of a dish, and it is also a recognition of strength." Takumi also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but it was only at that moment that he felt the cold breath behind him, which was like the oppression and sense of crisis brought by the Snow Queen. Takumi turned back suddenly, and saw Nikiri Irina slowly walking towards the judging table with her finished dishes. "Please wait, this is the souffle of my dessert dorayaki," Irina said with a cold face. When everyone looked, they saw 2 thick and overlapping dorayakis placed on the 5 judges' plates. Dorayaki is also called golden cake, because it is made of 2 cakes like dorayaki, so it is named dorayaki. Generally speaking, dorayaki is used to wrap the inner filling with 2 disc-shaped crusts, so that the inner flame will not be exposed. However, the dorayaki made by Nikiri Arena exposes the souffle pancake inside, and the 2 thick layers overlap like a cake, but it doesn't look like a dorayaki. At the same time, there are milkshakes, fruits, etc. on top of the overlapping dorayaki. The appearance of the whole dish is very artistic, which is very in line with the cooking style of Nikiri Arena. Tong Yu in the auditorium saw Nikiri Arena bring out this dish and couldn't help muttering to himself, as expected, it's this dessert, the dish that should have appeared on the original joint team's halberd, but because of participating in the autumn audition and did it. In this way, is this little Tsundra's strength enough to beat the 4th seat? That's right, the dish that Arena is serving now appeared in the original plot. In the 4th round of the original plot, Nikiri Arena played against the new 3rd seat Akakubo Momo. The theme is brown sugar. Its production method is to put the custard into a mold, fry it on a frying pan to make a thick pancake, and sandwich the red bean paste made from Tokachi, Hokkaido, in the middle in a dorayaki-like form to form souffle grace, which is the souffle of dorayaki that is now presented to the judges. With this dish, Nikiri Arena defeated Momo Akakubo with a score of 3-0, establishing her status as the queen in the original book. Even Akakubo Momo, who is good at desserts, is powerless in the face of Nikiri Arena, let alone Takumi at this point in time. After tasting the dishes made by Nikiri Arena, Takumi was also convinced of the defeat and understood the huge gap between the two. Nikiri Senzaman picked up the huge brush again and wrote Nikiri Arena's name on the huge blank scroll. Nikiri Arena, who won the victory, did not leave the venue immediately. She only saw her clasping her hands and looking at the big screen at the scene, because the quarterfinals are over, and the semi-finals list will be announced immediately. She seems to be very concerned. Dual list. Kawashima Rei's voice quickly resounded on the scene, saying, "We congratulate the 4 players who entered the semi-finals, namely Yukihira Sōma, Hayama Ryo, Tong Yu and Nikiri Arena. Now everyone can see the semi-finals on the big screen." Matchup. Then a tree diagram appeared on the big screen, and you could clearly see the situation in the semi-finals. The first group, Tong Yu vs Yi Shanliang. Group 2, Nikiri Arena vs Yukihira Sōma. Tong Yu, who was sitting in the audience, saw that his opponent was Yi Shanliang, and the corner of his mouth evoked a deep smile. As you can see, the semi-finals will be played in a week, and the location is also between the moon and the sky. In the morning, Tong Yu vs Hayama Ryo, and in the afternoon, Nikiri Arena vs Yukihira Sōma. Also just received a notification from the operator, announcing the theme of the 2 sets of confrontation, Western-style main dish. Kawashima Rei announced the theme and time of the semi-finals at the same time. The 2 groups of themes are all Western-style main dishes, which is a relatively broad dual theme, and the contestants can cook more types of dishes. However, because of the title of Western, it also means that it is a theme that is not good for Tong Yu, because the Lumina series recipes mastered by Tong Yu are all Wuxia cuisine. 4 point for the main dish, as the name suggests, is to be used as the main dish, so after eating it, it must be able to get the effect of satiety. The difference lies. Western-style main dishes, common ones are pork chops, steaks, chicken chops, seafood, French snails, omelets, croquette and so on. Unlike Western-style main dishes, Wuxia-style main dishes are mainly based on various meat steaks and seafood. Because the main focus is on fullness, more attention is paid to the points. For example, the common main dishes are dongpa pork, dongin chicken, steamed wuchang fish, etc. One of the characteristics of these dishes is that the portion is large, which makes people feel full and satisfied after eating. Of course, if you study Western-style main dishes and Wuxia-style main dishes at the same time, you will find that the 2 dishes have similarities and can be converted into each other. The theme of the semi-finals has been determined as Western Main Meal, which has not changed from the original. Tong Yu's opponent is Yi Shanliang. He will not underestimate the enemy to give his opponent any chance, not to mention that Yi Shanliang's own strength of God's knows is not weak. So, on the second day, Tong Yu was thinking about what to cook. Now there are two paths in front of him to choose from. One is to directly choose to make a Western-style main dish and improve it with the cooking methods of Wuxia cuisine. The other is to directly improve the Wuxia recipes that have been mastered and turn them into Western flavors. After a simple choice, Tong Yu chose to improve from the recipes he had already mastered. The reason is very simple. Since it is necessary to improve, it will be done by directly improving the recipes that have been learned. This not only saves time in choosing recipes, but also allows for a higher degree of completion. You must know that most of the recipes of Zhonghua Ian mastered by Tong Yu are in the Luminous Cuisine series. Simply 22 improvements will not affect the quality of the recipes. Only if you make extensive changes and fail to improve, it may reduce the taste and quality. But now Tong Yu has both super smell and super taste, as well as imaginative and taste image deduction. If he wants to successfully change the recipes he has already learned, the difficulty factor is not high. The reason why yesterday's quarter-finals did not improve the original recipe and chose to take risks and innovate dishes is because the preparation time is only 1 day, and Tong Yu also knows that Hisako is not strong. This time, Tong Yu had a week of preparation time, which was enough for her to slowly think about and prepare the recipe for improvement. However, there is a saying that the plan cannot keep up with the changes. Just when Tong Yu was about to decide on the recipe on the third day and was about to start a trial, someone came to the door. "Ayu, there is a guest looking for you." Wen Su shouted outside the bedroom door. Well? Tong Yu wondered, who would come to him during this class time. And Wen Su knew that Tong Yu was preparing for the semi-finals, and in this case, he would reject a good part of the guests. Who is the guest that Wen Su can't refuse? Tong Yu went downstairs with doubts. When he came to the lobby on the first floor, he found that Nakiri Irina came to the door. "Are you looking for me?" Tong Yu came to Irina, saw the word something written on her face, and couldn't help saying, "Miss Nakiri came to the door on her own initiative, this must be something troublesome." "It's all your fault, if it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened." Irina rebuked Pingyu. "What is it?" "It's all my fault, you should clarify what happened first." Tong Yu frowned. Then Irina explained the reason for coming to Tong Yu. It turned out that Hisako ran away from home after leaving a letter to Irina after the game yesterday, and the phone has been turned off so far. Irina thinks that if you simply run away from home, you can't even turn off the phone, and it's been a few days, and there's still no news. The letter also briefly explained the reason for leaving, saying that she had experienced a fiasco to face Irina, and at the same time, because of Tong Yu's words, she needed to think about the next life. After learning the basic situation, Tong Yu said calmly, "Running away from home is very naive. I didn't expect the little secretary to have such a willful side." When Irina heard Tong Yu's words, she was furious and anxious when she saw that he didn't care. "Do you still have any conscience? It's all because of you. You don't say those outrageous things to Hisako. She won't run away from home at all. What if she encounters danger and bad people outside?" Irina said nothing. Angrily, he said to Tong Yu, "Hey, Hisako is not an idiot. She must have made a foolproof plan to run away from home. The probability of encountering bad people is too low. I don't think you are worried about her safety, but you can't take care of yourself without her, right?" Irina's face was reddish, and she said with obvious guilt, "Kai, there is no such thing. Without Hisako, I can take care of myself in life. I'm just worried about her safety, don't think about it." "Yeah, but if you're really worried about Hisako's safety, calling the police is the fastest way to find her. It's useless for you to find me if you're not sure of her location." Tong Yu said as a matter of course. Irina rolled her eyes and said, if the police can solve the problem, why would I come to you? Ha, don't tell me the police haven't found Hisako yet. That's not what I meant. I'm afraid it will further irritate Hisako when I call the police. After all, the blow this time is big enough for her. You have to be the one to untie the bell. It's because of you that you need to go out and solve it. It's best to talk to her after you find her. Apologize or something, things should have worked out perfectly. Tong Yu's mouth twitched slightly, this young lady thought too simply. I said, Miss, this person has no clues at all. Where do you want me to look? Tong Yu spread his hands and said helplessly. After being silent for a while, Irina suddenly said, someone should know where Hisako went. Who? Sad as now. Hisako and Sadagia now met when they were in junior high school. At that time, because of the position of Irina's secretary, the two also had a fight, and in the end, Hisako won. In the previous qualifiers, both Arato Hisako and Sadagia now were assigned to Group B, and the two had another contest. In the end, Hisako showed his strong strength in this informal competition. After eating the food made by Hisako, now Sadako had a purified Phantom 073, and from that moment on, he became infatuated with Hisako and changed his name to Sister Hisako. Of course, Irina didn't know these things, but Hisako told her later. So, now we can find Hisako as long as we find now Sadagia. Irina said to Tong Yu. Indeed, now Sadagia is also a capable person, especially in terms of tracking and monitoring, and Mizwa-ang has a fight. If she is secretly in love with Hisako, she will follow Hisako all day long. It is indeed a solution, but now there are new problems. Do you have the contact information of now Sada's family? The contact information of Sadagia now is in the admission profile, we will find out by going to the reference room. If it's someone else, it doesn't have to be so troublesome, just ask your classmates to find out. However, due to the special nature of now Sada's family, she has no friends in Totsuki, and naturally there are no people who know her phone number. Send, it's not good to look at other people's information without permission. This has violated other people's privacy. What if someone else finds out? Don't worry, just use the Elite 10 privilege to cover up the past. Tong Yu was speechless for a while after hearing this, and at the same time felt that this little tsundere was also a black-bellied queen. No, can you hurry up? It is found that your name and my name are not guaranteed. You urge me, I'm trying to find it. Irina and Tong Yu appeared in the archive room of Totsuki Academy where students' files were kept. Tong Yu was standing outside the door, letting the wind, while Nakiri Irina was looking for the archives of now Sada's family inside. If I knew about this incident earlier, I should have asked now Sadagia for a contact number when I was in the dormitory training, and now I am looking for information here like a thief. Tong Yu stood at the door and muttered in his heart. After searching the archives for more than 10 minutes, Nakiri Irina finally found Chinnao's data file. Found it. Hearing this voice, Tong Yu immediately ran in from the door. Irina opened the portfolio and opened the basic information on the first page. Sure enough, there was the contact information of Nao Xinjiao. After saving the contact information on the phone, Irina put the portfolio back in place, and then fled the place quickly with Tong Yu. After leaving the archives, Irina was relieved, but it seemed that because of the stimulation just now, one of her cheeks was red. Seeing this boy, he couldn't help but jokingly said, "Puff, it's not the first time Miss Nakiri has done this kind of thing, it's a habitual offender." Who is a repeat offender? Don't talk nonsense, this is the first time for me to do this, it was Hisako Daifong before. What? Irina finally realized that she had said something wrong, and hurriedly changed the subject, took out her mobile phone, and said, "Let's not talk about this first, let's contact Nao Xinjia first." Saying that, Irina took out her phone and pulled out Nao's phone number. Beep. The voice of the call waiting to be connected came, and soon the call was picked up, and the excited voice of Nao Sadagia came from the other end of the phone. "Sir Irina, you finally took the initiative to call me. Do you know how long I waited for this day?" This excited and frenzied voice, even if Irina didn't turn on the speakerphone, Tong Yu on the side could hear it clearly. It's not surprising that now Sada knows Irina's phone number. You must know that she mailed 30 letters of confession to Irina every day, not only the phone number, but also the color of Irina's fatness. Chew. Classmate Chen, don't get excited, I'm calling you because I have something to ask you. I couldn't tell you for a while on the phone. Are you free now? After a few brief words, Irina asked Sadagia now to meet at a place in Totsuki. About 10 minutes later, Tong Yu and Irina met Nao Xinjia at the agreed place. Today, Nao of the Sada family finally stopped wearing black robes, but wore white clothes instead. However, the long hair still covered most of his face, leaving only the left eye and left cheek, which still looked a little weird. How Yusama is there too? Is today my lucky day? Now Sada was even more excited to see that Tong Yu and Irina were actually together. You must know that during the period of accommodation and training until Tong Yu defeated Dashin, Dong was also one of the idols of Yuzhin's family now. Calm down, classmate Chen, we asked you out for an important matter. Do you know where Hisako is? Tong Yu asked straight to the point. Are you looking for Sister Hisako? She is now far away from Totsuki, Nao Sadako. Sure enough, Nao Sadagia knew about Hisako's whereabouts. Tong Yu and Irina then asked in detail where Hisako was, and then took a taxi to the place where Hisako was. According to the information revealed by Nao Nisada, Hisako is now working in a restaurant in Ginza. Ginza, which is a major business district in the central district of Tokyo, Japan, is also a popular tourist attraction in Japan. It is known as the most expensive place in Asia, symbolizing Japan's prosperity and famous for its high-end shopping stores. There are famous brand products from all over the world, huge shopping malls are lined on both sides of the street, and fashionable and personalized clothing can be seen everywhere. It's a shopper's paradise. Of course, there are also restaurants in Italy, France, Arabia and other places in the nearby streets, and you can taste delicious food from all over the world on this street. The hotel where Tong Yu and Jin Ryoko dated before was near Ginza. It takes about an hour by car from Totsuki Gakuen to Ginza Commercial Street, which is not very far in terms of kilometers. Along the way, Tong Yu and Irina had a brief chat about Hisako going to this place. I think the little secretary wants to prove herself. Besides, I can't think of any other reason for her to go to the restaurant to work. She is not lacking like you. Dong Yudao. Hisako came from a family of medicinal food cooking, and his family background is not much worse than that of the Nakiri family. It is impossible to work in a restaurant to make money. Irina knew this too, so she was more worried about Hisako's current situation. Because the more anxious you are to prove yourself, the easier it is to make mistakes. Seeing the worried look on Irina's face, Tong Yu couldn't help comforting. Okay, now that you know where Hisako is, at least it means she is safe now and can find her soon, so don't worry about it. Irina nodded, and neither of them spoke after that. An hour later, the taxi finally arrived near Ginza Commercial Street. After paying and getting out of the car, Tong Yu and Irina searched for restaurants on both sides of the street. According to Nao Sadako, Hisako works in a restaurant called Koanju. Tong Yu asked a passerby about the location of the restaurant, and soon came to the door of the restaurant with Irina. However, when I came to this restaurant, I found that the restaurant was closed. The two suddenly felt strange. Because the most customers are at this time, and it is the golden period for the restaurant to open, how can it be closed? The two suddenly realized that the restaurant must have encountered some special situation. Tong Yu came to the door of the restaurant with doubts, knocking on the door and shouting, "Hey, Hisako, are you inside? Hurry up and open the door, me and little Tsundra are here to find, of Zhao Hao, you." Who is the little Tsundra, Tong Yu, can you please stop making random nicknames? A few seconds after Tong Yu's words fell, he heard movement in the restaurant, and vaguely heard the sound of dragging a bench and picking up a broom. Only male. The door was suddenly opened, and a few 4 or 5 people appeared menacingly in front of Tong Yu, each holding a weapon in their hands. Is it a rescuer? Damn it, she didn't confiscate her mobile phone, how could it be possible to contact other people? You two give up, we won't let the guy who harmed our chef, if you want to break in, we can only call the police. Several people standing inside the restaurant watched Tong Yu and Irina vigilantly with tools such as brooms, mop bars, and shovels. When Tong Yu and Irina saw this situation and heard what they said, they immediately raised a question mark. What's happening here? Although Irina couldn't figure out what was going on in front of her, what these people said made her understand something. Rescue soldiers, confiscate mobile phones, and will not let go. After self-improvement, Irina disregarded the weapons in the hands of several people, and showed the aura of a queen on weekdays. What have you done to Hisako? Hurry up and let her go. If you have done too much to her, the Nakiri family will never let you go. Irina stepped forward and said coldly. Pheasant, the Pheasant family, are you a member of the Nakiri family? One of the men looked at Irina, his face changed slightly. Difficult, are you the God Tongue girl? In Tokyo, no one does not know the name of the Nakiri family, let alone these restaurant chefs. Irina's God's Tongue is even more famous. Humph. Irina's queen hum and this condescending manner with her arms clasped around her hands already showed her identity. Seeing this, Tong Yu secretly thought that he was bored. This is not the end, there is no need for him to follow. Even if you are a member of the Nakiri family, can you poison other people's lives at will? Another young man who looked to be in his 20s exclaimed. Poison. When Tong Yu heard this, he realized that it was not that simple, so he stepped forward and said, 3, can you put down the weapons in your hands first? We are not here to fight, so what happened? Shall we talk? What is there to say? The attempted poisoning is already a fact. The young man insisted. Irina is not easy to mess with, and her face became even colder when she heard this. So, are you planning to let my secretary go? Yeah, you'd better. At this moment, a weak voice came from the house. Junji can't be rude to Miss Nakiri, our restaurant has been taken care of by the Nakiri family. Tong Yu and Irina looked around and saw an old man who was not looking very well and needed someone to help him walk out of the house. Run air, go and let that girl go, I believe she did it unintentionally, cough cough. After speaking, the old man coughed violently, as if he was seriously ill. What, let her go? Father, the one who made you seriously ill is that girl. I said let her go immediately, the old man said solemnly. I know my father. The young man, who was called Junji by the old man, reluctantly went into the house and saw him walking out with Hisako after a while. Hisako was surprised when he saw Tong Yu and Irina. Why are you here, Mr. Irina, why are you here, how you? Irina immediately came to Hisako, looked up and down and said with concern, Hisako, did they not do anything to you too much? No, they just kept me in a room and wouldn't let me leave. Hisako said. Hey, little secretary, what the hell did you do to make others so angry that you locked you up? I just heard this brother say, poison, you shouldn't have done anything poisonous, right? Tong Yu asked. Then Hisako explained the ins and outs of the matter. Hisako lost to Tong Yu 4 days ago, which made her realize her own inadequacies. But she didn't want to admit what Tong Yu said to her at that time. In order to deny Tong Yu's words, the spirited Hisako decided to prove herself, and then chose to run away from home, hoping to make a name for herself outside. After everything was ready, she came to the restaurant 3 days ago. She didn't plan to work at the restaurant at first, but while dining here, she overheard the chef of the restaurant suffering from a dietary ailment. For this kind of dietary disease, Hisako is very confident that he can cure it. After all, The main function of medicated food is to regulate the body and treat many dietary problems. In order to prove herself, she offered to help heal the chef's eating disorder. Hisako explained the area of cooking that she was good at, and also revealed the identity of Totsuki's student. Finally, Junji temporarily believed her and asked her to take care of the body of the chef, his father. But it happened that afternoon. Chef Tokugawa Iha, after eating the medicated meal made by Hisako, his heart beat faster and his whole body became red, followed by vomiting. Although there was no serious problem after tossing for an hour or two, the Chuan Iha's condition also aggravated. Not only did the condition not improve, but even nearly killed him, and because of this, the restaurant could not operate normally, because Tokugawa Iha, who had to be taken care of by someone, could do it. In a hurry, Tokugawa Junji put Hisako under house arrest, and then these things happened. It turns out that Mr. Adechuan, what is the eating disorder you suffer from? Tong Yu asked. Eating diseases are divided into many types, such as loss of appetite, anorexia, eating gout and so on. Without waiting for Tokugawa Iha to answer Tong Yu, Tokugawa Junji, who was supporting him, said, "My father suffered from loss of appetite, and he was able to eat a small amount before. After eating the medicated food she made, it became worse. I'm sick, and now it's hard to swallow whatever I eat." Saying that, Junji Tokugawa glanced at Hisako with hatred. Hisako was also very sad after hearing this. She knew that Tokugawa Iha's condition worsened because she was too eager to prove herself. "Master Tokugawa, I swear in the name of the Arato family that I will definitely cure your illness. If I can't cure you, I will let my father come over," Hisako said with a firm look. "Send, Hisako Yu." Irina was about to say something, but was stopped by Tong Yu's hand. "Let Hisako make her own decision, or she will always feel guilty, and it's about the reputation of the Arato family." Tong Yu whispered beside Irina. Irina nodded, but did not stop Hisako's decision. "Arato's house? I seem to have heard it somewhere." Tokugawa Iha didn't seem to think about it immediately after thinking about it slightly, and shook his head gently. "You don't have to blame yourself for Miss Arato, the main reason for what's happening now is related to the old body, so you don't need to continue to worry about it." "No, it's my duty, please let me try again." Hisako pleaded again. "Try again. Do you want my father to keep eating the poisonous food you made?" Junji Tokugawa still has a big prejudice against Hisako. Seeing this, Tong Yu stood up at this time and said, "Well, if Chef Tokugawa is really just a problem caused by his diet, I think this matter can be easily solved, as long as the right medicine is found to find the right food for the body." Problem. It's so easy to say, if it were that simple, my father's illness wouldn't have dragged on for so long. I'm also a chef, and I've tried many dishes, but I still can't completely cure my father's condition, Tokugawa Junji said. "Okay, let's talk about this later. If Miss Nakiri doesn't dislike it, please go in and rest." Tokugawa Iha invited Irina very politely. In the later conversation, Tong Yu learned that Tokugawa Iha was so polite to Irina because of Nakiri Senzaman. It turned out that the two had known each other when they were young and were still friends. This also explains the reason why Tokugawa didn't think about letting him go directly after knowing that Hisako was Irina's secretary, and he treated him with courtesy. If someone else did this kind of thing, it would not be so easy to just let it go. It turns out that, Senzaman-sama is still as strong as ever. Unlike the old age, I have always been weak and sick, and I have suffered from such a disease. Grandpa Tokugawa, don't worry, I believe there must be a cure for your illness. At this time, Nakiri Irina and Tokugawa Iha were chatting, and the topic revolved around Tokugawa Iha and Nakiri Senzaman's previous affairs. Tong Yu and Hisako sat on the side without interjecting. As for Tokugawa Junji, he has been standing behind Tokugawa Iha, staring at Tong Yu and Hisako like a thief. While Tokugawa Iha and Irina were chatting happily, Tong Yu put his head in front of Hisako and asked in a low voice, "Little secretary, what kind of food did you eat with Tokugawa before? why did you get vomiting and diarrhea? It is the four gods ginseng pork belly soup. Hisako said. Tong Yu also knows about this dish. The four gods, in Sishen Shoshin pork belly soup refers to lotus seeds, tukaho, yam and gorgon. This is a very common dish in medicated food. It has a good effect of strengthening the spleen and stomach, supplementing physical strength and improving digestive function. People with poor spleen and stomach often take this medicated diet, which can properly improve their physique and improve their loss of appetite. Hey, this principle of cooking should be very suitable for Mr. Tokugawa's current physical condition. Why is the reaction so big? Tong Yu frowned. When Hisako saw Tong Yu's appearance of understanding herbal food, he couldn't help rolling his eyes in his heart and said, yes, Chef Tokugawa just had a lack of appetite before, and overall there was no big problem, so I decided to use this Tao cooking to condition his body, but who knows what it will look like after eating it at the end. Is it not enough? Tong Yu guessed while rubbing his chin. Sishen ginseng pork belly soup is not a food for nourishment at all. Its main function is to appetize and strengthen the spleen. It's not going to happen if the deficiency is not nourished. Hisako also found it strange. There is no problem with the dish of Sishen ginseng pork belly soup, and it is not that the deficiency cannot be supplemented, so what is the problem? Seeing Tong Yu's thinking, Hisako finally couldn't help revealing, you don't know medicated food, why are you looking sad, and this matter has nothing to do with you. As soon as he said this, Hisako felt that it was a bit too much. No matter what, Zhang Yu came here on purpose and Irina to find her out of concern for her. Therefore, the sand immediately added to explain, I mean, this matter started because of me, I will solve it myself, if it is not possible, I will use the power of my family. Hey, who told you that I don't know how to take medicine? Although I can't say that I am proficient, I know a little about it. Tong Yu said. Tong Yu is not talking nonsense. Among all the recipes in Zhonghua Ian, there are actually recipes about medicinal foods. 7-color rainbow porridge, silkbone chicken rice, and breaking the magic 8 arrays, are all recipes related to medicinal diets. While directly mastering these recipes, Tong Yu also indirectly learned some superficial knowledge of medicinal diets. At the same time, Tong Yu also read a lot of books on Wuxia medicine during the 2 months he spent in the comic world of Daxia 1 during the summer vacation. These books are all the books that Caillou remembered to destroy and left in the cave of Hubei. Seeing that Tong Yu didn't seem to be joking, Hisako couldn't help but exclaim, Send, do you really understand medicated food? Not only medicated food, but also a little research on Wuxia medicine, why do you admire me very much? Tong Yu laughed. This sentence immediately attracted Hisako's rolling eyes. At this time, Tokugawa Iha and Irina also ended their conversation. I apologize for not being able to send Miss Nakiri away due to my poor health, and at the same time, I would like to say hello to Senzaman-sama on my behalf. If my health recovers in my lifetime, I will definitely come to visit. Okay, Grandpa Tokugawa, take care of your health. Well, please be careful on the way back. From the dialogue between the two, it is not difficult to hear that this matter should be understood in this way. Irina came to Hisako and whispered a few words. After listening, Hisako nodded lightly as if agreeing to something. At this time, Tokugawa Iha also stood up with the help of his son Tokugawa Junji, ready to go back to the room to rest. Seeing this, Tong Yu hurriedly stopped Dechuan Iha and said, Master Dechuan, wait a moment, I have something to say. Is there anything else to do with this little friend? Tokugawa Iha stopped and looked at Tong Yu doubtfully. Tokugawa, chef, can I take your pulse? I may have a way to treat your condition. Tong Yu said to Tokugawa Iha with a smile. After hearing this, Hisako hurriedly came to Tong Yu and whispered, Don't be ridiculous, Miss Irina told me just now, we don't need to worry about this matter for the time being, we will report it to Senzaman and let him handle this matter. Ha, are you so willing to go back like this? It's about your Arato's reputation. Tong Yu said. Although I'm a little unwilling, this is something that can't be helped. Who makes oneself not good at learning? Hisako sighed. So you also want to cure the old man Tokugawa's illness, then it's easy to handle, just leave it to me. I know that if you don't cure him, you will definitely feel very guilty. Then you will leave home again. Running away, I'm here to wipe your A** again. Who made you wipe your A**? Hisako blushed, not entirely because of Tong Yu's ambiguous words, but because Tong Yu saw through her heart completely. Tong Yu pushed Hisako behind him with his right hand, came to Dechuan-iha and said again, Master Dechuan, just taking a pulse won't do anything to you, it will only delay you for a few minutes. Have you found a cure for your condition? After hearing this, Dechuan-iha laughed, then sat back on the stool and said, Then I'll trouble the little friend. Saying that, Tokugawa-iha rolled up his sleeves and put his arms on the table. Tong Yu also sat in front of the table, stretched out his right hand and placed it on Tokugawa's pulse. Seeing Tong Yu's appearance, Hisako and Irina on the side were suspicious. Does Tong Yu really understand Wuxia medicine? Or is it just to fool others? In fact, Tong Yu doesn't take the pulse, he does this just to activate the super-tactile ability to perceive the physical condition of Tokugawa-iha. The super-tactile sensation was originally only aimed at the ingredients. As long as you lightly touch the ingredients, you can perceive the current situation of the ingredients. It includes a series of situations and data, such as the time, temperature, stiffness of the ingredients, and even whether the internal deliciousness is destroyed. In the same way, Tong Yu can also feel the general condition of Tokugawa-i's body with his super-tactile ability. A few minutes later, Tong Yu withdrew his right hand, and Tokugawa-i said to Hihi with a smile, Chef Tokugawa's body is generally fine, it's just that his body is gradually weakened due to poor appetite, so it is recommended to start appetizing first. If you can eat, all problems will be solved. This seems like nonsense, because Tokugawa-i's main problem is loss of appetite. Ask for flowers. Dechuan-iha nodded with a smile and said, Thank you for your reminder, little friend. Another question, what does Mr. Tokugawa eat the most on weekdays? Porridge. Understood, the old man should pay more attention to rest. After saying this, Tokugawa-iha left with the help of Tokugawa Junji. After Tokugawa left, a male waiter in the restaurant immediately came to Tong Yu and the other three and said, If you have nothing else to do, please leave. Tong Yu didn't say anything and ran out of the restaurant with Hisako and Irina on the left and right. You. What are you doing, grabbing me suddenly, let go. Both Hisako and Irina blushed slightly because Tong Yu suddenly grabbed their hands. After breaking free from Tong Yu's hand, Hisako still had a rosy face and said, Did you fool others by taking the pulse just now? The method of taking the pulse is too unfamiliar. After all, Hisako is also a family of medicinal foods, and he has also studied Wuxia medicine, so he can't tell that Tong Yu's pulse-taking method is very unfamiliar. I didn't fool you. Although I didn't use the pulse-checking technique, I also knew something about the body of Mr. Tokugawa. 0. Is there something wrong with him? Irina asked. The problem is big. The real reason for Tokugawa's weakness is not loss of appetite, but poisoning. Tong Yu said sternly. Hearing this, Irina and Hisako were both shocked. Poisoned? Shoo, be quiet. Don't let anyone in the restaurant hear you. Tong Yu lowered his voice and continued, I can confirm that the reason why the old man Tokugawa is sick and has no appetite is because he has ingested some kind of toxin in his body. How come, if it is poisoning, if you go to the hospital for examination, you will find out right away? Irina also said with an eyebrow. Dechuan-iha will go to the hospital for fixed-point examinations every 2 months. The examination results of the hospital are generally various and the indicators are unqualified, but there is no serious illness. However, with the increase in the number of examinations, Tokugawa-iha's body is not as good as once, but the strangest thing is that the main reason cannot be found. In the end, even the doctors felt that it was all caused by loss of appetite, so they were also thinking of various ways to solve this problem. I don't know about this. I think the poison in Mr. Tokugawa's body was deliberately done by someone. Moreover, the medicated dishes prepared by Hisako before were not due to lack of skill, but they may have been manipulated by others. Dong Yushin said. You are saying that Hisako's cooking was also poisoned by others. Irina exclaimed. This possibility is very high. If you want to know the truth of the matter, you have to sneak into the restaurant to find out. Hey, do you two want to investigate this matter? Tong Yu asked while looking at the two women. Of course it's about my Arato family and my reputation. Humph, Grandpa Tokugawa is my grandfather's old friend, and I can't let it go. The two women have their own reasons. In fact, they still have a sense of excitement in their hearts. From lack of appetite to now being poisoned. This kind of thing that only occurs in novels is happening to them now. Think about it. Feel exciting. Okay, then you can listen to me. Irina, go and tell the old man Tokugawa, and say that we will not go back today and live here, and then leave the rest to me. Nakiri Irina came forward and explained that she was going to stay at the restaurant for one night. Although Tokugawa Iha was a little puzzled as to why the three of them went back and stayed here, she nodded and agreed without any hesitation, and let the restaurant one of the temporary chefs prepares a dinner for Irina, Huanan, and Hisako. After staying at the restaurant for a short time, Tong Yu learned some very important information. First of all, there are two chefs in the Shinganju restaurant. One of them is naturally Tokugawa Iha, and the other is a middle-aged man named Yoshikawa Yi. In these days when Tokugawa Iha was sick, he served as the temporary chef to manage everything in the restaurant. Tokugawa Junji has a general talent for cooking, and he has not fully inherited the craftsmanship of his father Tokugawa Iha, so he cannot serve as the head chef. Therefore, Yoshikawa Ono is responsible for the production of food in the restaurant now, including the porridge dishes that Tokugawa Iha eats. After learning this, Tong Yu has preliminarily determined that the person who poisoned Tokugawa Ii and he was the temporary chef, but there is no sufficient evidence to prove that he did it. So that night, in the early hours of the morning, Tong Yu sneaked into the kitchen of the restaurant alone to find some evidence. However, Yoshikawa Ono was very clever and did not leave any clues in the kitchen. Tong Yu searched for a long time and could not find any favorable evidence. Tong Yu didn't give up. After some thought, he secretly came to Yoshikawa Ono's resting room. Without disturbing the snake, Tong Yu finally found important evidence in Yoshikawa Ono's room. Next day, noon. In the restaurant of King Unju, Tokugawa Iha was sitting in front of a table, with Tokugawa Junji and other employees of the restaurant standing behind him, and two women, Irina and Hisako, beside him. In front of Tokugawa Iha was Yoshikawa Ono, who had already sensed something was wrong. Chef Iha, do you have anything to tell me when you asked me to come? Yoshikawa Ono asked Tokugawa Iha suspiciously. Tokugawa Iha looked at Yoshikawa Ono calmly. Yoshikawa, how long have you been in the restaurant? It's been more than half a year. Yoshikawa Ono replied. Has it been half a year? During the 6 months when I was seriously ill, thanks to you for helping me manage the restaurant, otherwise the restaurant would not be able to continue operating. Chef Tokugawa needn't thank you, this is what I should do. I called you here today, not for other things, just to ask you one thing. Tokugawa Iha said, took out a small bag and put it on the table, and slowly opened it. Yoshikawa, do you know these two ingredients? The ingredients in the bag were poured on the table, and I saw a mushroom with a bewitching red color, and then there were a few unknown blue flower bones. When Yoshikawa Ono saw this thing, his face changed greatly, but he immediately returned to his normal color and tried to calm down. But this change in Yoshikawa's face could not escape his sharp eyes, and at this time he completely believed what Tong Yu said to him in the morning. Tokugawa, chef, are these two ingredients? It seems rare. Yoshikawa said without knowing him. At this moment, Tong Yu came down from the upstairs, holding a radish basket covered with a black cloth in his hand. "Uncle Yoshikawa, you know what, these two ingredients are better than anyone here, right?" Tong Yu walked in front of everyone, put the radish tube on the ground, and went to the table to pick up the red mushroom on the table. Hanmao is a very special poisonous mushroom. If you eat it for a long time, it will become addictive, and the body will gradually accumulate toxins, and the body will become weaker day by day. One day. As for this blue flower bone, it is a detoxification flower, a precious flower that can eliminate toxins like hunger and luxuriant. When Yoshikawa heard this, his forehead and cheeks were covered with sweat, but he still refused to admit to being stupid and said, This is really a magical ingredient, but why does it appear in our restaurant?" "Ha, this is your genius, Uncle Yoshikawa. You know that Uncle Tokugawa will have regular inspections for 2 months. On weekdays, he will use poisonous porridge with kaimao added to it, a week before he has to have an inspection. Then use the porridge made of blue detoxification flowers for detoxification. In this way, the hospital's examination will not find toxins, and you will not be suspected of being on your head. This also explains why you always make blue porridge for Mr. Tokugawa the week before his examination, and red porridge for him on weekdays." Wandering between poisoning and detoxification, although you can't make detox right away, the old man of Chuan died, but his body would deteriorate day by day. If he didn't stop him, he would surely die within a year. Tong Yu did not give Yoshikawa a chance to refute, and put another elbow in front of Yoshikawa Ono and opened it. "I saw that there were 2 ingredients, mao and blue detoxification flowers. These were all found in your resting room. What else do you have to say?" The iron proof is like a mountain. Yoshikawa Ono's plan has completely failed, and at this moment, his face has become hideous. "Stinky brat, you're actually bad for my good deeds. Lousy has to pull a backer even if he goes to jail, go to hell." Yoshikawa is also a hater. He took out the chef he carried with him and stabbed Tong Yu fiercely. "What?" The 2 girls, Hisako and Irina, suddenly screamed when they saw this. "Tong Yu, be careful." Tokugawa Junji shouted and rushed over to stop Yoshikawa. However, Tong Yu stayed on the spot and said coldly, "You are not worthy of being a chef at all, and you actually use your kitchen knife for purposes other than cooking. A scum like you will only tarnish the sacred profession of a chef." When the words fell, Tong Yu disappeared in place at a speed that was almost undetectable to the naked eye. When everyone could see clearly, Tong Yu had taken away the kitchen knife from Yoshikawa and punched him in the abdomen. Yoshikawa, who was hit by Tong Yu's punch, squatted down with his body in the shape of a Z, and finally rolled his eyes and fainted. It seems to be just an ordinary punch, but the power is not trivial. It must be known that Tong Yu's body functions have long been different from ordinary people, and the strength of the whole body is not something that ordinary people can bear. After Yoshikawa was subdued, Tokugawa Junji also called the police, and the police rushed to Yoshikawa and confessed to his crimes. His crimes are not as simple as food poisoning, but also crimes such as intentional murder and unauthorized use of drugs and ingredients. Combined with many crimes, he can only spend the rest of his life in a cell. After Yoshikawa was taken away by the police with cold handcuffs, Pinyu couldn't help sighing softly. "I didn't expect that the plot that appeared in the comics actually happened in this reality, or it's because Yoshikawa watched Dasha. It will make you think badly." That's right, Yoshikawa is not the first chef to use this ingredient. In Dasha 1, an evil chef named Chien also used this ingredient to poison others, and was finally seen by Lu Wangxing and his party passing by. If Yoshikawa had this idea because he watched Dasha 1, Tong Yu, the author, became a sinner indirectly. However, because Yoshikawa came to Tokugawa's restaurant half a year ago, and the Huxia comics had not been officially released half a year ago, so this matter has nothing to do with Tong Yu. Yoshikawa's matter has been resolved. Tong Yu and others did not leave immediately, they still need to do one last thing. In the afternoon, Tong Yu and Hisako worked together to complete a special dish and delivered it to Tokugawa-iha. "Tokugawa, father, this is the dish that Arato and I completed together. It will be of great help to your recovery. I hope you can try it. At this time, a casserole was placed in front of Tokugawa Iha. Hihi, in fact, you don't have to deliberately cook for me, without Yoshikawa's persecution, my body can recover quickly. Iha said with a smile like this. No, if you can't take care of your body, Arato will feel bad, so please try this dish anyway. Tong Yu opened the lid of the casserole, and suddenly several colors of light flew out from it. Afterwards, a colorful rainbow-like porridge was presented in front of everyone. This is an improved and advanced version of 7 colors rainbow porridge jointly made by me and Arato, which can eliminate toxins in the body and increase appetite. 7-color rainbow porridge, this is a recipe in Dasha 1. Made with a variety of ingredients. Red beetroot, its fragrance not only provokes appetite, but also removes all toxins from the body. Green is mung bean, which has a powerful detoxification effect and can further promote physical and mental balance. Yellow is pumpkin, which is a nutrient-rich and very good food for people who are recovering from a serious illness or whose internal organs are weak. 4.4. The white pine cones can nourish the internal organs of the body. Brown longan can warm the body. The original, 7-color rainbow porridge has only these main ingredients. Under the suggestion of Hisako, blue detoxification was added to reconcile, and ingredients such as pork liver and chicken liver were added. To further integrate the nutrition of the whole porridge, it is more helpful for detoxification and recovery of the body. After Tokugawa Iha finished eating this advanced version of 7-color rainbow porridge, his face became ruddy and his complexion recovered very clearly. Although Tokugawa Iha wanted to keep Zhang Yu and others to stay for a few more days, he was politely refused. Because both Tong Yu and Nikiri Arena have to prepare for the cooking of the semifinals. Before leaving, Tokugawa Iha forced 3 million yen as a reward for resolving the crisis in their restaurant. Tong Yu couldn't shirk, and finally had to accept it. Things were finally resolved and Tong Yu returned to Polar Star Dorm that evening. However, because of this incident, Hisako and Irina had a huge change in Tong Yu, especially a subtle change in psychology. This also prepared for Tong Yu to let the two girls open their hearts later. This, saving Hisako, event took 2 days before and after, which means that Tong Yu had less than 3 days to prepare the dishes for the semifinals. Fortunately, Tong Yu has already wanted the recipe to be made, and the next step is to try it out, and there is still time. Tong Yu rushed back to Polar Star Dorm overnight, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening when he entered the gate of Polar Star Dorm. I am back. Tong Yu shouted after entering the lobby on the first floor, and then he could hear a door opening and hurried footsteps coming from upstairs. After a while, the old fox Sōma, Yuki, Ibuzaki, Daigo, Shoji and even Ishiki Satoshi came to Tong Yu, and they all looked at Tong Yu with strange eyes. Didn't I just leave for 2 days? If you think about me like that, they all come to pick me up in person. Tong Yu wondered. Ayu, I heard that you solved the case with the little secretary and Irina, is this true? Do asked excitedly. Tong Yu was stunned, how the people here knew what happened on 22 this morning. In fact, not only everyone in Polar Star Dorm, but now the whole Totsuki knows about this, and the speed of the internet is so fast. But because of this, there are also many versions. Just to solve the case. How did we hear that we were in a hot spring hotel, and we dated for 2 days? Zhao Er asked Tong Yu with a frown. No, I heard that it was Tong Yu who eloped with Irina, and then Hisako disagreed, and the two had a conflict, but the case was finally solved because of a mistake. Dating hot springs, elopement. Tong Yu's mouth twitched, what happened to these various versions of the legend? Ryoko, didn't you tell them the real situation? Tong Yu waited for Shin Ryoko, who was also a little speechless. Shin Liangzi also looked helpless and said, I said, they just don't believe it. For the past few days away from Polar Star Dorm, Tong Yu has been in contact with Ryoko on the phone every day. After all, Ryoko is her girlfriend, and she should report her whereabouts at any time to avoid worrying her. This is what she should do. Please, don't hear hearsay. Others don't know that I have a girlfriend, so don't you guys know. I'm dating 2 girls, and I'm on 3 boats. You read too many novels. Tong Yu said a little bit unbearably. Hey, just solve the case. Yuki said with a pity face, then why is Totsuki so popular now, and there are rumors that Irina was forced to marry by the commander, and then brought Hisako to run away with you, even the commander knows about it. Tong Yu admires who the rumored version is. It's a pity not to write novels with such imagination, genius. It was not until later that Tong Yu knew that the real rumor monger was Nakiri Alice. If it was her, she did have such a rich imagination. Mao Yu briefly recounted what happened in the past 2 days, and everyone in Polar Star Dorm looked regretful after listening to it. It seemed that the story was not the same as the rumors from the outside world. After the explanation, everyone lost their passion and went back to their rooms to rest. Tong Yu, on the other hand, waited for the others to fall asleep, and crept into Shinryoko's room. As for the next thing, it is not suitable for children. For the next 2 days, Tong Yu stayed in the Polar Star Dorm and did not go anywhere, trying to prepare the dishes for the semifinals. At the same time, the 2 days were peaceful and nothing happened. Nothing special happened, but rumors spread all over Totsuki, and the matter of Tong Yu eloping with Irina seemed to be a foregone conclusion. The time soon came to the start of the semifinals. The semifinals of the autumn trials are about to begin. The first is the first duel between Ryo Hayama and Tong Yu. The first is Ryo Hayama, who is known as the spice expert, who plays with the scent of his hands. After Kawashima Rei's words fell, Hayama, who had a ponytail on the back of his head and a grim face, walked out of the aisle and walked to the cooking area. A large-scale competition like this will go through steps such as player debut, introduction to judges, public theme and cooking time, before the official start of cooking. Really, these steps can't be simplified, it's really long-winded every time. Tong Yu complained to himself at the entrance of the channel selection. But at this moment, he heard cheering voices coming from outside, and the voices were wave after wave, with great momentum. Hey, when did Yi Shanliang's popularity become so high? Tong Yu moved a few steps towards the cooking venue in confusion, and at this time he gradually heard the shouts of everyone. Yashan Ryo, kill this B************** D Tong Yu. Come on. Let the guy who eloped with Miss Irina suffer a little and destroy him on behalf of justice. Don't be merciless, take out all your strength. That's right, you dare to take action against our first-year goddess, you mustn't let him go. Tong Yu was in a cold sweat, and he realized that it was not Yi Shanliang's popularity, but because of rumors that Tong Yu had become the public enemy of all the students in the first grade. Whether in the hearts of boys or girls, Irina is the perfect existence, the object of their worship. Now that their goddess is dating other people, or even elopes, of course they are heartbroken. 090, the next person to appear is Tong Yu, who is currently the 9th seed of Totsuki. Let's welcome him with warm applause. Kawashima Rei said, pointing to the passage where Tong Yu appeared. Tong Yu came out under great pressure. After walking out of the passage, there was a lot of scolding around, no cheers, and constant cheers. If it weren't for the fact that today's game is between the moon and the sky, and there are sponsors and special guests at the same time, they can't make some excessive moves, or Tong Yu will not just be swallowed by saliva. Next up are 5 reviewers, who are graduates who took the time to serve as reviewers. After Rei Kawashima finished speaking, the 5 judges also appeared in the public eye, and the graduates led by Dojima Jin appeared at the cooking venue. Ah, it's actually Chef Dojima. He's going to be the judge of this semi-final. Not just the Dojima chef, but also the Suwon chef and the dry chef. Are those 2 very young women also graduates? Idiot, those are Chef Kikuchi and Chef Kakazaki. They are both strong women who have their own restaurants within 3 years of graduation. Be careful when you speak. That's right, in addition to Dojima Jin, there are also Fuyumi Mizuhara, Inui Hinako, Katazaki, and Kikuchi Kamura working as judges this time. After Dojima Jin took a microphone from Kawashima Rei, she began to speak. Hello everyone, in the semi-finals of the autumn audition, a jury of 5 of us will be responsible for the tasting of cooking. The appearance of Dojima Jin and other graduates made many students at the scene have lingering fears. These not only refer to the students of the 92nd class, but also the students of the previous class, who can't forget the fear of being dominated by Dojima Jin in the residential training. When the time came to 9 o'clock sharp, Kawashima Rei came to the middle of the cooking venue and announced loudly, "Cooking theme, Western style main course, the time is 3 hours." Then I announced the first group of competition, the cooking begins. The sound of the announcement began, and there were cheers from the audience again, and words such as, representing justice and destroying Tong Yu, can still be heard. It's Tong Yu, I remember the other student's name is Ryo Hayama, right? After Inui Hinako sat down, she realized that the 2 contestants were the 2 who impressed her the most during the residential training. When Inui Hinako saw Tong Yu, he immediately thought of the bounce turtle soup he made, and he still can't forget the taste of that dish. I seem to have heard that Tong Yu is already an Elite 10, and he was an ordinary student before. Dojima Jin said suddenly. Yep. Fuyumi Mizuhara was puzzled and said, I remember that Elite 10 don't have to participate in the autumn trials. It seems so, he should have his own ideas when he chooses to participate. And Tong Yu is not the only Elite 10 participating in the autumn audition this time. Is Chef Dojima talking about the granddaughter of the school commander? Well, this autumn audition is full of highlights. Dojima Jin, Fuyumi Mizuhara, and Inui Hinako chatted with gusto, but Katazaki Ryu and Kikuchienko didn't say a word, and both of them turned their attention to Tong Yu. Especially Katazaki Ryu, who looked at Tong Yu with brilliance in his eyes, seemed unwilling to miss every cooking step of Tong Yu. Look, Hayama is processing the ingredients. An abrupt voice came from the front row of the audience, and everyone followed the sound and saw that Yi Shanliang took out a chicken to deal with. It's chicken, is he planning to cook chicken dishes? And it's not an ordinary turkey, it's a Satsuma turkey. Someone in the audience could see the type of turkey that Hayama Ryo brought out. There are 3 famous native chickens in Japan, namely, Nagoya chicken, Hainei chicken, and Satsumoji chicken. The 3 local chickens have their own characteristics, but there is no doubt that they are the best among the chickens, and the meat is extremely delicious. The Satsuma chicken was originally a kind of ornamental fighting C****k that came from the mating of chickens and military chickens in the Kagoshima area. Because of the fighting genes flowing in the blood, the meat of the Satsuma chicken is tender and sweet, the proportion of water and fat is just right, and it is rich in amino acids, so it won the best prize in the major chicken cooking competitions. Hearing the chatter in the audience, Tong Yu turned around and looked at the cooking station looking at Yi Shanliang. Has something changed? Mao Yu remembered that in this game in the original book, Yi Shanliang's main ingredient was duck, but now it was replaced by Satsuma chicken. When Inui Hinako saw that Ryo Hayama brought out Satsuma chicken as the main ingredient, he couldn't help squinting slightly, and said, Satsuma chicken is a very good ingredient. Is Ryo Hayama a spice expert? He seems to understand his advantages very well. Well, a chef's sense of taste is a drawer of all the past flavors, which is accumulated by experience. On top of this, if his sense of smell is good enough to distinguish specific varieties of spices in a spice mix, it can be said that his cooking skills have been boosted several times. Dojima Jin also stared at Yi Shanliang and said, Sister Shiomi's adopted son, in addition to his natural good sense of smell, he has been receiving Totsuki's formal education since the 1st grade of the middle school. It is very likely that he will be the next Elite 10 in this 1st grade. Fuyumi Mizuhara also spoke. When he heard this, Katazaki finally couldn't help but said, Why are you all optimistic about Hayama Ryo? Now his opponent is Elite 10, this black boy is definitely not an opponent. Hey, are you still so direct, did you express your heart so quickly? Inui Hinako stared at Katazaki Ryu with a joke. Just when Jiao Zaki was about to explode, Tong Yu's weird behavior attracted everyone's attention. Look, Zhang Yu took out the main ingredient, and it turned out to be fish. What a big fish, what kind of fish is this? There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and some people didn't know the type of fish that Tong Yu brought out. I saw that the fish that Tong Yu took out from the cooking table was more than 1 meter long, and it was initially estimated that the weight had reached more than 10 pounds. The body of the fish is stout, nearly cylindrical, with a round abdomen and no ventral ribs. The dorsal fin is located above the pelvic fin, and the outer edge is straight. The color of the whole body is blue-gray, and the back is darker. The well-informed Dojima Jin saw the species of the fish at a glance and said, "This is a herring." Herring, one of the 4 traditional freshwater aquaculture fish, lives in many freshwater lakes in Japan. It's actually a herring, but such a big fish took out 5 at a time. Are you planning to let the judges have 1 for each person? Wouldn't it be too wasteful? It's not a waste of money, 5 fish of this size would be difficult to handle. Wait, there's a gas canister flamethrower next to the cooking table. Did Tong Yu use this tool before? Hey, there is not only one strange prop, but also a long iron chain. What is this for? That's right, there are all kinds of strange props on Tong Yu's cooking table at this time. Gas canisters, flamingos, a few thick, big black iron chains, an earth-colored clay pot, and a lot of firewood underfoot. In addition, there are glass jars with mixed spices. The main ingredients are herring and iron chains. It's difficult. Could it be that Tong Yu is going to make that dish? Jiao Zaki suddenly realized something. Not only Katazaki Ryu, Jio, obtained, Itaruki, Ishiki Satoshi, Hisako, Hojo Miyoko who knew that Tong Yu is the author of Zhonghua Ichiban also guessed what Tong Yu was going to cook tianxiong roasted herring. But tianxiong herring is a Huxia style, right? The theme of this showdown is a Western-style main dish. Is it to be improved? Jiao Zaki thought to himself. Tong Yu's face was serious, and his hands crossed the 5 herrings one by one. The super tactile ability was deployed, and Tong Yu knew all the information about the herring's salvage time, death time, temperature, and so on. Excellent quality, so hurry up. Tong Yu took out the prepared Yongling knife and first made several small slits on the backs of the 5 herrings, then took out the prepared oil from the small clay pot and spread it evenly on the fish, and finally picked up the iron chain to hold the 5 herrings firmly. Controlled on the chain. After doing all this, Tong Yu picked up the wood under his feet that not many people noticed and came to the most open part of the cooking area. Compare. Tong Yu used thick iron chains to handle the herring and fastened each herring weighing more than 10 kilograms. After doing this work, he saw him carrying a large amount of wood to the open position in the middle of the cooking field. The firewood was piled up in a circle. After the pile was a full 1 meter high, Tong Yu picked up the gas tank fire gun on the cooking table and came to the round pile of firewood. Seeing this, many people in the audience were stunned. What is he doing? It won't be the same as last time, make a big move. The so-called big movement refers to the fact that when Tong Yu and Aishin were eating halberds, they used animal fat to set fire to a large vat of grilled fish. Because of that incident, many people were discussing whether Tong Yu was a god of fire, and there was nothing at all in such a high temperature. Of course, many people who haven't seen it with their own eyes simply don't believe that Tong Yu can cook in a sea of fire. But they were about to see it, because Tong Yu had already set all the firewood on fire with a gas canister torch. The firewood has been soaked in grease in advance, and the flammability is very high, and it will burn at a point. All the firewood was lit, and the temperature of the air surrounding the cooking area rose sharply. Since the firewood was stacked 1 meter high, the burning flames also exceeded 2 meters, forming a circle like a closed wall of flames. This scene was quite spectacular and amazing. Audiences who have not seen this battle of 100 are all taken aback and don't understand what Tong Yu is doing with such a big move. Soon they saw that Tong Yu picked up the iron chain holding the 5 herrings with both hands, and walked towards the fire wall that formed a circle, and everyone realized what he might do next. No, he's going to make grilled fish this way. Hey, stop him quickly, he is setting himself on fire. Many people in the auditorium exclaimed, and Tong Yu rushed into the ring of fire with 5 herrings. What? Seeing this scene, many people screamed. Quick, put out the fire, this guy must be crazy. Hey, staff, don't you save people? Only a small number of people who didn't look carefully were shouting, but the security guards and staff members with fire hydrants around them did not rush into the fire to save people at the first time, because they could see from the big screen at the scene. The situation of Tong Yu in Sea of Fire. Tong Yu was at the center of the circle surrounded by the Sea of Fire at this time, and his position was not swallowed by the flames, so it was safe for the time being. Although the flames would not directly burn Tong Yu's body, in the center of the Sea of Fire, the heat was still unimaginable. Tong Yu would never be able to withstand such a temperature if he had not obtained the super tactile energy, C, force. However, the current situation is different. Tong Yu already has the ability of super fusion, which has a certain immune effect against high temperature, and can also perfectly control the temperature of fire. In other words, Tong Yu actually has all the abilities of the explosive chef, Subcan, including the same skills, recipes and so on. What he is going to do now is, jianxiong to herring, one of Asia's best dishes. Jianxiong's Moxibustion herring is a dish that Yakin once made on the Yangtze River. With this dish, he was tied with Lu Angxing's 2 dishes, Big Bang twice-cooked pork and flame-roasted suckling pig. The quality of this dish is self-evident, and it is one of the top recipes in Zhonghua Ian. But Tong Yu can't use gunpowder to blow up the Yangtze River like Yakin now, and set the river on fire. So he had to try his best to lay out the prototype for making this dish. In fact, in the final analysis, Yakin can make all kinds of amazing, flame dishes, on different river and lake surfaces. In fact, it is because he has a super sense of touch, and his mastery of the heat has reached the pinnacle, so no matter where it is made, he can grasp the most delicious moment of cooking. The same is true for Tong Yu. As long as he has a super tactile sense and the ability to heat up to a certain level, he can make this dish even if he is not on the river or lake. Moreover, Tong Yu is not just a single re-engraving this time. To conform to the Western-style theme of the dual theme means to make improvements. This is not a single problem of not being afraid of high temperature and having a physique that is different from ordinary people. Not counting the weight of the iron chain, the weight of 5 herrings alone has reached 50 kilograms. However, he can lift the ground so easily, this arm strength how amazing. Dojima Jin stared at the childlike face on the big screen. Fuyumi Mizuhara was also surprised at the moment. Rao, as the chef, was the first time she saw someone use this cooking method, and she couldn't find words to describe the scene at this time. Like Fuyumi Mizuhara, most people don't know what to say now, but one thing is certain, from the surprise on their faces, it can be seen that they are looking forward to what Tong Yu will cook next. Look, he moved, what is he doing? Tong Yu, who was in the Sea of Fire, took off his upper body clothes, held 3 herrings in his right hand and 2 in his left, and turned the thick iron chain antelope. Tianxiong flame wheel. Tong Yu gave a low drink and used this cooking skill. This trick is a must-have for cooking Tianxiong herring. As Tong Yu used his cooking skills, the herring in his hand also cut open the surrounding fire wall. Because the incision was deeply drawn in the direction of the fish head, the herring was tied with an iron chain, and then held in the hand. Due to the high-temperature fire wall all around, the centrifugal force made the sauce applied to the fish deep. It penetrates quickly into the fish, and the surrounding high-temperature fire wall can bounce the excess sauce off the fish. Repeatedly, the herring will be more flavorful and evenly heated everywhere. This is also the essence of Tianxiong herring. 5 herrings followed Tong Yu's dance, and the fish cut through the fire wall like a sharp blade. At this time, some audience members in the front row and the 5 judges on the judging platform also saw Tong Yu's fire wall within the fire wall. Figure. This, if I hadn't seen this cooking method with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe it. But grilling the fish like this is just grandstanding, isn't it safer to grill it on normal charcoal? It's too dangerous. Obviously, some people don't agree with Tong Yu's cooking, because the iron chain in his hand fell off a little, and he fell into the sea of fire. Those who came to the audience seats had to either die or be maimed. No, although there is a certain danger in doing so, when the iron chain rotates the herring, centrifugal force is used to make the oil of the herring and the sauce on the outside spread further throughout the whole body of the fish. Anyone in the know knows that Zhang Yu's actions are definitely not for the effect of the show, especially the 5 judges on the judges' side can see the situation of Tong Yu in Sea of Fire more clearly. When Tong Yu spins his hands on the herring, he also retracts and unwinds the iron chain from time to time, changing the diameter of the rotation so that the herring can be roasted at different levels of temperature. In the process of roasting the herring, Tong Yu stopped 3 times in total. On 2 occasions, everyone could see that he was smearing sauce and spices on the body of the fish. As for the last time, they could not see clearly. In addition to the explosion of the program effect, the cooking series made by Yakin also has an obvious feature fast. In the original plot of Daxia 1, Yakin and Lu Subaru had a big confrontation in the Yangtze River. After Lu Angxing completed 2 dishes first, Yakin started production, almost at the last time. The second duel between the two was also completed in a lot of time ahead of schedule. So, less than 30 minutes after the cooking time passed, Tong Yu announced the completion of the meal. Less than 30 minutes after the cooking time passed, Tong Yu walked out of the Sea of Fire with 5 herrings that had already been roasted and had a tempting aroma. Everyone saw Tong Yu come to the cooking table, take 5 herrings off the chain, and put them into oval white dinner plates. Putting the lemon slices and the like prepared just now as a decoration next to the herring, he walked over to the judging table with the plate in his hand. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. This is done. The speed is too fast. Send, you finished her cooking so quickly. The cooking time has passed in less than 30 minutes. Yuki said in surprise. The cooking time is 3 hours, is Au too anxious? Yeah, from the quarterfinals to now, it feels like the first team will always lose. Daigo and Shoji also said the same thing, thinking that Tong Yu needn't be in such a hurry to finish the dishes. And in many food loads and this final, they seem to have discovered the law of the first to lose. Don't worry, Au won't do anything unsure, and it's still such an important semifinal. Ibuzaki said. Everyone knew this, but seeing Tong Yu finishing the dishes so quickly made them a little worried. At this time, Tong Yu also presented 5 dishes to the judges. Everyone, this is the French Jinxiong herring I made, please taste it. Tong Yu raised his right hand and said. Since Tong Yu came out of the Sea of Fire and placed the dishes directly, he didn't remember to put on clothes before he came. When walking to the judging stage like this, Inui Hinako looked back and forth on Tong Yu. Student Tong Yu, I didn't see that you had a good figure before. Inui Hinako looked at Tong Yu like a hooligan. Dojima Jin, who also loves exercising, also nodded secretly at Tong Yu's fit body. I'm sorry because I wanted to serve it up immediately because of the deliciousness of the food, so I didn't remember to do other things. Tong Yu explained it like this, so as not to be mistaken by others as a hooligan. French grilled fish, this is a common dish in French cuisine, but it seems a little too monotonous compared to traditional French grilled fish, Dojima Jin said, looking at the dishes in front of him. A traditional French grilled fish, with cuttlefish as the main ingredient, served with a sauce made of tomato and lemon. The practice is that after the cuttlefish is cleaned, marinated with bay leaves, olive oil, black pepper and other seasonings, tomato and lemon are made into sauce in advance, and then used with grilled sauce to brush on the fish. Lay the fish on a baking tray with the onion on the bottom, so that the fish is delicious and not easy to stick to the baking tray. Preheat the oven at 220 degrees for 5 minutes, and bake it for 15 minutes first. After taking out, brush with a layer of sauce and continue to bake for 10 minutes, brush with another layer of sauce and bake for 5 minutes to complete. This is the most authentic way, but with the continuous innovation of chefs, French grilled fish has many ways. The main ingredients are not limited to cuttlefish, other fish are also available, and the combination of side dishes and sauces is also endless. Obviously it's okay to use herring as the main ingredient, but there are no other side dishes other than lemon and tomato, only a full-bodied grilled fish is placed on the plate. That's why Dojima Jin said that this dish looks very monotonous because there are no edible side dishes. Let's try it first. Dojima Jin didn't continue to say anything, and grilled fish doesn't have to be accompanied by side dishes, because the side dishes are also to enhance the taste of grilled fish. Several other graduates also picked up chopsticks one after another, but when they used chopsticks to pierce the flesh of the grilled fish, the flesh on the surface of the herring spread out like flowers in full bloom. The meat on one side of the herring was originally standing up, but because several judges poked the fish with chopsticks, the fish fell down along the initial cut, revealing the white flesh inside. At this time, the smell of fish mixed with the smell of spices came to the nostrils, and the fragrance was strong, instantly arousing the appetite of the 5 judges. The fish meat is automatically spread out along the incision. I didn't expect that his grasp of the heat and the ingredients of herring has reached this point. Also, the aroma is not entirely due to the taste of the sauce and spices, and the oil of the herring itself is completely stimulated by the high-temperature roasting. Amid such exclamations, Dojima Jin and other 5 judges tried the grilled fish one after another. Just taking a bite, the expressions of several people suddenly solidified, and then they saw the ghostly expressions of Inui Hinako and Kikuchienko. After taking the second bite, the deliciousness exploded in the mouth, and women such as Inui Hinako only felt that the clothes on their bodies also burst with the deliciousness of the fish. 4 flowers. It looks like a rough dish, but the meat of the fish is so delicate. The sauce and spices are fully integrated into the fish, and the deliciousness is really incredible. The chopsticks in Dojima Jin's hand didn't. The method stopped, and kept picking up the fish with chopsticks and feeding it into the mouth. Fuyumi Mizuhara's face was also flushed. She endured a little trembling and said with her right hand, "The fire, the heat is too perfect." Under the action of centrifugal force, the spices, sauces and the oil of the herring are mixed and spread evenly all over the body, at the same time. Under the action of centrifugal force, all the silt, mud and fishy smell are shaken off, and there is no peculiar smell at all. It seems that the grilled fish without the menu taste has already surpassed the world. And it's not just about centrifugal force. Inui Hinako picked up the chopsticks and poked different parts of the herring, with a ruddy face. Under such a big fire, the color of the roast is like it was slowly roasted with a small fire, and it is not burnt at all. No matter where the chopsticks are placed on the fish body, the flesh of the fish will spread out immediately. The uniformity of the heat is unbelievable. When he heard this, Yi Shanliang was also surprised. How can it be possible to achieve uniformity under such circumstances? As we all know, when making things like grilled fish, its characteristic is that there will be scorched and blackened conditions, not to mention Tong Yu in that kind of fire, not only can't achieve uniformity, but will be. As the fire spreads, there are more and more severe signs of scorch. But now the 5 herrings placed by the judges are so perfectly grilled, like fish stewed with a warm fire, there is no flaw at all. Another important point is that this kind of cooking took only half an hour before and after Tong Yu. Although Yi Shanliang had already realized the gap between Tong Yu and Tong Yu, he didn't expect the gap to be so obvious. The Apiquia-style grilled chicken breast he later brought out was far less delicious than the one made by Tong Yu. French Tianxiong roasted herring. Tong Yu won in the form of crushing. Although there were still people shouting, "Heartless man," after the game, Tong Yu's strength has been recognized by most of the people on the scene. And after this game, Tong Yu also has a new nickname, Vulcan. Sichuan. At the end of the morning game, Tong Yu and Shin Ryoko quietly left Yuishin's and went to a restaurant outside the school to enjoy a sweet lunch for two. After eating and drinking, the two of them hand in hand and slowly returned to the moon and sky. Since Yuji and the others were asked to occupy the seat in advance, there is no need to worry about not being able to grab a good seat for eating melons. When Tong Yu and Kami Ryoko found the Polar Star dorm crowd, they found that the afternoon game had already begun. This round of duel is Yukihira Sōma vs Nakiri Arena. The theme of the duel, cooking time, etc. are the same as in the morning, and the judges are still Dojima Jin and other 5 graduates. Ayu, Ryoko, where are you going? You're here so late, and you agreed to cheer up with Sōma. Yuki complained softly as she looked at Tong Yu and Shin Ryoko who were sitting down. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm late because I have something to do. These words immediately drew 103 to Dao's contemptuous eyes. It's strange to believe you must go on a date again. Kami Ryoko and Tong Yu were originally lovers, and it was normal to have a date. Everyone in Polar Star dorm just mentioned this, and then turned their attention to Sōma and Irina, who were starting to cook in front of the cooking table. Ayu, with what you know about Irina, do you think Sōma has a chance to win? Yuki asked suddenly. Why are you asking me, and you said it like I knew Irina very well. Tong Yu was speechless. Hey, you all. Yuki almost said slippery mouth and hurriedly changed her tone. You two solved the case together, so you should know each other better, right? Well, to be honest, Sōma has a very small chance of winning, but it's not completely impossible. Not to mention other things, he is much worse than Irina in terms of talent and ability in a single round. Tong Yu said. Tong Yu knows the original work and has a certain understanding of everyone's strength at this point in time. Apart from him, the transmigrator, the strongest in the first year is Irina, there is no doubt about this. Not to mention Irina, the winner of the Autumn Trials, in the original book is Hayama Ryo, and Sōma's strength can only barely tie with Kurikiba Ryo. Therefore, with the development of the original work, Sōma has no chance of winning against Irina at this time. The reason why Tong Yu said that he had a chance to win is because Sōma was instructed by Tong Yu, and his strength has improved a lot compared with the original work at the same time point. Talent is really important, why don't I have that fate? Tong Yu's words made Yuji sigh like this. At this moment, Sōma took out the main ingredient he prepared, which was actually 5 chickens. Tong Yu saw these chickens and felt familiar. After a while, he suddenly thought of something. Wait, these shouldn't be all Polar Star chickens. Yuki, this is your baby, are you willing to use it for Sōma? Hearing Tong Yu's words, Yuki immediately recovered from the loss just now, with confidence and pride on her face. Hey, it's Naruto that I specifically allowed to use. Sōma said that only a stage like the moon and the sky is suitable for Polar Star chicken to appear. I think what he said is very reasonable, maybe it will make those graduates agree with me babes, Yoshino said with bright eyes. It turned out to be like this, but I think those graduates are very likely to agree with your success in labor. Tong Yu said. Yuki became even more excited when she heard this. Ayu, are you telling the truth? Don't lie to me. But it still depends on how Sōma cooks, no matter how good your babies taste, it's useless to cook them in a mess. Hey, if that Yukihira guy is wasting my darlings, I'll let him get out of here lying down. At this moment, Tong Yu and the others felt that Yuki exuded the same terrifying aura as when Su's usual anger. Sure enough, the position of the second generation of the Polar Star dorm's hostel is definitely hers. Marui saw that Sōma was slow to deal with it, but stared at the chicken, and couldn't help but wonder, what is Yukihira doing, why haven't you dealt with the chicken? Do you want to temporarily change the cooking process? Damn it, this kid doesn't really want to spoil my baby. Yuki said angrily. However, at this moment, Zhen Chuang's hands suddenly changed into claws, and the sound of the joints could be heard between the claws opening and closing. Seeing this, Tong Yu's mouth twitched into a smile and said, "Oh, are you going to use that trick so soon? Yep. Everyone in Polar Star Dorm remembered to ask Tong Yu what he meant when they came, and Sōma waved his hands with a serious face. At this moment, the cooking skills were used, and Sōma's hands in the form of claws were quickly waving on the 5 chickens. In less than 2 minutes, the chicken feathers of the 5 chickens were all pulled off. Sōma's plucking of chicken feathers with his bare hands attracted the exclamations of Polar Star Dorm and the audience, but he didn't stop there, only to see that he put his hand deep into the chicken's belly again, and then the chicken's internal organs and bones were also rooted. Was pulled out. When seeing this scene, the auditorium finally exploded. Just plucking the chicken feathers with bare hands, without using a kitchen knife, just use your hands to handle the entrails and bones of the chicken. Difficult, are his hands as sharp as a kitchen knife? Dojima Jin at the judging platform was also intrigued, watching Sōma's movements and nodded secretly. Handling a whole chicken with your bare hands may seem inconceivable to others, but as long as you know enough about chicken, you can still do it. Yukihira Sōma is like this, the body structure of the chicken ingredient, and even the position of each bone is well known. Coupled with the skilled technique, great strength, and extraordinary speed, it is not surprising that this can be done. I didn't expect Yukihira Sōma to grow up so fast, as expected of your son Joichiro. Everyone in Polar Star Dorm was also dumbfounded, thinking that Sōma had been learning various skills with Tong Yu, and thinking of what Tong Yu said just now, they immediately guessed that this was the new skill that Tong Yu gave Sōma. That's right, the trick Sōma used just now was the Arhat Tiger Claw Pull. This trick is the unique stunt of Jin Mao Hu Luo Ku, which can completely remove the feathers, internal organs and bones of a chicken with iron claws on the fingers. However, Sōma did not use iron claws here, and did it with bare hands. If you think about it carefully, it is not surprising that this move does not need chi to start, as long as you know enough about the body structure of chickens, you can do it. Without the help of iron, this requires higher strength and skill. Sōma also put in a lot of sweat in order to use this cooking skill perfectly. However, the hard work pays off. He finally learned this trick a few days ago, and today he can't wait to show it. Among the many dark stunts, Luohan Tiger Claw pulling is one of the few stunts that does not require very high cooking skills. If you have more advanced cooking skills, such as fighting bull and qinglong slash, arhat and qilin breaking, etc., you need to control the chi in the body to perform. These stunts are currently out of reach for Sōma et al. In general, Sōma's ability to perform the Arhat Tiger Claw pull is mainly due to his personal efforts. This kind of skill that does not require chi to activate is entirely the mastery of hard work and skills, and has nothing to do with the talent mastered. In the original semi-final scenario, Sōma played in the first round, and the opponent was Mei, and the dish was Western beef. The current situation is obviously different from the original, he is in the second round, and the opponent is also replaced by a stronger Nikiri arena. Meanwhile, the main ingredient used in Sōma is Polar Star chicken, borrowed from Yuki. What kind of dishes do you cook with a Western-style main course that uses chicken as the main ingredient? Just as Sōma finished processing the 5 chickens, Irina brought out her main ingredient. Foie gras? Everyone was slightly surprised. Foie gras, together with caviar and truffle, is listed as the 3 treasures in the world. It is one of the high-grade ingredients. It tastes delicious and suitable for all ages. Among them, French-style foie gras is a fine product among foie gras. Because of its unique fresh and delicious flavor, it is regarded as the top 3 delicacies in the world by Europeans and Americans. Irina-sama brought out very high-quality ingredients, but foie gras is an appetizer in Western cuisine, right? It is true, but Lord Irina must know this, she should improve it. After Irina took out the foie gras, she put one of the pieces on the cutting board, took the knife in her right hand and cut it into equal-sized pieces, then placed it on a white plate on the side, and marinated it with black pepper and salt. Unlike other meats, foie gras itself does not have much peculiar smell, and does not require too complicated cooking. Putting too much seasoning will affect its original taste. Irina is well aware of this, and just took very simple steps when dealing with this part of the foie gras. Tong Yu also paid attention to Irina's cooking station and found that in addition to foie gras, there are pork, onion, tomato and other ingredients. As expected of Queen Sundra, I can't see her intention at all. So, what about Sōma? What is this going to do? Tong Yu turned his eyes to Sōma again. I saw that Sōma had already oiled the 5 prepared polar star chickens. The so-called oiling is the process of putting the spare raw materials into the oil pan for preliminary heat treatment. Passing oil can make the taste of the dishes smooth and tender, maintain and increase the bright color of the raw materials, and is rich in the flavor characteristics of the dishes, and can also remove the peculiar smell of the raw materials. When the oil is over, it is necessary to correctly grasp the temperature of the oil according to the size of the oil pan, the nature of the raw materials and the amount of materials to be fed. For this, Sōma, who has 10 years of kitchen experience, can naturally grasp it, and he can barely pass the heat. After the chicken is oiled, put it back into the oven for a set time and bake slowly. At this time, the rice made by Sōma was also ready, and I saw that he put the cooked rice into a large plate, and then added a large box of milk and stirred it evenly. A piece of butter in the pot has completely melted. Sōma immediately stir-fry the chopped onion, and when the surface is a little golden, pour in the rice and fry together. When they saw this, many people were puzzled. Rice with chicken, it doesn't look like a Western way, but it looks like Japanese and Wuxia cooking. Because there are very few dishes that can be paired with rice in Western cuisine, and the theme is also limited to Western main dishes. The cooking process seemed a little long, and Tong Yu was also a little bored. After talking to Ryoko, he stood up and went outside to the moon and sky to get some air. After walking around, Tong Yu felt that it was almost time before he returned to the auditorium, but when he reached a certain part of the auditorium, he saw a familiar back. "Huh, you seem to be worried about Irina?" Tong Yu asked in front of Hisako. In fact, when Tong Yu walked in just now, he saw Hisako sitting here alone, and he didn't come to say hello when he was with Ryoko. No, with Miss Irina's strength, she will definitely win the game. Hisako looked a little unnatural when he saw Tong Yu sitting beside him. "Are you all right?" Tong asked again, "Sitting next to you, Hisako?" Hisako nodded lightly. "Well, I've figured it out, you're right. In the end, it's still my own lack of strength, no, but I can't leave Miss Irina yet. If I leave, she will have no friends. Irina miss, she's really lonely." "Hey, I said you, why do you always misunderstand what I mean? I'm not asking you to leave Irina, just to make you self-aware. Don't always think about being the one yen second child, the goal should be loose, higher and farther," said Tong Yu. "I thought you wanted me to be your secret." Before Hisako could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Rei Kawashima's shouting from the cooking hall. "The Yukihira contestant has finished cooking, and now it's time to enter the judging stage." Following this voice, everyone in the audience turned their attention to the cooking that Sōma had prepared. I saw a whole chicken with a golden brown surface on a large plate, and a poached egg that was cracked next to it. MJU4NDA2NTC3ODM1NDA1MZU10JU smiley face. The outside of the plate is decorated with light red sauce, and the whole dish looks more aesthetically pleasing. "Hey, what's this, a whole chicken with a poached egg? Chicken is bulging, it looks suspicious." The dishes prepared by Sōma were also quickly sent to the 5 graduate judges including Dojima Jin. "Yukihira Sōma, what is the name of this dish?" Dojima Jin asked, looking at the food in front of him. "Well, the name of this dish is Family Rice Bowl," Sōma said with a very magical smile on his face, raising his fingers. Upon hearing the name of this dish, all the judges except Dojima 103 Silver were shocked. "Send. Parent-child rice bowl. You, what are you talking about? Do you know what the theme is this time?" Sōma still had a smirk on his face and said, I know that the theme of this showdown is a Western-style main course, but this parent-child rice bowl I made is indeed a Western-style main course, and it's a great French-style main course. French main course, do it yourself. Everyone can't imagine what kind of dish this is. When Tong saw Sōma serving this dish, his expression also showed surprise. This dish was actually made by Sōma in the plot of the original book. In the plot of the field practice, in the original book, Sōma's second practice place is the branch opened by Shinomiya Kojiro in Japan. During his internship at the Shinomiya Kojiro branch, Sōma's cooking skills were sharpened, and this dish was created by chance. Originally the main ingredient of this recipe was crane scissors, but now Sōma has replaced it with polar star chicken. However, since the polar star chicken bred by Yuki is small, it is not much bigger than the crane crow after treatment. So, at the moment, this dish is not much different from the original Sōma's crane crow's own rice bowl. Sōma can make such dishes at this point in time. Obviously, his strength has improved very quickly, which is all thanks to Tong Yu's guidance. Well, this taste. After Dojima Jin took the knife and fork and cut the chicken belly, the sauce mixed with the rice kept overflowing, and the aroma rose slowly along the slit and entered the nostrils. The aroma surprised several judges, and the other 4 judges hurriedly picked up a knife and fork and cut a piece of chicken into their mouths. Eat and taste slowly, the powerful force that starts from the cooking seems to blow several people away. This chicken is so delicious, the smooth and tender chicken and the deliciousness of the rice come together perfectly, taste. The 5 basic components of parent-child rice bowls are chicken, eggs, rice, onions and condiments, but the 5 different components are made in French cooking methods, which indeed fits the theme and can be regarded as one of the Western-style main dishes. A meal. But what the hell is going on? Dojima Jin put down his knife and fork after tasting a few mouthfuls in a row and saw Sōma ask, if you put ingredients in the chicken, it will leak out during further cooking, and the rice may also stick to the together, without being grainy like this. Ha, I also learned this trick from Mr. Tong Yu. 2. Sōma explained, Tong Yu got inspiration from the round ball rice cooker he made in the preliminaries. I think other ingredients can be used as a protective film to prevent side leakage, cracking, etc. The situation. The protective film of my cooking is cabbage. The cabbage, as a protective film. It turned out to be like this. The 5 graduates are all very powerful people, and they understood immediately after hearing Sōma's prompt. Sōma's method is very simple, wrap the blanched and seasoned cabbage with all the filling inside, and then stuff it into the chicken, so that it can perfectly avoid the exposed situation, and the cabbage is crunchy and sweet. The taste of the chicken combines the deliciousness of the chicken, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The inspiration for Sōma came from the kai hua guo ba made by Tong Yu. In order to prevent the crock-pot ball from bursting when filling the filling, the protective measure for this dish is to stick the oiled beef on the inside of the iron ball that makes the crock-pot. The cabbage in the Sōma dish is equivalent to the beef in the kai hua guo ba, which acts as a protective layer. It's really interesting dishes that can actually reflect the French cooking style of rice bowls. Well, it is indeed a creative dish that breaks the tradition, isn't it, Miss Liu? Humph, let's do it reluctantly. Jiao Zaki said this and secretly muttered in his heart, this is far worse than the cooking made by Tong Yu, and the heat and taste are far from enough. Yukihira, I have one last question, what kind of chicken is the main ingredient in your recipe, and why is it so small? Dojima Jin asked. You said this is our Polar Star dorm game expert, the Polar Star chicken bred by Yuki. Sōma briefly explained that Polar Star chicken raised by Yuki, and Dojima Jin was surprised after hearing this, because the chicken itself is not much worse than the morning Hayama Ryo Satsuma chicken. I thought it would be a special breed of chicken raised on a farm, but I didn't expect it to be bred by a first-year student at Polar Star dorm. Because of this incident, Yuki's reputation has also improved a lot, and after that, partners have come to her for cooperation, which is also a turning point in her life. After Soma's dish, Nakiri Irina's dish was served. What is this dish? The 5 judges were stunned by Irina's dishes, which were so beautiful that they looked like works of art. There are 5 or 6 pieces of foie gras placed on a white plate. Each piece of foie gras has a different color, and if you look closely, you will find that each piece of foie gras has a 2-layer structure. The top layer is fried foie gras to give it the golden brown color it deserves, and the bottom layer is earthy in color. The colors are distinct, and at the same time, the plate and decoration are extremely beautiful, adding countless beauty to this dish. What's the matter with the color of this foie gras, and a piece of foie gras has 2 layers of structure? It seems that it absorbs the color of the sauce to become like this. It's a bit unbearable to do it like a work of art. After a few sighs, several judges finally picked up a knife and fork and put a piece of foie gras into their mouths. After eating, the judges immediately understood why the foie gras had a 2-layer structure. It turns out that the foie gras on the upper layer is the foie gras that Irina cut into pieces at the beginning, and the lower layer is a semi-fake foie gras made of foie gras and pork together with other seasonings. Foie gras already has the best and delicious taste after simple cooking, and it is even more layered when it is layered. The cooking method of foie gras is a more traditional way. It is simply marinated with red wine and pepper and then fried on a small fire, which will slowly stimulate the deliciousness of foie gras, but the amazing part of this dish is not the foie gras. It's the taste, but the powerful deliciousness of this sauce combined with the foie gras. Dojima Jin said. Red wine, blueberry jam, blackcurrant, blueberry juice, gooseberry, blackberry, etc. There are at least 7 or 8 kinds of sauces, and the flavors of these sauces bring the flavor of foie gras to the extreme. The mixed wine, red wine, western vinegar, fruits, etc. in this sauce are not all cooked in their original form, so they can create such a deep taste. Although many sauces are mixed together, it seems very simple, but in reality the average person simply can't do it. That's right, there is a misalignment in this, which will lead to extra miscellaneous and bitter tastes, which is a very risky job. The characteristics of the ingredients and the degree of fit when they are matched must be perfectly and absently combined. The only one who can do this is the tongue of God. The 5 judges felt the power of God's tongue from Irina's cooking, a dish that can only be cooked in the field called God's tongue. Sōma finally tasted this French double sauce foie gras made by Irina, and after eating it, he fell into the deliciousness of this dish. By the time Sōma recovered, the 5 judges had declared Irina the winner and entered the final. With regret and unwillingness, Sōma left the cooking venue, secretly vowing to defeat the aloof God tongue one day. The 2 winners of the semi-finals have been determined, namely Tong Yu, who won, and Nakiri Irina. The final will be played in a week. Then the operator will announce the title of the final. After Kawashima Rei announced, not long after Ishiki Satoshi pushed a large cube of ice cubes, he came to the middle of the cooking area. Amid the anticipation of the audience, Ishiki Satoshi picked up a hammer and smashed the ice cubes into pieces. The ice cubes shattered, and the ingredients frozen inside appeared in front of everyone. Sorry. Oh, this ingredient looks a little disappointing, isn't it too common? That's right, the frozen ingredients in the ice cubes are sorry. It is still the same as the previous autumn trials, still choosing the ingredients that are in season in autumn. Popular fish? That's just because you don't know this ingredient. Although sorry is cheap, its deliciousness has been recognized by many countries, and many foreign restaurants have begun to offer this dish, especially when it is in season. It's also a regular at the table in a class restaurant. What? Sure enough, it's still a sorry. Tong Yu pondered in his heart when he saw the ingredients for the finals announced by the cookery. There is no change in theme from the original, except that the 2 sides of the duel have become Nakiri Irina and Tong Yu. Tong Yu anticipated that the final was likely to be sorry, and thought about the recipe in advance, but if he wanted to defeat the difficult-to-cut Irina with the God's tongue, the general recipe was obviously not enough. It seems that, it is necessary to think about the recipe this time, but I can't give this little tsundere any chance. Tong Yu's purpose of participating in this autumn trial at the beginning was to sharpen his heart, but also to beat this little tsundere and give her a little color. He doesn't care about the purple jade plan, nor does he think about what will happen to Irina after she fails, and that is not within his control. Of course, Tong Buyu is a big wicked person. At first, Irina's behavior and attitude towards him really made him uncomfortable, and she was also embarrassed by thinking of revenge. But with the gradual contact, Tong discovered that Irina's heart is not bad, but her character is caused by various reasons. Especially after this restaurant poisoning incident, Irina's attitude towards Tong Yu has changed significantly. Therefore, Tong Yu is a little entangled in this final showdown with Irina. On the one hand, of course, he hoped that he would win perfectly, and on the other hand, he also hoped that Irina would admit defeat. But with Irina's little tsundere's character, it seems difficult to recognize the strength of someone her age. It may even accelerate the collapse of God Tongue this time. Hey, it's really hard to be a good person. Tong Yu suddenly felt that this matter was a little difficult to handle. Mr. Tong Yu. The sound of Hisako shouting from beside him pulled Tong Yu back from his contemplation. Ah, what's wrong, Hisako? Tong Yu came to his senses. I'm going back with Miss Irina, Hisako said again. Okay. Go back and tell Irina, let her prepare well, don't cry when you lose. Tong Yu said with a smile. If Tong Yu had said this before, Hisako would have endured a few words, but now she just whispered and left the auditorium. At the end of the game, everyone from Yuatian left the arena one after another. Tong Yu also found Ryoko, Yuki and others, ready to return to Polar Star Dorm together. Just as they were about to return together, Tong Yu received a call from Katazaki Ryu. The phone was connected, and Tong Yu remembered the matter of Katazaki's appointment for dinner. Tong Yu talked to Shin Ryoko, and after getting permission, he came to the agreed place. From a distance, Tong Yu saw Kanazaki Ryu and Kikuchienko, who were waiting at the gate of Totsuki. Tong Yu trotted to the front of the two girls and apologized. The two senior sisters have been waiting for a long time. It's okay, anyway, the appointment time is 7 o'clock, and it's too late to rush over now. As he said, he walked towards the school gate. Along the way, I also met many other students of Totsuki. They were all surprised when they saw Tong Yu, Jiao Zaki and Mujio if the two graduates were talking and laughing together. I always feel a little embarrassed to ask the two senior sisters to pay me for dinner. Yesterday, Jiao Zaki called to tell Tong Yu that he was going to be the judge of the semi-finals, and also invited Tong Yu to have dinner together after the competition. At that time, Tong Yu didn't expect so many promises. After all, it was a beautiful senior sister who invited her, so she definitely wanted to go. Soon the three of them arrived at the dining place, which is a 3-star Japanese restaurant. This restaurant is Tong Yu's first time, but the overall taste of the food is good, and I am quite satisfied with the food. The atmosphere of the three of them cooking at the dinner table is also good and happy. However, when Tong Yu accidentally mentioned that he has a girlfriend, the expressions on Jiao and Kujiachuan's faces suddenly solidified. Especially Katazaki Ryu, it took a while to come back to his senses, his face lost the smile just now. Jiao Zaki showed such an expression. If Tong Yu didn't see any problem with this, then he was really an emotional idiot. Tong Yu didn't want to spoil the atmosphere of the dinner and quickly changed the subject. Although the topic was diverted, Katazaki basically never laughed or said a few words since then. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and Tong Yu could only sigh inwardly. Kikuchi Yuangwa was also present as much as possible, but Kanazaki was not happy all the time. This continued until the end of the meal. Many thanks for the hospitality of two senior sisters. I had a very happy dinner today. At the respective crossroads, Tong Yu thanked Jiao Zaki and Kikuchi Yuangwa. Jiao Zaki washed his face a little better than before, turned around and waved at Tong Yu. Okay, let's go back to rest early, we must win the championship. That's it, we don't need to send it away, bye-bye. After saying that, Katazaki left without looking back, looking very free and easy. Mu Juzuengwo also said goodbye to Tong Yu, junior brother, we can't get out to cheer for you in the final, so please cheer for you. Don't worry, Sister Yuangwa, I will definitely win the championship. Dong Yu nodded lightly. Well, I believe you can do it, then go back and get in touch. After Kikuchi Sanoka finished speaking, he chased after Kanazaki, who was in front of him. Tong Yu saw Jiazaki's disappearing back, and finally he could only shake his head and turn around, leaving in the opposite direction. It wasn't until Tong Yu took a taxi back to Polar Star Dorm that Kanazaki Ryu and Kikuchienko walked out of the place just now. Yuangwa, do you think I'm stupid? I actually fell in love with a junior, and the most ridiculous thing is that I didn't know that he has a girlfriend at this time. Jiao Zaki mocked himself. Under the street light, Kakugasaki's face looked even more haggard, which made people feel distressed. Yuangwa and Lu have known each other for so long, and this is the first time they have seen her showing such a sad side because of emotional matters. Senior, if it's a cooking problem, I might be able to help you, but I've never been in touch with emotional matters, so I don't know what to do at all, and Yuangwa said with his head down. Yuangwa is even younger than Katazaki, only 19 years old. Although both of them are already independent chefs, they are still young girls with no experience in love. Tsunazaki Taki also dreamed that the first person he liked was actually a student who was 4 years younger than her. At first, she thought it was incredible, but every time she saw Tong Yu, she felt inexplicably happy, and she knew it was true. Originally, when I asked Tong Yu out today, I wanted to express my feelings, and at the same time to explore Tong Yu's tone. After all, she is also a girl, and the somewhat shy Kakuzaki called her good friend Yuangwa to be courageous together, and this is the scene tonight. However, all these plans were completely interrupted because Tong Yu had a girlfriend. Yuangwa saw Lu lowered his head and did not speak with a sad face, so he stepped forward and comforted her softly, Sister Lu, you, cheer up. It doesn't matter if I'm fine, anyway, I'll never see you again after this time, just let this damned relationship fade away. She raised her head and forced herself to cheer herself up. She thought that as long as she didn't meet or contact her, she could gradually forget it. It is true that time and distance can dilute everything, but sometimes fate is so tricky. When Tong Yu returned to Polar Star Dorm, it was already 11 p.m. At this time, most of the people in Polar Star Dorm had already fallen asleep, so Tong Yu gently opened the door in order not to wake up the resting people. However, when he opened the door and walked into the lobby on the first floor, he saw Ryoko Shinji sitting on the sofa. Liangzi, why are you still here so late? Tong Yu stepped forward and asked distressedly. Shen Liangzi picked up a few long hair on his cheeks and said, I can't sleep, so I'm waiting for you here. Can't sleep? Tong Yu knew from Shin Ryoko's eyes that she was talking nonsense. It was obvious that Ryoko was sitting here, waiting for Tong Yu to come back, like a virtuous wife waiting quietly for her husband who went to work early and late at night. Tong Yu sat next to Shin Liangzi, took her into his arms and said softly, Fool, even if you can't sleep, you don't have to wait for me here. It's cold, and it's easy to catch a cold sitting here. It doesn't matter, even if you're sick, you're taking care of me, so I'm very happy to think about it. Shen Liangzi said playfully in Tong Yu's arms. What a fool, no one wants to be sick. Tong Yu held Shen Liangzi and held it for a while, when Shen Liangzi in his arms suddenly asked, Have you had a good time with the two senior sisters today? Mentioning this matter, Tong Yu's face changed a little. Tong Yu didn't speak and sighed softly. Seeing this, Shin Ryoko immediately knew what must have happened tonight, raised his head from Tong Yu's chest and asked, What's the matter, did something unpleasant happen? Tong Yu shook his head and sighed again, It's not unhappy, I just feel that I have done a bad thing. If it's something that bothers you, you have to talk to me even more. Tell me what it is. Shen Liangzi held Dong Yu's arm with both hands. It's okay to tell you, but you promise not to get angry. Humph, am I such a stingy person? Hurry up and say it. Ryoko urged. Only then did Tong Yu say what happened this evening, including the fact that Jiao Zaki likes to play with him. Liangzi did not speak for a while after hearing this, and seeing this, Tong Yu hurriedly said, Liangzi, you said you weren't angry. I'm not angry. Only then did Ryoko come back to her senses, with a smile on her face. I didn't expect that a strong woman like Sister Lu would actually like you. The man I like is really excellent. Why do I feel like you're watching a joke and you're really not angry? I said before, I have nothing against you looking for other women, as long as there is a place in your heart. It is enough for Liangzi to look at Tong Yu and say, Ryoko, You don't need to say anything, I know what you want to say. Ryoko put her fingertips on Tong Yu's lips and stopped what he wanted to say, saying, I don't object to you looking for other women, but if they are not good enough, I will not agree. Senpai, Arato, like this girls are very good, if you want to accept them, I will not object. Tong Yu couldn't help crying and laughing in his heart after hearing this. It felt like the main house in ancient times helped Xianggong to take care of his concubines. As a traveler, Tong Yu also has a harem dream, but the road to the harem is easier said than done. Even if Kami Ryoko agrees to live in harmony with other girls, would a woman like Hisako, who is more traditional and comes from a big family, accept such a thing? Especially a strong woman like Katazaki, who is extremely strong in character, cannot have such absurd thoughts of polygamy at all. Tong Yu, who knew this, chose to be indifferent when faced with Jiao Lu's feelings, pretending he didn't know anything. Tong Yu grabbed Liangzi's hand and put it in the palm of his hand, and said affectionately, Okay Liangzi, don't mention this in the future, I am enough with you now, I don't want to hurt the hearts of other girls, we are now so fine. Ryoko is a smart woman. She knows when to say something and when not to mention it. She nodded and stopped talking. Ryoko, let's go to your room tonight. Tong Yu put his mouth to Ryoko's ear and whispered. After Ryoko responded softly, her face flushed and she held Tong Yu's neck with her slender hands. Tong Yu grasped her in his arms and walked towards the upstairs room impatiently. The dividing line to go to Wushan together. The next day, Tong Yu got up early, and he was full of energy after tossing all night, but it was hard for Liangzi. The strength of Tong Yu's body is simply not something that Ryoko's small body can bear. Considering that Ryoko couldn't go to class normally today, Tong Yu used the privilege of Elite 10 to ask for leave for her. 4 flowers. Originally, Tong Yu planned to invite only one day, but considering that he was going to enter the world of manga in these few days, he simply invited Ryoko for a week. Therefore, Tong Yu and Ryoko left Polar Star Dorm on the second day, and still went to the outskirts of the deserted suburbs and re-entered the world of comics. The last place I left was Hubei Mountain Cave, so this is the same place when I return here. Tong Yu returned to Hubei Cave, and everyone in the dark cooking world immediately stepped forward to greet him. Greetings, Master Mao Yu returns. Everyone in the dark cooking world knelt on the ground and shouted in unison. Tong Yu waved his right hand to signal everyone to get up, and immediately took Ryoko's hand to the throne above the stone stairs and sat down. Coming back to the world of comics, Bianyu's aura became stronger again because of the character beads, and a suppressed look is enough to make people scared. 0. Has anything major happened since I left? Dong Yu's calm and powerful voice echoed throughout the Hubei cave. After these words fell, Xiang En, who was standing in the second row, immediately stepped forward to announce the good news. Sir, there is something happy to report to you. Oh, what's the joy? Under the wise decision of Master Yakin, we have obtained the legendary kitchenware hidden in Shanghai, Zhuanlong pot. Xiang En said with excitement. Got the Zhuanlong pot? Tong Yu was suddenly surprised when he heard this. He clearly remembered that in the original plot, the Zhuanlong pot was finally taken away by Lu Subaru and a group of people. Lu Wangxing and a group of people came to Shanghai in search of the legendary kitchen utensils, and then the dark cooking world took hostages and asked them to have a showdown with 4 chefs, and the decisive battle was the huge water castle in the dark cooking world, Lu Lin ship. The stakes in this duel are a portion of the treasure blueprint held in each hand. According to the development of the plot, in the end, Lu Wangxing and his party won the victory and got all the treasure drawings marked with the Zhuanlong pot. This is the original plot, but the current situation is that Yakin personally brought a few Lin chefs to destroy Lu Subaru, Ren, G********************************************* G Xia and Tang Sanjia directly, without giving them any chance. That is to say, because of the appearance of Tong Yu, the direction of the plot no longer develops according to the original work, and the so-called butterfly effect has appeared. 112 chapters, Long Windfall Turn Pot. This time about a month away from the original comic world in Tong Yu in, the comic world in the past 2 months, Dark circles all the staff cooking utensils to find the whereabouts of the legendary accordance with the instructions of Tong Yu. Dark circles around the members of the heavenly food every continent, did not take long time to seal a slap heard the legend of the kitchen in Shanghai, and has been a part of the treasure which the drawings, the rest of the treasure is drawing falls on hands of Lu Xing, a pedestrian. After learning the news, Asian Journal decisive attack, with Li Kulin and several chefs to Shanghai to win the rest of the treasure drawings. Asia published a request made dual face, hands on both sides of the bet is the treasure drawings. Luong Star, who did not think directly choose to accept, it is in place showdown floor Lin ship. Because he did not let Choine as original as 103 as the commanding general appearance and replaced the Asian Journal, Luong, who stars in the duel arrived, but fundamental. The first field versus Tangsan Jia Li Ku, the theme is soup. Tangsan Jia Duor, bounce turtle soup, but it was perfectly restrained Li to do a modified version of the Hu soup. Li won the first game can greatly inspired cuisine dark circles everyone's morale, but also to Luong magnitude to a pedestrian into a disadvantage. The second field Rogan vs Gangun solution, both as the development of the original story as a draw. However, because of the presence of Asian Journal, Logan has not defected dark food sector, followed by the crowd after the game to return to the darkness food sector headquarters. Han Tao is the third vs Ren. Han Tao and Li can be as dark cuisine is one of the top-notch chef Lin, nicknamed Yum, due to 100 consecutive games cooking game never lost, resulting nickname, especially in the technical knife skills even dark circles dishes and very few rivals. Ren specializes in the field of technology also happens to be a knife, they embarked on a fierce duel. Both sides do dishes are different, so that reviewers and entered into the spear and shield tangle, and finally only ended in a draw. Finally, the fourth subfield versus Luong Journal Star, this is the first time the two played against. Originally developed in accordance with the original story, the two duel of time should be after 6 months, but because Tong Yu appeared to be in advance. Lu Pleiades now is not the strength of Asian Journal of opponents, and because it is the first showdown of the Asian Journal of strength unpredictable thorough, could not parry in front of the Baoyan Cook in. The last Asian Journal in a rolling fashion to win the victory, for this showdown marked by a dot. Luong Star lost the game, a pedestrian only hand over the hands of the legendary treasure kitchen drawings, battered ship Lin left the building. The whole process of this showdown, are carried upright, Asian Journal, who did not by any means. Because of this, just let Luong Star, a pedestrian is unacceptable. Tong Yu after listening to the whole process of this showdown, but also extremely satisfied with the performance of the Asian Journal, could not help laughing a few times and said, I am indeed dark food industry mainstay, Asian Journal this time you should be too gong. Asian Journal does not seem to mind these things, beat Luong magnitude a pedestrian in his eyes, won the legendary kitchen is a trivial thing of nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, this time you have behaved very well, we do the same dark current development order food sector will certainly popular, as people leaders heavenly food industry. Tong Yu raised his hand standing on top of the stone steps shouted, and said. So, gentlemen, please continue to fuel it, hand in hand and write out only part of our culinary myth. These words fell, and they also received a unanimous response from the people below. We will swear to follow Master Tong Yu to the death. After letting the others back down, Tong Yu came to Yakin and asked where the Zhuanlong pot was placed. A few minutes later, inside the Hubei cave, inside the secret room. This is turning the dragon away. Yakin pointed to an outdated container in front of him that looked like a clay pot. The Zhuanlong kettle has been sealed for too long, causing the surface to solidify with something like soil, so it is impossible to see its original face clearly. However, all legendary kitchenware are the same, they will automatically choose their own owners, and once approved, they will exert their original power. Tong Yu immediately stepped forward and picked up the Zhuanlong pot. The moment his hands touched the pot, golden rays of light surrounded the pot. The golden light radiated from the inside of the Zhuanlong pot, and the light finally became stronger and stronger, illuminating every part of the secret room. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. To be continued. Even on the day of the competition, Tong Yu got up before 2 o'clock and went to the fish river bank to pick the right sori. I saw that the body of the pot was surrounded by a circling lifelike blue dragon, and Tong Yu could feel its powerful power just by holding it in his hand. But because he got the Zhuanlong pot, Tong Yu finally got his eye on the dishes he wanted to make in the finals. He was going to use the power of the Zhuanlong pot to make a unique sori dish. Due to the characteristics of sori, Tong Yu gets up early every day to go to the nearby fish river bank to buy fresh sori for making. The next moment, a loud dragon roar was heard in his ears, and a Huxia dragon was sitting above the Zhuanlong pot and looking at Tong Yu. Tong Yu was 44,000 unexpected for Yakin to get the Zhuanlong pot. He ate dinner calmly, and under the urging of Wen Su and others, Tong Yu rushed towards the moon and the sky. Hee, this is the third legendary kitchenware. Tong Yu said and put the legendary kitchenware in the system backpack space. Tarzan. I know, I will let someone investigate this place. Ken nodded. At this time, the mud block that originally covered the Zhuanlong pot also fell off, showing its own appearance. Tong Yu returned to the real world with Ryoko after a few days in the manga world, and did not stay for too long. One is that time does not allow, and the other is to return to the comic world, this time mainly to see the situation in all aspects of the comic world. After selecting the sori and storing it in the fresh-keeping cabinet, Jingyu returned to the bedroom and took a nap, and slept until the afternoon before slowly getting up. The appearance of the dragon pattern also proves that Tong Yu has been recognized by the legendary kitchen utensils. Yakin and Li Ku on the side were surprised when they saw that the Zhuanlong pot disappeared out of thin air from Tong Yu's hands. Tong Yu didn't explain too much, and said to Yakin again, Yakin, I will leave for a while in a few days, and the headquarters will still be handed over to you. By the way, I also found out that there is a legend about kitchen utensils. It's sealed somewhere in Mount Tai, you can send someone to check it out. The autumn trials held by Totsuki Gakuen are held every year, but the situation where the two elite tens face off in the finals is hardly ever seen in Totsuki history. This final showdown naturally attracted a great deal of attention both inside and outside Totsuki, and the audience was already full of audiences around 7 p.m. The scene was full of people, and the audience's emotions were also high. It's finally about to begin, this final showdown. In the collision of the two strongest students in the 92nd period, who will win? I'm still optimistic about Miss Irina, her god tongue already has a huge advantage. Indeed, no one is her opponent in terms of talent and ability. But it's hard to say about cooking duels, and the title of Tong Yu Vulcan is not for nothing. I don't know what huge move he will make this time. There are still many such discussions, and there are different opinions. Some people are optimistic about Irina, and some people are optimistic about Tong Yu. But in the end who will win, no one can say. Several elite tens as operators also came to the scene as early as 22 to maintain order. Ishiki Satoshi, Ji Jiguaningning, Juga Teruji, and even Kobayashi Rentan from the second seat also came to the scene. When Ishiki Satoshi saw Rindō Kobayashi appearing, he came to her and said, "Good evening Rindō-senpai, I didn't expect you to come to the scene, it's really rare." Ishiki Satoshi doesn't think Kobayashi Rindō came here on purpose to help them share the work together. You must know that even in the work of Elite 10 on weekdays, this senior is lazy if she can, and pushes her work to others as much as possible. She spends most of her time wandering around the world, exploring various unknown and rare ingredients, and is also very persistent in eating, which is not comparable to ordinary people. After hearing Ishiki Satoshi's words, Rindō Kobayashi said with a smile, "Occasionally, you should also be concerned about your juniors and juniors." What do you think, Ishiki? Yes, especially this year's junior classmates are also worthy of our attention. Ishiki Satoshi touched his chin to see through it, he has already guessed the main purpose of Kobayashi Rindō's coming here. Regardless of the reason for Xiaolin Rentan to come to the scene, the focus of the scene now falls on the two protagonists today. Tong Yu and Nikiri Arena appeared one after another amid the cheers of the crowd. Although one or two heartbroken voices were occasionally heard when Tong Yu appeared, they were quickly suppressed by other cheering voices. After the contestants were ready at the cooking station, Ishiki Satoshi also came to the cooking venue and saw him speak with a microphone. "The contestants seem to be ready, then let me introduce the three judges of this competition." Following Ishiki Satoshi's words, everyone's eyes fell on him. The MC is no longer Kawashima Rei, but is directly replaced by Ishiki Satoshi, which is enough to show that the operator attaches great importance to this final showdown. Sure enough, the first person to appear was enough to shock everyone present. First of all, the inspector, Academy Commander, His Excellency Nikiri Senzaman. After saying this, I saw Nikiri's Woei Xianmen, who was still wearing a long black suit and walking steadily, appeared in everyone's sight. Tong saw Yuzuowei Xianmen wearing the same clothes in this life, and seriously doubted whether he only had this type of clothes, and he had a soft spot for black. And the head of the tourism department, the head chef of Totsuki Resort, and Dojima Jin Senpai. Dojima Jin has been a frequent visitor to the judges of the autumn audition in recent years, and his appearance is also expected by many people. As for the last judge, she came all the way from Denmark to serve as a judge for the final round. She is the head of the Totsuki Research Department, His Excellency Nikiri Leonora. As the introduction fell, a beautiful woman with long beautiful silver-white hair slowly walked out from the entrance. She had fair skin, and a purple dress completely set off her noble and beautiful temperament. If you want to compare the temperament of this woman, Ryoko Kamiko, Nikiri Arena, Hisako and others are unripe green apples, and the woman in front of her is the red apple that has just matured and hangs on the top of the tree. Tong Yu knew that this beautiful woman with a noble, seductive and beautiful set was Nikiri Alice's mother, Nikiri Leonora. This is a perfect woman, but the only fly in the ointment is that her Japanese is terrible, almost word for word when she speaks. Unfinished, to be continued. Although Tong Yu didn't know what the situation was, he was naturally happy, which strengthened his determination to win the game. Tong Yu is also the first time to see the real gesture between the moon and the sky, and also think that such a stage is so beautiful. Be patient, it has evolved. Tong Yu looked at the road of the moon in front of him and sighed with emotion, and at the same time, a thought of wanting to devote all his energy to the next dishes arose in his heart. Send, it's nice to see the night view here. Look, the moon 107 is about to enter the ceiling. Okay, so beautiful, so the ceiling of this cooking venue can be opened. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After hearing Ishiki Satoshi say this, everyone looked up and found that the ceiling between the moon and the sky had been opened, and a rectangular gully appeared overhead. In this gully, you could see the sky full of stars, and the circle that was about to enter it. Moon. This is why the time of the finals will be set in the evening, cooking in the moonlight, and cooking in the moonlight. Also at this moment, Tong Yu felt the subtle change of heart happening. Next, I will explain the cooking time, please look up at the ceiling. Ishiki Satoshi also looked up and explained, as you can see, this is the real gesture between the moon and the sky. When the moon appears in this way of the moon, it is the time to start cooking, and when the opposite moon is over and the way of the moon is completely submerged, it is also the time when cooking is over. Looking at such a full moon after many years, I will think of this scene. Players and judges are ready, and Ishiki Satoshi will supplement the relevant matters and rules of the next competition. Seeing things and feeling emotions, sighing life. With such a beautiful stage, I can't leave regrets for myself. The moon is about to enter the way of the moon, and Nakiri Senzaman also stood up and reminded, please be prepared. When the whole moon entered the gully, only Nakiri Senzaman was heard shouting, cooking begins. After these words, Nakiri Irina has already taken the lead in taking action, because she is very aware of the characteristics of sori. The sori died from the moment it was salvaged, and its deliciousness was gradually lost. On the fish river bank near Totsuki, sori fishing is generally carried out from 1 to 3 o'clock in the morning, and the current time is more than 7 o'clock in the evening, close to 8 o'clock. Therefore, more than 12 hours have passed since the death of the sori. Even if it is sealed with the most high-tech food preservation boxes, it will still lose a certain degree of deliciousness. Even if Nakiri Irina has the god's tongue, this situation cannot be avoided, so she chooses to deal with the sori in the first time to minimize the loss of deliciousness. Irina took out the fresh-keeping box of the prepared ingredients, and after opening it, there were several sori with tight bodies and shiny whole bodies. The three major criteria for freshness of sori are clear, firm fish body and shiny whole fish. Obviously, these sori prepared by Irina are quite fresh, and they are like sharp swords in their hands. Then I saw Irina take out one of the sori and start processing it. Karma. The kitchen knife was aimed at the sori's leg bone, and then the fish head was cut off along this place. Seeing this scene, many people were puzzled. Well, cut off the head of the sori directly. What are you going to cook? First of all, exclude dishes such as charcoal grilling, because charcoal grilling will not cut off the head. You must know that the sori head after charcoal grilling is also delicious. In the confusion of the crowd, Irina continued to use the knife. She pushed the kitchen knife inward against the spine, and grabbed the upper half of the fish maw with her left hand. Then she suddenly used force and chopped off half of the fish maw. After this work is done, turn the whole sori over, the knife still runs against the spine, and cut off the other half of the fish maw. Finally, turn the fish skin down and the left side of the belly to remove the fishbone with an oblique knife. When seeing this, someone has already seen Irina's intentions. Actually removing the sori's bones, this is to make a boneless sori. The sori is different from ordinary fish. Although there are few spines, it is very difficult to completely remove the spines because of the small size of the fish, but Irina removed them so easily, enough to see her knife skills are superb. The two gourmets at the special guest table said so, nodding to Irina's knife skills. Not only the two gourmets were complimenting, but the rest of the audience were also amazed. In less than 5 minutes, Irina easily removed the bones of a whole sori. After removing all the fish bones, the sori can still maintain a similar shape to the original, which once again proves her skill in knife skills. The cooking technique of removing fishbone and fishbone will only appear in some star-rated restaurants. Some guests with tricky tastes do not want to eat fishbone, so they ask star chefs to remove the fishbone and then cook it. This is a combination of knife skills and cooking experience. The requirements are extremely high, and even some professional chefs may not be able to do it. Dojima Jin rubbed her chin and stared at Irina in front of the cooking station secretly. Irina skillfully and quickly removes the bones from the sori, while Tong Yu here is calmly handling the ingredients other than the sori. Tong Yu didn't deal with the sori at the first time. Didn't he know that if the sori was handled slowly, it would lose an extra point of its deliciousness? Wait, these ingredients he took out were 8 kinds of seafood. Only then did everyone discover that the ingredients on the Tong Yu cooking station were 8 kinds of seafood. 8 kinds of seafood refers to 8 kinds of seafood such as shark fin, sea cucumber, fish maw, mussels and dried scallops, meat, dried scallops, dried scallop meat, fish lips, abalone and squid. These are the 8 species in the sea, and there are also 8 treasures of animals, on land, namely bear paw, elephant trunk, hump, orangutan lip, deer tail, monkey brain, leopard fetus, and bird's nest. Whether it's 8 seafood species, or 8 treasures of animals, there are top ingredients in wuxia cuisine, and these ingredients generally only appear on state banquet dishes. Especially in the Qing dynasty where Lu Pingxing and others lived, 8 species of seafood, and 8 treasures of animals, were the chief dishes of court cuisine. Because the sori that Tong Yu took out was twice as big as that of Irina sori, it weighed at least 3 or 4 pounds. Is it too late to start processing sori at this time? Each part of the meat is made into puree, and then seasonings, egg whites, corn oil, etc. are added successively. 8 ingredients Tong Yu processed quickly, and then put a few of them into the pot and started to simmer. Like this big sori, it has survived in the sea for a long time, and the meat has become aged and the taste is poor. As everyone watched, half the cooking time had passed, and the moon had already traveled halfway along the road of the moon. At this time, Tong Yu, who got Zhao, took out his sori. Seeing this, many people also guessed that the ingredients cooked by Tong Yu candles must be more than 8 kinds of seafood. There's really a set, but what to do with this delicious sori? Why are his sori so big? Hey, is there such a big sori? Well, even if you put it in the food safe, the taste must have lost a lot. Unfinished, to be continued. It turns out that the sori is made into puree and marinated with seasonings, and then sealed with egg whites and oil to lock the deliciousness of the sori firmly, so that even if it is put aside to process the ingredients, the taste will not be changed. Lost. This made many of him wonder again. What kind of cooking is it that needs to use so many boiled ingredients at one time? And the most important point is to use a lot of ingredients to process other ingredients, and leave the sori aside, the taste will be reduced. Lost a lot. What everyone is amazed at is not the size of sori, because they also see a lot of big sori, but if you want to eat 1 to 2 caddies of small sori, the taste will definitely be better. When Tong Yu took out one of the sori, everyone in the audience was surprised. Everyone couldn't understand what Tong Yu was thinking. When they turned around, Irina had already completed all the work of deboning and deb one of the sori, and then saw the fish maw, fish body, fish tail, fish back meat is served separately and processed. On Tong Yu's cooking table, there is not only a cauldron cooked with 1 candle, but if you look closely, there are 5 full candles on fire. There are 3 different types of pot mouths, casserole, fryer and pressure cooker. Not only does Tong Yu handle the sori after half the cooking time, but the sori he chooses is also special knife. Special knife refers to the largest sori, such sori are more than 3 pounds. The meat quality of zhongdao is the best, and the weight is about 1 caddies to 2 caddies, generally not more than 1.5 caddies. This kind of sori has a little sweetness, and the meat is elastic, and it tastes very good. Several of Irina's sori are medium knives. As for the knife weighing less than a pound, it is generally used for charcoal grilling to stimulate its greatest delicacy. I really can't figure it out, not only do I have to deal with the sori at the last time, but also use a sori of this size. Well, this kind of sori is too old and tastes bad. But Tong Yu should have his own ideas, he started to deal with sori. Wait, this way of cutting. Absolutely, there can be no mistake, just like Irina, he is also going to remove the bones and spines of the sori. Under the surprised look of everyone, Tong Yu began to remove the sori's bones and bones. Although he was doing the same job as Irina just now, the way he handled it was not exactly the same. The deboning method of fish is mainly divided into 2 types, raw demolition and cooked demolition. Raw demolition, which refers to the removal of fish bones, and other ingredients with certain methods and skills when the ingredients have not undergone any processing. Cooked demolition is to take out the fish head, fish bones and fish bones after the fish is cooked or steamed. The former is very difficult to handle, and it is a test of the chef's knife skills and understanding of the ingredients, while the latter is very easy and does not require any technical content. The methods used by Irina and Tong Yu are raw deboning, but there are also separation of bones and deboning of whole fish in this method. Apparently what Irina used was split deboning, that is, dividing the fish into several parts without completely preserving its original shape. On the other hand, Tong Yu used the whole fish deboning method, that is, the bones and bones of the fish were removed while keeping the original condition of the fish. Obviously, the whole fish deboning method is much more difficult than the separation deboning method, and it takes quite a superb knife skill to remove all the bones without destroying the fish. Tong Yu didn't dare to be sloppy, holding Yongling in his hands to carry out every processing work with full attention, and no mistakes were allowed in every process. A single mistake directly affects the production of the entire dish, which is equivalent to announcing the defeat of the competition. Everything went smoothly, and after Tong Yu had completely dealt with the 4 soris, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Deboning the sori completely means that most of his cooking has been done, and he only needs to cook the sori next. Time is passing quietly. When the moon has passed 3/4 of the way of the moon, Irina finished her dishes one step ahead, and is doing the final platter work. After 5 minutes, Irina presented the finished dish in front of the 3 judges. Please taste, this is my cooking. Senzaman, Leonora, and Dojima Jin all looked at the dishes on the plate. I saw that there were several fish balls with a golden surface on the pile. The diameter of the fish balls was about 2 centimeters, and they were piled up like a pyramid. A reddish-brown thick sauce was also drizzled on the piled balls. Is this a fish ball? Irina nodded calmly and said, yes, this is a French-style sori ball. The crocodile and the sori are like this. After the sori is minced, the delicate cod meat is added. The dishes with Irina sauce are still amazing. Leonora stared at Irina and smiled. When the cooking started, Alice also came to the judging table. Seeing that Irina only brought 3 servings of dishes to the door, she was immediately displeased. Irina, where is my portion? You're not a judge, why should I prepare it for you? Mom, look how fierce Irina is to me, she has been bullying me since she was a child, woohoo. Oh, Alice, don't cry, I can give you some of my share. It's still my mother who treats me well. Irina is so ruthless, and justice will punish her one day. Irina, who heard these 2 mothers and daughters talking like this, had a black line on her forehead. She couldn't stand these 2 superb mothers and daughters. To be precise, she couldn't stand it since she was a child. However, the bickering of these 3 people is indeed the imagination of family harmony in the eyes of others, and now there is only Dojima Jin, an outsider, on the jury's side. Let's start the review. Nakiri Senzaman took the lead to pick up the chopsticks and slowly put a meatball into his mouth. Dojima Jin and Leonora also put meatballs in their mouths. The first bite did not feel much, and the taste was not particularly strong. Meatballs are baked in an oven and are often used in French cuisine. The meatballs have a good overall texture, and you can feel the deliciousness when you bite into them, commented Dojima Jin. Is this crispy texture burdock? Put the diced burdock into the inside of the fish ball, and the texture gets better every time you chew, and your appetite is awakened bit by bit. As Nakiri Seiman said this, his shoulders moved and the black long clothes had fallen off, revealing the toned skin of his upper body. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Is this all it takes to just take a bite? Hearing this, the spectators in the front row were immediately stunned. Does Leonora also have torn clothes? Although some people think it's not very nice, it's a bit erotic. However, seeing Leonora's maturity and beauty, many men were looking forward to it, and they all set their eyes on her. Alice on the side couldn't help but be serious when she saw this, and said, the mother's trick is coming. The clothes are torn. The pictures in this chapter are for reference only, because they are the dishes I thought of, so I could not find a suitable picture. Leonora spoke hundreds of words in one breath, without stopping halfway. And Leonora also lowered her head after eating 3 fish balls in a row, looking like she was about to explode. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, everyone understood that Leonora's clothes are cracked, which means that when they taste delicious dishes, they will crack from a few words in Japanese, and express their smooth feelings. Speaking very fast, this is a very good sori dish. The bones and bones of the sori are all removed with superb knife craftsmanship, and then they are made into fish balls. This bold method breaks the tradition. The way of cooking sori. Although the sori has undergone a transformation of its form, its deliciousness has not been lost at all. In this cooking method, the original deliciousness is fully stimulated. This made many people speechless, thinking that the way the people of Nakiri's family taste delicious food is so special. Clothes torn. Leonora suddenly clapped her hands on the table, then raised her head abruptly, and commented on the dish Irina made with a super-fast speech. Do women also have ripped clothes? Could it be the inheritance of the Nakiri family? Everyone was amazed that this little fish ball actually hides such a huge power. Hey. It's really fake, it's not good to be in such a public place. This sori fish ball, made by Irina, did not feel much when I took the first bite, but as the second fish ball was put into the mouth and chewed, the deliciousness and taste changed obviously. The meat of sori itself is not so soft, but because it is presented in the form of puree and it is also integrated with cod and other ingredients, the taste becomes soft and chewy, and there is a faint black tea on the tip of the tongue. The fragrance further enhances the flavor of the fish balls. With the continuous chewing, the appetite in the depths of the heart is awakened little by little, Leonora commented again in a super-fast speed. Crocodile seeds, burdock, cod, nangui carp, these ingredients are mixed into this fish ball, and they still appear in different forms, and the deliciousness of various ingredients is completely inspired. Especially the burdock and nangui carp bring the chewing feeling is completely unstoppable. Dojima Jin said and put another sori ball into his mouth. As Leonora and Dojima Jin said, the biggest feature of Irina's dish is the chewiness, which is the stimulation of the senses brought by the fish balls. Fresh fish roe stimulates the appetite, burdock and nangui carp enhance the chewiness, touch, and cod softens the fish balls and further enhances the umami, taste, of the ingredients. This is a dish that has an impact on taste, touch and smell at the same time. The three-pronged approach of the 3 senses allows consumers to experience the highest taste. Soon Dojima Jin finished eating all the fish balls on the plate, then put down his chopsticks and looked at Irina. Cod and nangui carp are also seafood ingredients, you mix them with sori, you are not afraid of turning against customers and destroying the sori itself. Is it delicious? There is no problem with the taste. I have tried this dish many times, and it is only the first time that there is a deviation in taste. Irina said slowly. Irina said it easily, but Dojima Jin and others who have eaten this dish know how difficult it is to do it. This dish of Irina is similar to the French foie gras she made before. They are all blended with multiple ingredients by the talent of God's tongue. The deliciousness of the main ingredient. And the main ingredients are only presented after they have undergone morphological transformation. The original shape of sori is not the shape of balls, but Irina made it into this shape and presented it in a more delicious way. This way of cooking is simply not something that ordinary chefs can drive. The innate ability of tongue of God is best demonstrated in this dish. Although Leonora and Dojima Jin praised Zhang Yu's cooking, they also sighed at the power of the God's tongue talent, which can present the dishes deliciously in such a form, but Senzuman commented after tasting it from the beginning. After a sentence, nothing was said. It may be that Dojima Jin and Leonora have already preempted the words they want to comment on, so I don't want to repeat them. However, that's not the case. The question Senzaman is thinking about at the moment is about the unexpected thing about this dish. Time divider. After Irina's dishes were tasted, Tong Yu was slow to present his creations. Not only that, when the full moon was about to walk through the way of the moon, he was still cooking. I saw a whole sori that had been deboned in each of the 4 huxia iron pots. Tong Yu picked up a spoon and kept pouring the boiling soup over the fish. This process lasted about 10 minutes. After waiting, Tong Yu carefully removed the 4 sori from the pot and placed them in the middle of the decorated plate. After placing the sori on the plate, Tong Yu attached the kale heart cut into small discs on the sori, adding another layer of color beauty. Onions, cucumber slices, etc. are used as decorations on the plate in advance, so that after the plate is placed and decorated, the aesthetics is no worse than Irina just now. Welcome to taste my dishes, sori in soup. Tong Yu brought the finished dishes to the judging table, and sent 3 of them to Senzaman, Dojima Jin, and Leonora respectively, and sent the other to the side, staring at his finished dishes. Irina sizing up. This one is for you. I hope you can taste this dish well, maybe it will let you understand something. After putting the dishes in front of Irina, Tong Yu returned to the judging table. Filling the soup, sori, is this the delicious soup that was stewed with 8 kinds of seafood just now sealed in the stomach of the sori? It's really a rare cooking method. Leonora looked at the cooking in front of him. Dojima Jin stared at the dish in front of her with a look of surprise. If I remember correctly, this dish should be one of the chief dishes of the Manhan banquet, in Huxia cuisine, right? What Dojima-senpai said is right. The inspiration for my dish came from the yellow croaker in soup, which is one of the top 10 dishes in Huxia cuisine. On the basis of this dish, it has been improved, adding his own creativity and idea. Tong Yu explained. In addition to Leonora, Dojima Jin and Senzaman have a certain understanding of the dish, yellow fish in soup. Especially Senzaman, who has eaten food from all over the world, has heard of this dish, but only heard of it. Yellow croaker in soup, this is the top dish in the Manchu and Han banquets of the Qing dynasty where Lu Angxing and others belonged. The ingredients used in this dish are expensive and the workmanship is cumbersome. Even in the royal kitchen of the court officials at that time, few people would make this dish. Although the preparation method has also been passed down, there are very few chefs who want to make it well, and there are almost no places where you can eat this dish. Ask for flowers. Because of this, the folk legends about this dish are even more magical, and even people like Senzaman have only heard of it and have never eaten it. The chief dish of Huxia cuisine. Sounds great. With a hint of disdain in Leonora's words, he picked up the chopsticks and poked the fish maw first. The chopsticks pierced the fish maw, and the soup inside seemed to have found a vent, and slowly flowed out from the broken opening. It's not accurate at all to say it's the soup, as the soup that flows out seems to be packed with tiny pearl balls. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. The deliciousness of sori and the taste of this soup are completely integrated. The unprecedented deliciousness hit the taste buds, and the brain almost stopped thinking. Dojima Jin and Senzaman also picked up their chopsticks and pierced the fish maw. Once again, they saw the clear soup filled with small pearl balls slowly pouring out. This scene also happened to be captured by the camera. Other people in the audience also can see clearly. With the outflow of the soup like a pearl, a white gas rose from the pierced hole, and the indescribable aroma also penetrated into the nostrils, deeply stimulating the taste buds. However, as soon as the student finished speaking, Leonora's exclamation came from the review stage. After a while, the soup sealed inside the sori overflowed the entire bottom of the plate, and merged with the onions and cucumbers that had just been placed on the bottom of the plate as a decoration. It's so beautiful, the soup in the fish maw is as beautiful as pearls. Point 0. To be continued. The fragrance has been enhanced, constantly impacting Leonora's defense line. Boneless sori is soaked in a top-quality soup boiled with 8 high-quality seafood ingredients. Just thinking about it makes me feel delicious. After Leonora, Dojima Jin and Senzaman also heard news. Ah, delicious? I don't think so. I wasted a lot of time in order to boil the delicious soup. The sori was only processed halfway through the cooking time. The freshness of the sori has been exhausted, no matter what you use. Soaked in soup, it is impossible to taste delicious. Leonora made a strange noise just by smelling the scent. Senzaman was relatively straightforward, the black long clothes on his upper body fell off again, and his face was shocked. His right hand holding chopsticks kept sending pieces of sori into his mouth. Dojima Jin was also shocked, and at the same time couldn't think of a passage. The deliciousness of the sori has not been lost at all, and the moment I eat it, I feel that there is a live sori beating in my mouth, and the freshness and deliciousness are all in the cooking just now. Above. What's the matter? Tong Yu obviously handled the sori later than Miss Irina. Why is the sori still more delicious than Miss Irina? And what Tong Yu chose was the special sori. The meat quality is supposed to be worse than the medium sori. What the hell did he do? Everyone in the auditorium was exclaimed, not knowing what was going on. At this time, Irina also tasted this dish made by Tong Yu. After putting a piece of fish into her mouth to taste, the expression on her face suddenly changed. The next moment her God's tongue will feed back the three-dimensional cooking information. Fortress. There was an unbreakable and indestructible fortress in front of him. The ingredients that build this fortress are shark fin, sea cucumber, fish maw, mussels, scallops, fish, abalone, squid, etc. And at the top of the fortress is the sori, which is like a king, one of the ingredients, 07. However, in the next second, the situation changed, and the fortress was attacked by the fierce artillery fire of the enemy. Boom boom boom. The enemy's artillery fire was so intense that the fortress disintegrated in an instant, and then a group of enemies crossed the fortress and aimed their weapons at the unarmed Irina. Your fortress has been breached, take it as soon as you can. The leader of the enemy I will make you very comfortable stared at Irina and let out a chuckle. Irina, who was surrounded by enemies, watched the scene in disbelief. She couldn't believe that this solid fortress was breached so easily. She doesn't want to surrender, but she, a weak woman, can't stand against these strong men, armed with weapons. How is my cooking? I don't know. When Tong came to you Irina's side and said, is this time's cooking still satisfactory to you? Have you satisfied your God's tongue? Only then did Irina return to her senses, and found that Senzaman had finished tasting Tong Yu's dishes and was discussing the outcome of the final battle. You, what's the matter with your sori's delicacy? Why can it be preserved so perfectly? Irina held the cooking table with her right hand, and controlled her legs that were a little weak from the impact of the delicious food. She looked at Tong Yu with the last bit of stubbornness in her expression and asked. Zhang Yu put his head next to Irina's cheek and said with a smile, do you really want to know this secret? Irina bit her lip, and finally nodded with a blushing face. Okay, then let me tell you, the reason why the sori I made is so delicious is because I'm so handsome. Are you satisfied with this explanation? You. Irina blushed with anger at what you said, and pointed at Tong Yu with her right hand, speechless. Seeing Irina like this, Tong Yu immediately added, but if you can support my comics, I may be able to tell you this secret, and I can also show you a different food field. Who wants to support your illogical cartoons? Irina snorted coldly, returning to her little tsundere appearance. Tong Yu is not as strong as Irina this time, because if Irina can become his die-hard fan, he can tell her the secret of the legendary kitchen utensils. That's right, the reason why Tong Yu's sori is so delicious this time, and its deliciousness crushes Irina's sori, is because the legendary kitchenware, Yongling knife is used when handling the sori. Yongling knife, specially processing seafood ingredients, can completely revive the freshness of the ingredients. To put it simply, Tong Yu used the Yongling knife to bring the sori back to the time when it was alive in the sea. In this way, no matter what method Irina uses to seal it up, the sori will certainly not be as delicious as his sori. In addition, this time, Tong Yu used the legendary kitchenware of the Yongling knife, and also used the Zhuanlong pot. Sealed in the soup of the sori is not only 8 seafoods, but also chrysanthemum sauce, which is instantly prepared in a Zhuanlong pot. Chrysanthemum sauce, this is the top brand sauce of the famous Sichuan restaurant, Chrysanthemum Downstairs, in Zhonghua Ichiban. It has a unique and charming taste. However, it is not easy to make this sauce. Not to mention that there are many ingredients needed. It takes half a year for the first stage of fermentation, and another year or so for the second stage. Therefore, it takes about 2 years to complete the chrysanthemum sauce using the normal method. But it was all accomplished by the power of the Zhuanlong kettle in just an instant. Chrysanthemum sauce and the soup made from 8 kinds of seafood are combined to form a new taste that is enough to conquer anyone. The final battle between the 2 elite tens finally came to an end. About 10 minutes later, Nakiri Senzaman appeared in the middle of the field, ready to announce the result of the final. The champion of the 92 Autumn Trials is about to be born. Thank you for your hard work. At the decisive moment, both sides showed their amazing strength, made top-notch dishes that broke the traditional sori practice, and left another classic battle for the venue this month and day. The sori dishes have their advantages, and it is not enough to judge only from the taste. When it came to this, Senzaman paused for a while, and looked at Tong Yu and Irina successively, and finally continued to stare ahead, saying, "But the key to determining the outcome is to use the sori's deliciousness and energy. Does it reflect the chef's face in the dishes?" The chef's face? A good part of the audience still didn't understand what Sōmei Saitō meant by saying this. Hisako was also waiting for Irina in the lane. When these words fell, cheers came from the audience, especially the first-year students, who were also welcoming the birth of the new king. What's the matter with me? It's reasonable to say that if I lose the game, I should be so sad. Why should I be happy for that guy? Irina put such absurd thoughts behind her, and left the venue silently. For a truly original dish, it is not enough just to have an intoxicating taste, but to make people feel the chef who made this dish from the bottom of their hearts when they taste it. 4.4 Irina turned around and looked at Tong Yu, who was bathed in applause and victory, without the pain and sadness in her heart caused by defeat. Leonora and Dojima Jin both explained. Irina wasn't surprised by the result, only realizing it after her fortress of Tong Yu cuisine was breached. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This scene seemed familiar. When Hisako gave Tong Yu, Irina was also waiting at the entrance. Sir Irina, it doesn't matter. Hisako stepped forward and asked with concern. Senzaman followed the words of the two and continued, saying, although the dishes of the two reflect the chef's face, they can all be called killer dishes, but the dishes that can clearly see the chef's face are soups. Autumn sorry, so I announced in the name of the head coach of the academy that the winner of the 92nd freshman and the 43rd autumn selection is, Tong Yu. Wrong, go back now, won't there be an award ceremony later? Even if he has the tongue of God, isn't it his opponent? It's the biggest irony of, the tongue of God. Irina murmured sadly. If it's not the first, there is no need to stay. In other words, it is a unique dish that only that chef can make, and we respectfully call this dish a must-have dish for the chef. I'm fine, go back. At this moment, her heart was surprisingly calm, and even at that moment there was a kind of joy. Tong Yu finally defeated Nakiri Irina and won the championship of the Autumn Trial, becoming the strongest in the 92 period. Tong Yu was about to leave the scene when he won the victory, but was immediately stopped by the staff, saying that there was an award ceremony. He could only stay, and reluctantly accepted an interview with a live TV reporter, and made a speech as a champion. The award ceremony was originally for the championship and runner-up, but due to Irina's early departure, it became a championship ceremony only for Tong Yu. Witnessed by all the audience at the scene, Tong Yu was personally awarded a golden medal by Nakiri Senzaman. Congratulations Tong Yu, I hope you will go further and further on the road of food and create more excellent dishes. Senzaman said, hanging the gold medal around Tong Yu's neck. "Thank you, Commander, I will continue to work hard." Tong Yu said, neither humble nor arrogant. Senzaman nodded without saying anything and turned to leave. He was calm on the surface, but at this moment he couldn't calm down. The Puryu project was launched to save Irina's god tongue. Senzaman believed in the talent and strength of his grandson 22 from the beginning to the end. Even other Puryu are very good, but it is not the same as having God's tongue. Compared to Irina, who is talented with the tongue, it's still a bit worse. However, now there is an unexpected situation. A piece of pure jade that was not in the plan appeared, and also defeated Irina in the final of the autumn trials. If Irina is devastated by this failure, then his years of planning will be ruined, and not only that will accelerate Irina's God's tongue. Senzaman had thought about stopping this showdown at first. But if you do that, doesn't it mean that you agree that Irina is worse than Tong Yu? And doing this will cause more damage to Irina's heart, and if she encounters the same situation in the future, will she do it again? Escape is not the solution at all. This thought was only dispelled by Sōmei Saitō in an instant. Now the situation he was worried about still appeared. Tong Yu defeated Irina with absolute strength. But fortunately, Sōmei Saitō also carefully observed Irina just now, and it seems that it is not so bad based on his understanding of this granddaughter for many years. The next thing Senzaman has to do is to find Irina and take care of her situation, and he also secretly prays that things don't turn to the bad side. Tong Yu didn't know what Senzaman was thinking at this time. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after meeting a group of reporters, and when he was about to leave, Dojima Jin came to him again. "Tong Yu. Dojima-senpai, what's the matter?" Tong Yu asked, at the same time complaining in his heart why it was endless one after another. "The dishes you cook are very good, both in terms of creativity and taste. This is the first time I have tasted such an authentic Manchuhan dinner as the chief dish." Dojima Jin said to Zhang Yu with a smile. "Thank you, Dojima-senpai, for your compliment, but this dish is not what I'm after. I believe I can make better dishes." Tong Yu also said with a smile. Dojima Jin was slightly startled when she heard this, and then she said what she wanted to say to Tong Yu. "Too big talent will eventually become an enemy of yourself. You have to be careful with your own strength, don't let it become your enemy obstacles in the way." Tong Yu knows what Dojima Jin means, and he said something similar to the champion Ryo Hayama in the original book. However, Yi Shanliang in the original book did not understand the meaning of this sentence, so that he met Sōma, who was the defeated general in the later plot. The two faced off again, but it ended with Yi Shanliang losing. The reason why Hayama Ryo was unable to defeat Sōma in the later stage was that he relied so much on his powerful talent, God's knows, that he did not improve for several months. On the contrary, Sōma is constantly striving to go upstream, learning all kinds of cooking knowledge tirelessly, and his strength has improved rapidly. Of course, Tong Yu also knew that Yi Shanliang's loss to Sōma might also be due to the protagonist Guanghuan, because his God's nose talent is not much worse than Irina's God's tongue. "Dojima-senpai, I understand what you mean. My talent is not only what you have seen today, my food road is long and tortuous, but I am very clear that I will go forward and rest assured that I will not be affected by my talent. So please rest assured." Tong Yu said seriously. Tong Yu said so, and Dojima Jin didn't say anything more. "By the way, Chef Dojima, can I ask you something?" Tong Yu suddenly remembered another thing and said. "Anything to ask?" "It's nothing important." After Tong Yu and Dojima Jin finished their conversation, they left, between the moon and the sky, and when Su was ready for the celebration banquet after returning to the Polar Star race. That night, everyone in the Polar Star dorm chirped again, congratulating Tong Yu on being the strongest in the 92nd issue. Just when everyone in the Polar Star race held a celebration banquet, the two grandfathers and grandsons of the difficult mansion were sitting under the eaves and chatting at night. Sitting in the aisle of the eaves, the two of them could see the stars in the night sky and the full moon hanging high. I'm sorry Irina disturbing your rest so late. Senzaman said first, looking at the full moon in the sky. Grandpa, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. Irina said. Irina, on the other hand, was unaware of Tong Yu's problem, and said with a look of surprise, Grandpa means, Tong Yu also has the tongue of God? Grandpa, I understand, one day I will defeat Tong Yu and restore the honor of my Nakiri family. Seeing Irina's serious face, Senzaman hesitated to speak, and finally he could only nod his head to encourage Irina. After saying this, Irina's expression changed obviously. She raised her head to look at Senzaman and asked, Grandpa, are you also very optimistic about him? Although Senzaman can't completely determine the type of 107 talent Tong Yu has, he can be sure that Tong Yu's talent is no worse than God's tongue. Otherwise, it is impossible to defeat Irina with this immature chef. Irina knew that Senzaman had called her here so late because she was worried that she would lose the game. For the current Senzaman, Irina is not caught in the quagmire of failure and cannot extricate himself. He is very content, and he will not ask Irina too much. Didn't Grandpa come to comfort me? Why did you praise that guy like that? Well, the cooking ability is very strong, and he also has amazing talent. Senzaman glanced at her and found that she was lowering her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Then she turned her gaze to the full moon in the sky and said, Irina, what do you think of this student Tong Yu? Irina pondered for a moment after listening, and nodded as if she understood. Because Senzaman is not sure, he can only guess in a tone of voice. It is not ruled out that he has a talent similar to the tongue of God, and his mastery of heat has reached the level of a star chef, which is extremely rare among students. A person with such strength as Senzaman, after tasting the dishes made by Tong Yu, how could he still not realize that Tong Yu has patience and can successfully use heart in cooking, which also shows that he is extraordinary talent. Irina felt a little gloomy after hearing Senzaman praise Tong Yu so much. Senzaman saw Irina lowered her head again, saw what she was thinking, and said again, Irina, I don't mean to exalt Tong Yu and belittle your strength. Grandpa just wants to remind you that you are very few among your peers. If you can find such an opponent, Tong Yu may be the driving force for your growth. Do you understand what I mean? Due to the celebration banquet held by Tong Yu for winning the championship, the Polar Star Dorm was a dance of demons that night. As the protagonist of the celebration banquet, Tong Yu naturally couldn't escape the crowd's toss, so at noon the next day, he was still burying his head and falling asleep. He didn't get up from the bed until Shinryoko's shout came from the bedroom door. Tong Yu opened the door with only a pair of shorts on, and yawned to Ryoko who was standing outside the door and asked, Haha Ryoko, what's the matter? When Shinliangzi saw Tong Yu standing up somewhere, his face couldn't help turning red. You, why did you come out without wearing clothes? Hurry up, wash up and go downstairs, someone is looking for you. Someone is looking for me, who is it? If it's those reporters, let them go back. Tong Yu thought it was the reporters from yesterday who came to the door again. Not a reporter, but a beautiful woman. Shinryoko said with a smile on her face. Beauty? Do I know him? You should know, Kobayashi Rindō Senpai, the second seat of Elite 10. Tong Yu was stunned for a moment. Xiaolin Rentan came to find Polar Star Dorm to find him. In Tong Yu's impression, his communication with Xiaolin Rentan is limited to the work of Elite 10, but even if the words he said do not add up to more than 10 sentences, what will she come to the door for? Tong Yu, who couldn't figure it out, took 3 minutes to get dressed and washed, and then came to the lobby on the first floor. Tong Yu walked down the stairs and saw Kobayashi Rentan sitting on the sofa and eating snacks. Xiaolin Rentan is still as beautiful as usual, with blood-red long hair and golden pupils, plus the canine teeth that will be exposed when she speaks, making people think that she is a girl from Otherworld. At the same time, she likes to wander around and is good at cooking all kinds of rare ingredients, which gives people a sense of wild beauty, which makes countless men feel the desire to conquer. At this time, Kobayashi Rentan was talking to Ishiki Satoshi, and Tong Yu couldn't help but despise him when he saw Ishiki Satoshi put on normal clothes. On weekdays, Ishiki Satoshi is very unrestrained in Polar Star Dorm. Why is Kobayashi Rentain just seconds away today? Oh, this old fox actually has people who are afraid. Tong Yu despised Ishiki Satoshi in his heart. When Ishiki Satoshi saw Tong Yu approaching, he said to Rindō Kobayashi, "Sister Rindō, Mr. Tong Yu is here." Xiaolin Rentan then turned around and looked at Tong Yu. "You are finally here, haha. First, congratulations on winning the autumn trials." "Thank you Rinden-senpai for the congratulations, but Rinden-senpai definitely didn't come to me for this matter. You didn't like to be roundabout and point it out directly." After hearing this, Xiaolin Rentan laughed a few times. "I've come to find you for another matter." When he said this, the expression on Rinden's face became very serious. Tong Yu thought that Genshin would say something very important, but he didn't expect it. "Your update is so slow. When will the third volume be updated? I can't wait." Tong Yu was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, "Sister Gendan, you shouldn't be talking about the captive of food, right? Otherwise, the work you are updating now is only this comic." Rinden said. "That's right, Rindō-senpai, how do you know that I'm the author of the manga?" Tong Yu said and cast his suspicious eyes on Ishiki Satoshi next to him. Seeing Tong Yu's gaze, Ishiki Satoshi hurriedly said, "Mr. Tong Yu, I didn't reveal any information about your authorship to Sister Rentan. Brother Tong Yu, it wasn't Yashiki who told me. In fact, I knew you were the author when you serialized the manga, Dashia 1, explained Longdan. So that's the case, so the senior sister came to the door to urge you to change. You didn't bring a knife, did you?" Tong Yu also deliberately looked at the whole body of Long Dan. Long Dan was amused by Tong Yu's expression, and he smiled and said, "Ha, people who can draw these cartoons are very interesting. Brother Tong Liang, when are you going to update the third volume? Sister is in a hurry, you know." Since Tong Yu has been preparing for the autumn trials recently, he basically has no time to draw cartoons. So much so that only the third volume has been completed in this month, and I haven't even remembered to send it to the manga club for distribution. According to the previous update method of Dashia 1, a volume generally has 10-20 chapters. And this third volume also inherits the content of the second volume. There are 20 episodes in total. The plot describes that a Fong was looking for BB corn and met people at the food meeting. The two started a battle. Tong Yu didn't expect Genshin to be a big fan of this manga, but it's not surprising when it comes to the culinary field that Genshin is good at. Kobayashi Genshin, she is not only proficient in rare ingredients in Japan, but after becoming an Elite 10, she used her privilege to go to the scene to taste and touch the ingredients in person, and she also discovered many new ingredients during the joint inspection plan with local staff. An investigator, who constantly explores the unknown ingredient system. Because of her love for unknown and rare ingredients, she even fell in love with the comic, Captive of Food. As a professional chef of rare ingredients, Kobayashi Genshin has 3 faces. One by one, the amazing ingredients made Genshin find a door to a whole new world. Originally, Longdan didn't plan to come to Tong Yu at this time, but Tong Yu didn't update it for a month, and when the update was very uncomfortable, she came directly to the door. Although Genshin knew Tong Yu as the author when he released Zhonghua Yifan, the Captive of Food was not released at that time. Zhonghua Ichiban has also read the comic Genshin, but it cannot completely arouse her interest. Foodies who drive money and power to satisfy their own desires. The plot of the manga is not particularly attractive to Genshin, but what attracts her the most is the ingredients described in the manga. It is also a barbarian who analyzes all the ingredients in the world, and then devours them wildly. To be continued. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. She believes that cartoonists who can draw so many imaginative and novel ingredients must have seen many rare ingredients before they can have such inspiration. Day after day, Rentan worked tirelessly to do these things, and her cooking skills improved by leaps and bounds. When she came back to her senses, she had become the second seed of Elite 10. Later, after Tong Yu released The Captive of Food, she was deeply attracted by this cartoon. Without affecting the local ecosystem, all the ingredients are cooked by the hands of Genshin and supplied to the members of the investigation team. The highest quality gala crocodile meat that surpasses all crocodile meat, the fantasy fruit rainbow fruit whose taste changes to 7 colors according to the temperature, obtained, and humidity, the puffer fish that was originally the body of a whale but concentrated to the size of a puffer fish whale meat. Xiaolin Rentan was not going to commit to the door, but Tong Yu didn't update it for a month, which made her wait so unbearably, so she could only come to the door to urge the update. At the same time, she also stopped by the popular comic author. This is also the reason why Genshin appeared in Yuetian yesterday. She was going to wait for the end of the game to find Tong Yu, but there were so many people at that time that she didn't see Tong Yu after the game. No, she just came to the Polar Star dormitory to find Tong Yu today. After learning about this, Tong Yu couldn't help laughing and said, "I didn't expect that Rindō-senpai is also my fan, which makes me a little comic book writer flattered." After hearing Tong Yu's words, Genshin laughed again, and with a frown, her iconic little canine teeth were revealed, which really looked like a cat. Hashi, the author of the little manga. Junior brother, you still don't know how popular you are, right? In our Totsuki Academy alone, about 80% of the staff are your fans. If you reveal your manga author identity go out, I think your dormitory will be trampled down. Don't, Sister Genshin raises your hand, you must keep it a secret for me, I want to be quiet for a few more years. Don't worry, Senior Sister 110 will not reveal your identity as a comic book author, and will keep it a secret for you. That's good. Tong Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he was really afraid that this cat-faced senior sister would accidentally shake his identity out. By the way, see, he doesn't seem to know your identity, and he has been chasing your comics. Long Dan said. Senior C is also chasing my comics. Is it also Captive of Food? Tong Yu said with surprise. It's Zhonghua Ian. He said that the recipes in this comic are very interesting and gave him a lot of inspiration. By the way, are the recipes that appear in Zhonghua Ian all created by the juniors themselves? Long Dan asked again. Tong Yu has reproduced the recipes in the comics in previous competitions and food loads, and since Genshin already knows the identity of his author, there is nothing to hide. Well, it can be understood that they are all recipes created by themselves. Student brother is really not an ordinary person. Now I think it's not just those incredible ingredients in those recipes underscore the captive of food, it seems that they really exist. When Rindian said this, a pair of golden eyes stared at Tong Yu and said, "It's as if my junior went to catch these ingredients and then drew them." Genshin-senpai is joking, how could there be such unreasonable ingredients? Isn't it in line with common sense? So how many of those recipes Tong Yu created are in line with common sense, as well as your ability to control energy flames? This is beyond the scope of normal people. Indeed, dishes such as Tianxiong herring, unification of 7 kingdoms fried noodles, phoenix crystal, mother-son ball, and breaking magic 8 arrays, let alone made, most people would never think of such a cooking method. As Genshin said, the existence of these recipes is already unreasonable, heterogeneous. Tong Yu also sighed inwardly, is this cat's sense of smell so sensitive? I can't do anything if Sister Gendan has to think so, but one day I go to such a world, and I will definitely invite you together. Tong Yang said in a joking way. Okay, then I have to look forward to it. Then Tong Yu came to his dormitory with Genshin and showed her the content of the upcoming 3rd volume. After reading all the contents of this 3rd volume, Genshin let out a long sigh, and seemed to be greatly satisfied mentally. Gem meat, BB corn, and a lot of interesting ingredients. Rentan put down the original manuscript of the comic, looked at Tong Yu and asked again, "Sister, did Alu finally defeat the bad guy who robbed BB's corn?" The plot of the 3rd volume ends at the duel between Alu and Dao Limbok. Tong Yu deliberately stuck the climax of the plot here, leaving the reader, a space for reverie and suspense. I haven't fought before, and in the end, Guy Linbach left because of some trouble. Now Afang's strength is still very weak, and he needs to eat a lot of high-end ingredients to strengthen his food cells in order to continue to grow stronger. Tong Yu said. That is to say, there will be more interesting ingredients in the plot in the future. I really look forward to it. Then you can update it quickly while you are taking advantage of this time. If you are lazy, if you delay the update, I will come to you. Rindō said. The basic conditions for the privilege of captive of food to enter the comic world are also 2000 W fans and 3 hardcore fans, but there is an additional restriction. Fans must also reach the level of Chef Lin. All the privileges of the comic captive of food have been unlocked, but now he has no way to enter this world. Once the grind is successful, it will be able to successfully break through. The world of gourmet captives is full of dangers. Even a monster of capture level 3 can easily kill the current Tong Yu, not to mention those stronger beasts. Therefore, if you don't have the strength to protect yourself, you will soon fall in this world. Therefore, for Tong Yu now, he still needs to continue to sharpen his prestige. Now that Genshin knows that Tong Yu is the manga author, it's likely that the other Elite Tens already know about it. However, patience is not perfect, and he needs more opportunities to sharpen. After that, Genshin didn't stay in Polar Star dorm for too long and left, and before leaving, he told Tong Yu that he would invite him to dinner when he had time, as a thank you for reading the comics in advance. During Tong Yu's busy month, although The Captive of Food has not been updated, its popularity is still high, and Tong Yu's fans have already exceeded 8,000 W. The basic conditions for Dashya Ichiban to open the privilege of entering the comic world are 2000 W fans and 3 diehard fans. Tong Yu was speechless at first about this additional restriction, but after systematic explanation, he understood why such a setting was required. At present, Tong Yu's culinary level is Chef Lin. The Huxia heart has evolved in the last final, and he can already feel that he can break through and enter the field of Chef Dragon at any time. After the autumn trials, Tong Yu's life finally calmed down, and he finally didn't have to be busy and prepared for various competitions. He could also focus most of his thoughts on comics. Rindō then asked Tong Yu a few more questions about the characters in the comics, and did not continue to let Tong Yu spoiler. As long as people who like to read novels and comics understand, if all spoilers are revealed, the fun of reading comics will be lost. After Genshin left, Tong Yu fell into a brief thought in the room. It's not a good thing to be stared at. He didn't want his life to be disturbed, and secretly thought about a way to avoid his identity being exposed. Tong Yu has already thought about the place to practice patience, and has made corresponding preparations. He only needs to wait until the field study starts. Field study is another assessment used by Totsuki Academy, which pursues the competitive system to eliminate dead trees. Like the residential training, it is a traditional project of Totsuki, and it is a test that freshmen will face every year. The study period is 1 month. During this time, all the first-year high school students will be dispatched to various types of restaurants outside the school for internship courses. The restaurants assigned are of different grades, from star level to restaurant, down to food manufacturers and various public institutions. One of the purposes of Totsuki's doing this is naturally to further screen out outstanding students, but also to let the students experience the atmosphere of actual combat in advance. It is not uncommon for many students to be spotted by the restaurant due to their outstanding performance during the field study, and then come to work in the restaurant after graduation. All institutions of field study trust Totsuki Gakuen to agree to accept students, and students will be expelled if they do something that damages the school's reputation. Of course, there is not and cannot be a little mistake. The standard of passing is to leave, seeing is believing, during the 1-week internship. As for how to understand this, seeing is believing, it is up to students to explore on their own. Hey, so, this field study is even more difficult than the dormitory study. During the Polar Star competition, when Yuki and other first graders heard Ishiki Satoshi talk about the field study, everyone was worried. In the blink of an eye, the field study is about to begin. During the month from the end of the autumn trials to the present, Tong Yu has lived a peaceful life. In class, with Ryoko Kami, and occasionally holding a banquet with the people in the Polar Star competition, the days are very sufficient, and the rest of the time is devoted to updating the Captain of Food comics. More than 20 days ago, Tong Yu handed over the completed third volume to the manga club. After the release of this volume, the popularity and influence of the manga increased rapidly. Now almost everyone in Japan is unaware of the existence of this manga. With the popularity of the two comics, Captive of Food, and Dasha 1, the author, King Fenju, has also been pushed to the ranks of the top gods in the comics industry. Now as long as someone mentions food comics, the author that everyone thinks of is King Fenju. Because Tong Yu's hidden work has been done so well, there is no information about him on the internet, which adds a layer of mystery to him. Many fans are also speculating about Tong Yu's true identity, and some paparazzi are also working hard to find out the real information of King Fenju. Because the manga was so popular, Tong Yu also had to push the fourth volume out before the field study started. Because the field study lasted for a whole month, he would definitely not have time to draw the manga by then, and he didn't get ready for the update early. Fans such as Genshin really want to come to the door with a knife. Now that the fourth volume of The Captive of Food has entered the finishing touches, it can be completed in a few days and handed over to the manga club. Tong Yu finished his morning work and came downstairs to go to the big kitchen to find something to eat. As soon as he went downstairs, he heard Ishiki Satoshi talking to the people of Polar Star Dorm about field study. Well, in theory, this is the case, because the elimination rate of field training is higher than that of residential training, but I believe you will be fine, just keep your mentality and play steadily. Ishiki Satoshi said with a smile. Although it is true to say so, but after Ishiki-senpai said it, I feel that this field study is very scary. Do touched his head and said with a headache. Ah Yu, what do you think of this field study? Yuki said to Tong Yu who was walking towards him. Tong Yu came to the crowd and said, Hey, why are you all so worried? This field study is a rare opportunity to improve your strength, shouldn't everyone be happy? Happy? This is a more terrifying assessment than training in hell. Can we be happy? Hey, as expected of a you, if you have the strength to speak so stubbornly, this kind of assessment is indeed a pediatric subject for you. You misunderstood me, strength is important, but this study is not completely linked to cooking ability. How to use the knowledge learned so far to deal with various situations is the key to passing. Tong Yu had already figured out what to do, and filled out and submitted the application form as soon as he got it. Tong Yu also got the information sheet for going to the first study site. The first place to go is not optional, but the place arranged by the academy. When he opened the envelope and saw where he was going, Tong Yu was stunned. Hey, after hearing you say this, I suddenly feel that field study has become easier again. If there is no place to submit the application within one day, Totsuki will acquiesce that the student has given up the choice, and will randomly arrange the place to study. When everyone heard Tong Yu's words, they became even more puzzled, and they did not understand the meaning of these words. Choosing two internship places by themselves, many students will choose small institutions such as food manufacturing stores and milk tea stores, because there are only small problems in such places, and it is easy to leave. Seeing is believing, results. I understand the truth, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep my hands and feet busy. Two of them are arranged by the Totsuki party, and the other two places students apply for themselves according to their own needs. 5 days later, the field study officially began. 3 days later, the application form for the field study was distributed to each trainee. Forget it, I can only take a step by step, and I just hope that it will not be assigned to places with too many problems. The total duration of the field study is 1 month, 4 weeks, and students will go to different places for study every week, which means that they will go to 4 different places one after another. Yep. Tong Yu further explained, the ultimate purpose of the field study is to let everyone feel the atmosphere of the restaurant, to have experience working in the kitchen after graduation, and also to leave footprints in the restaurant where the internship was conducted. Each restaurant, not all are perfect, there will be some problems more or less, and it is the key to be good at finding problems. How to deal with problems and whether they are perfect depends on the individual's performance. Of course, this is not just for restaurants, after all, there are also food manufacturing shops, hotels, snack bars, and so on. Plate Amarillo, this is where Tong Yu's first week field study took place. This is a Spanish restaurant, and the chef is none other than Katazaki Ryu, who has an emotional connection with Tong Yu. Tong Yu never dreamed that one of the places Totsuki arranged for him to go would be her restaurant. Because of the meal, the relationship between the two was very rigid, and they have never been in contact. It must be very embarrassing to meet again. Tong Yu didn't take the initiative to contact Jiao Zaki because he felt embarrassed for one reason, and also wanted to cut off this unlikely relationship directly for another reason. Now that Tong Yu has a girlfriend named Ryoko Kami, he doesn't have much thought about Jiao Zaki. Although Shin Ryoko has also stated that he doesn't mind Tong Yu finding other women. Tong Yu is also happy to hug each other. After all, it is normal for men to have such thoughts, but who is Jiazaki? A strong woman who has had her own restaurant in less than 2 years after graduating, will be willing to do it. Second concubine. Not to mention, she is a junior who is more than 4 years younger than her. Therefore, Tong Yu also gave up this idea long ago, and did not want to make Jiao Zakiryu sad, so he never contacted him. It's good now, Totsuki has directly arranged for him to go to Kanazaki Nada restaurant for an internship, and it's impossible not to meet. Speaking of which, when Tong Yu was on his way to the Ryu Amarillo restaurant, Katazaki Ryu heard from the sous chef that a first-year student of Totsuki was coming to her restaurant to study. Sister Nwomi, this kind of thing should have been told to me earlier, why did you tell me now? Sorry, you weren't in the restaurant before, Totsuki called me and I agreed to help you. But don't worry, I specifically asked them to send a capable student here, and they won't hold us back. At this time, Tsunazaki Taki, who was wearing a white chef's uniform in the restaurant, was frowning and talking to another woman who was also wearing a chef's uniform. The female chef, who is called Sister Nomi by Katazaki, is the sous chef of the restaurant, whose full name is Messia Nomi. She is an authentic Spanish chef. Kanazaki shouldered the burden of running the restaurant together, and now the restaurant is running well, thanks to her great contribution. The relationship between the two is like sisters, and they talk about everything. Nomi saw Katazaki Ryu frowning and couldn't help but say, Ryu, why don't I call Totsuki now to cancel this cooperation? Forget it, since I've already agreed, I can't go back on my word, but the student who came here has no strength, so I'll kick him out of the store without hesitation. Jiao Zaki was ready to support people, and then asked, what's the name of the student sent here? This morning, Totsuki sent the basic information about the students who are coming to study, and I will check it right away. Nomi took out her mobile phone and clicked on the link to the official website of Totsuki, and soon a row of messages popped up. She looked at it and said, it's a Huxia student, but he's still an elite 10. Hearing this, Katazaki Ryu's complexion suddenly changed, and then she hurriedly took Nwomi's phone and looked at it. When he saw the word Tong Yu, Jiao Zaki froze in place, and murmured in his mouth, it could be him, he wants to come to my restaurant. Being able to become an elite 10 in the first grade is definitely good, and it must be helpful for this restaurant rating. Now you should be a little relieved. Flow, flow, flow. After Nomi shouted 3 times in a row, Jiao Zaki came back to his senses. Looking at the chef's uniform he was wearing, Kakugasaki looked a little flustered and said, no, I can't see him in this, I'll change clothes. After saying that, Katazaki ran to the changing room of the restaurant. Hey, could it be that the student who is coming to the restaurant for an internship is the one he likes? Nwomi exclaimed while looking at Tong Yu's information on her phone. Because Jiyazaki and Nomi are sisters who can talk about everything, during the time when Jiyazaki broke up in love, she also learned about everything that happened to Tong Yu and Jiyazaki Ryu. At first, Nomi couldn't believe it, the strong female middleman, Katazaki Ryu, would fall in love with a younger brother. After Katazaki personally told her, she became curious. She was very curious about what kind of boy he was. It made such a woman unhappy and sad for a while. Due to preparations for the restaurant raiding, the Flo Amarillo restaurant has been closed since yesterday. The purpose of closing is naturally to adjust the state and prepare for the raiding. Restaurant rating refers to the review and tasting work of a restaurant to increase its star rating. When the scale, environment, service, equipment, restaurant size, etc. of the restaurant meet the corresponding requirements, the application for restaurant rating can be submitted to the local rating agency. Sister Nwomi, what's wrong with the chef? Her expression was so strange just now. Wait, I'm not ready. Unfinished, to be continued. I feel like the chef has changed a lot since Totsuki came back as an inspector, and sometimes he's always staring at one place. Go and open the door, isn't he your junior? Really, you also have such a twisted side. Okay, this is not the focus of your concern now. You should prepare well for the raiding work. There will be new employees coming later, so you should prepare well. Momi said to several employees. After a while, the sound of footsteps came from the restaurant, and the voice of conversation could be vaguely heard. At the critical juncture of the restaurant's rating, a first-year kid is sent. With the character of the chef, this student will definitely have no good fruit to eat. New employee. It's a student sent by Totsuki for field study. The scene of running into the dressing room in a panic was seen by other employees in the restaurant, and they were all curious and came forward to ask. Is this Sister Lu's restaurant? But why is it closed? Being scolded is a trivial matter. If you drag your feet, you will definitely be kicked out. I saw her going to the dressing room. Is this going somewhere? Is it a date? Several unsuspecting employees are observing 3 seconds of silence for the upcoming field study in the restaurant. They feel that if a student is sent to the restaurant at such a critical moment, the student is in all likelihood doomed to fail. Drop out. However, the sense of sensitivity of these employees is really strong. Seeing the flustered appearance of Kakugasaki, they can guess that it is because of emotional matters. Tong Yu stepped forward and knocked on the door of the restaurant in doubt, and said, "Excuse me, I am a student sent by Totsuki for field study, is anyone there?" Nomi is very clear about Lu's character, and if other restaurant employees know about her and Tong Yu's affairs, they will definitely lose their temper. In another place, Tong Yu started from Polar Star Dorm, and after spending more than 3 hours, he finally arrived at the purpose of his field study, Flo Amarillo. Tong Yu could hear voices coming from the restaurant through the door, and it was certain that someone was in front of the door. Someone doesn't open the door, what are they muttering inside? Tong Yu murmured when he saw the delay in opening the door. After waiting for a while, the door to the restaurant was opened, and the first thing Tong Yu saw was Jiaozaki's rosy face. Today's Katazaki Ryu is wearing a wraparound knitted dress on the upper body and a pair of tight gray stockings on the lower body. With long hair tied up, it gives people a sense of being capable and beautiful. The horns dressed up like this are very feminine, but Tong Yu doesn't know that the reason why Katazaki Ryu is coming to the restaurant is that he specially changed into this feminine clothes. Tong Yu also didn't pay much attention to Katazaki Ryu's clothes, and smiled and said hello to resolve the previous embarrassment. "Sister, long time no see." Jiaozaki didn't dare to look directly at Tong Yu, so he could only turn to the side and say, "Okay, long time no see, no, I didn't expect that the person sent by Totsuki was you." "Yeah, I didn't expect it, maybe this is the arrangement of fate." Tong Yu felt that something was wrong when he said this, and immediately changed his words, "But don't worry, senior sister, since I'm here, I will try my best to help you and not cause trouble for you." Then, you come in first and then talk about it. Kakugasaki said with a rosy cheek. Tong Yu nodded and walked into the restaurant. After entering, Tong Yu looked at the environment and layout of the restaurant. The decoration and layout of the entire restaurant were carried out in accordance with the Western style, but on the basis of the Western style, a Spanish restaurant style was added. Overall, the restaurant has a clean, upscale feel that makes people want to sit down and order a dish and enjoy the leisurely moment of food. Is this Sister Lu's restaurant? It's really good. Tong Yu nodded after looking at it. It's okay, the design of the restaurant is a mix of Spanish and Western restaurants. Only then could Jiao Zaki meet Tong Yu's eyes, but there was still a blush on his face. You came from Totsuki, you probably haven't had lunch yet, I'll go to the kitchen to make you something to eat. Before Tong Yu could speak, Katazaki Ryu had already turned around and trotted into the restaurant. The staff of the restaurant who were hiding in the corner of the restaurant at the moment were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They thought that Katazaki Ryu would give the trainee a cold bench to sit on, but unexpectedly, they even cooked lunch themselves. Is this still the chef himself? He actually cooks lunch for a field student. Looking at the conversation between the two, it seems that they have known each other for a long time. Just now I heard that the student named Tong Yu called the chef senpai. Even if we know each other, because of the chef's personality, we will cook lunch by ourselves. Even if we only have this kind of treatment occasionally. A few employees thought of Katazaki Ryu's deliberate change of clothes, and realized something. They couldn't help but look at each other and said in unison, could it be that the chef is facing the students? However, they didn't dare to guess, let alone say it. If they were heard by Jiazaki Lu, they would be dead. Mao Yu also noticed the eyes of the restaurant employees who were hiding in the corner staring at him, and guessed in his heart what might be the reason. He didn't take it to heart either, just pretended he didn't know anything about this kind of thing. More than 10 minutes later, Jiao Zaki brought out a steaming dish from the kitchen and brought it to Tong Yu, saying, try it, this is the main dish I'm going to use for rating. Rating? Sister Lu, is your restaurant doing a star rating this week? Jiao Zaki nodded, we'll talk about this later. You can try this dish first. What needs to be improved? Tong Yu then turned his attention to the dish prepared by Jiao Zaki, and saw that it was a plate of seafood risotto with sliced red sausage placed on top of the cooked rice. The whole dish was brightly colored and full of fragrance. Judging only by color and scent, this dish is impeccable. Is this seafood risotto with red sausage? Tong Yu asked. That's right, the name of the dish is tentatively named pasta risotto, and I paired it with sausages from the La Mancha region on the basis of the traditional paella. Katazaki explained. Spanish cuisine has its own characteristics in the world's major cuisines, including noble and folk, traditional and modern culinary arts and special high-quality ingredients, making Spanish cuisine occupy an important position in Europe and around the world. As Spain faces the sea on 3 sides, the inland mountains are undulating and the climate is diverse. In history, it has been repeatedly invaded by foreign tribes and influenced by different teachings, so each place has unique cultural traditions and characteristics, forming the characteristics of rich dishes and strong taste. Roasted and red sausages are well-known dishes in Catalonia and La Mancha, and Katazaki style combined them in one dish. Tong, student Yu, have you always been so brave when you eat? Let me introduce you to the staff of the restaurant first. This is Messia Nome, the sous chef of Lu Amarillo. You can call her Miss Nome, this is the meat cook. This chapter contains pictures, click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Under the introduction of Katazaki Ryu, Tong Yu had a preliminary understanding of the staff of Ryu Amarillo restaurant. It was not the first time that Jiao Zaki saw Tong Yu for dinner. Knowing that his appetite was unusual, he acted calmly. Tong Yu picked up a spoon and scooped up the rice mixed with shrimp, scallops and other seafood, and slowly put it into his mouth. Tong Yu adhered to the principle of not wasting waste, ate all the dishes made by Katazaki Ryu, and drank a large glass of water before opening his mouth. I would have a good idea if Lu Senpai improves, but before this I wondered about the restaurant rating thing. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Just what? Kanazaki asked hastily. It's delicious, the freshness of seafood and the aroma of dried rice are mixed together, and the deliciousness gradually merges with continuous chewing, which deeply stimulates the taste. How about the taste of this red sausage? After eating it, I only feel that there are many kinds of seafood jumping on my tongue. It's just that I always feel that this dish is missing something, 113 points, or the way the red sausage and seafood risotto are paired is not right. Tong Yu expressed his feelings about this dish. At this time, Momi and 2 other employees also came to the table where Tong Yu was, and wanted to hear Tong Yu's opinion on the recipe. Under the introduction of Katazaki Ryu, Tong Yu had a preliminary understanding of several employees of the Ryu Amarillo restaurant. Sous chef Messia Nome, Koizumi Chishi who handles meat dishes, and 2 kitchen helpers. There are 3 waiters in total, of which the foreman is a woman in her 30s, named Sha Shiji. This is the full lineup of Flow Amarillo, because the restaurant rating will start in 5 days, the restaurant is closed these days, and the entire staff is preparing for the rating. It turned out, so, I said why the restaurant is closed, it's for the restaurant's rating. Tong Yu didn't know much about restaurant ratings, so he asked again, Sister, the restaurant's rating is not just for the rating of the recipe. Yes, and the restaurant's environment and service will also affect the restaurant's rating. Kakugasaki said. Momi added, but because we are a 1-star restaurant, the environment and service of the restaurant should be acceptable, and the most important thing is to see the strength of the chef and the taste of the restaurant's recipes. Indeed, the environment, service, and scale of a 1-star restaurant are just that, far from a 5-star hotel like Totsuki Resort, and there is no need to be too strict. In other words, when the focus of the rating is on service, scale, environment, etc., rather than on the taste of the recipe, this means that the number of stars in the rating must be very high, at least 3 or 4 stars, or even it's a 5-star restaurant. Therefore, the rating of a 1-star and 2-star restaurant is still focused on the taste of the food. Therefore, Amaru is now focusing on the dishes he prepares. The dishes are not a single meal, but presented in the form of a set menu. Appetizers, soups, main dishes, and desserts are the minimum requirements for these 4 dishes. You can also expand to add side dishes, salads and other dishes on this basis. However, since it is presented in the form of a set meal, the quality of the main dish obviously plays a crucial role. So now there are no problems with the restaurant's environment and service. The problem that needs to be solved now is the cooking package prepared. Tong Yu asked again. Yes, the appetizers and main dishes are in charge, Qianshi is in charge of the soup, and I am in charge of the dessert at the end. Then Tong learned about the 4 dishes rated this time from Yunuomiyai. For the appetizer, we used the popular foie gras in Western cuisine as the main dish, and made a dish, foie gras with blueberry apple sauce. The soup comes from the famous local dish, Spanish pesto soup, in Catalonia, Spain. The main course is the Spanish sausage seafood risotto that Tong Yu has tasted just now. The final dessert is the representative Spanish dessert, Santiago cake. These 4 dishes are the recipes discussed and determined by all the staff of Tanned Amarillo, and they are all typical recipes in Spain. Sister Shi, if possible, let me try the appetizers, soups and desserts. After tasting, I can find out the shortcomings of the dishes for you, and then make improvements. After Tong Yu said this, Koizumi Chishi, who was beside him, finally couldn't help but say, Tong Yu, although you are a senior's junior, but you have the guts to say that you want to taste the dishes we prepared for the rating, and you need to improve it. I just wanted to ask, are you proficient in Spanish cuisine? When Jiyazaki heard Koizumi Chishi speak like this, he was a little displeased and said, Qianshi, pay attention to your attitude. Chef, I'm just telling the truth, although the success rate of the restaurant's rating is not high this time, it's not enough for a student Totsuki to point fingers at our restaurant. Koizumi Chishi turned his head aside after speaking. Koizumi Chishi, who is only 25 years old this year, has 10 years of experience working in various restaurants and is proficient in handling all kinds of meat dishes. He joined Luomari 3 months after its establishment and has been in charge of all kinds of meat dishes in the restaurant. Processing of cooking and seafood ingredients. Of course, his personal strength is nothing to say, and it is precisely because of his strength that he dislikes Tong Yu, a fledgling chef who has not even left the campus. In addition, his personality is as straightforward as Jiao Zaki. What are you talking about? We'll say the words just now. Tong Yu was not angry at all after hearing this. He knew that his strength was not recognized by Koizumi Chishi and the rest of the restaurant. In this case, saying that he wanted to help them improve their cooking would indeed arouse the dissatisfaction of others. Well, I really don't know enough about Spanish cuisine. I don't know how to master it at all, just a little bit of fur. However, my sense of taste is different from ordinary people, and I can easily find out the flaws in the cuisine. Are you making improvements? Tong Yu said with a smile. After saying this, Koizumi Chishi and the others were all startled, only Kakuro was very calm. Tong Yu has an extraordinary sense of taste. Tong Yu mentioned it inadvertently when Jiao Zaki was reserving and training before. She was surprised at first, and then thought that Tong Yu could create Dashia 1 by himself. With so many recipes on it, I'm relieved. This is also one of the reasons why Katazaki is obsessed with Tong Yu. He clearly has such a powerful talent that he can become a famous chef on his own, but he chose to enter the Totsuki Academy and act in a low-key manner. Send, it's difficult, don't you have the tongue of God, Mr. Tong Yu? Momi looked at Tong Yu and asked. My taste talent is not God's tongue, but it is a stronger taste ability than God's tongue. Words are useless. I will go to the kitchen to make a dish. I think this dish will inspire senior sister. That's right. Tong Yu said with a smile on his face. Koizumi Qianshi snorted coldly, obviously not believing what Tong Yu said. If your cooking is a mess, can I think you are talking nonsense? Of course, if the cooking I cook is not satisfactory to you, you can directly judge that my field study failed, and I will leave here immediately. Just when Tong Yu and the people in Luamro restaurant were tit for tat, a dark shadow outside the window was taking a panoramic view of the scene. This is the tooth of Totsuki Academy. He is mainly responsible for monitoring the students of this field study, preventing students from trading PY with the person in charge of the field study, and determining whether they have left, seeing is believing, by their real strength. As expected to be one of the Elite 10 and the champion of the autumn trials, is he going to set up Maui as soon as he comes to the restaurant? It looks like he can leave a mark within today. Everyone in the restaurant didn't know that there were minions sent by Totsuki outside the restaurant. After Tong Yu entered the kitchen, it only took 10 minutes to complete the dishes he was going to make, and sent them to Jiazaki, Koizumi Chishi and others. This is what you cook. Isn't this sausage? I saw a few thick sausages on the plate. The length of the sausages was about 8 centimeters and the diameter was 2 centimeters, which was more than double the size of ordinary sausages. Since the sausages were only taken out of the steamer, the surface was still steaming, and at the same time a fragrance penetrated into the noses of everyone. So, is it because I tasted the chef's red sausage just now and made the sausage? Momi said unexpectedly, looking at the sausage in front of her. There is an obvious difference between red sausage and sausage. Sausage is made of marinated pork cans. The red sausage is made of pork, starch, pepper and other seasonings. At the same time, the red sausage can be eaten raw, because the meat in the red sausage has been marinated and cooked, and the sausage must be cooked before it can be eaten, but the taste is more chewy. Yes, the name of this dish is Dragon Roll Shark Fin Sausage. You can try it. Tong Yu said. Momi and the others sniffed the aroma rising from the surface of the sausage, all secretly swallowing saliva. It looks interesting, come and try it. Nomi took the lead in picking up a sausage and blowing it around her mouth. Feeling almost cold, she couldn't wait to bite down. Katazaki, Koizumi Chishi and others also picked up one of the chopsticks. After taking a bite, a crisp sound came. Wow! The expressions on the faces of Katazaki, Nomi, Koizumi Chishi and others suddenly changed. In the next second, the shark fin, shredded ham, and shredded bamboo shoots in the sausage were instantly broken and scattered in the mouth. It was only at this time that Tong Yu opened his mouth and said, "How about everyone, do you recognize my strength now?" Seeing this, everyone immediately understood what was going on. That's right, at the moment of biting, the braid broke, and the deliciousness of the ingredients burst out at this moment, and then frantically stirred in the mouth to form a taste tornado. Actually, the shark's fin, ham and shredded bamboo shoots are braided into a braid, because it is braided in such a twist shape, it will feel like a burst when you bite it. Ah, it's a tornado, and there's a huge tornado sweeping across the mouth. Tong Yu laughed, picked up a prepared, well done, knife and cut a sausage down the middle. The roar of the tornado could be clearly heard in the ear. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. There is no need to apologize. After all, I am a student and it is normal for you to disagree at first. In the next few days, I hope to do my best to help you and pass this restaurant rating smoothly. What do you think, senpai? Noon. To be continued. I apologize for what I did just now. You are indeed qualified to say such things just because of this dish alone. Koizumi Chiencher said frankly. The casing was torn, and the structure of the internal ingredients was clearly presented in front of everyone. The three ingredients, shark fin, jinhua ham, and bamboo shoots, were turned into a twist shape and placed inside. Call. The moment the sausage was bitten, the deliciousness turned into a tornado and swept the whole mouth. It was like putting the power of the tornado into the sausage, and the deliciousness exploded at the moment when the sausage was bitten, and even the whole person blew up. Is that why this dish is called tornado shark fin sausage? Tong Yu turned around to find Tsunazaki Taki staring at the unfinished sausage on the table in a daze. Why does this shark's fin sausage have such amazing power? Koizumi Chiencher said with shock on his face. In fact, I also feel this way, but I just can't find a good solution. Kakugasaki said lightly. Only then did Tong Yu know that the three next to him were amazed at his appetite and speed. Isn't this trying to save time? Tong Yu said. He picked up another piece of red sausage and put it into his mouth. After tasting it carefully, he said, the taste of red sausage is also very good. The kitchen of a Mari Mountain restaurant is very spacious and Western style, with all kitchen utensils and equipment. Sister Lu, have you thought of a way to improve the main dish? In the kitchen, Tong Yu asked Jiao Zaki, who suddenly called himself to the kitchen. Yeah, the tornado shark fin sausage you just made inspired me to try and improve it. What are you going to do, Sister Shi? Jiao Zaki thought for a while, then gave the general direction of her improvement. Spanish sausage and seafood risotto is actually a combination of red sausage and seafood risotto. I have been dissatisfied with this dish before. I just feel that the quality of the recipe is not enough. In fact, Tong Yu wanted to talk about this issue for a long time, but he was afraid of hitting Kakugasaki. Senior sister said that I also feel a little strange, it feels like forcibly combining the two dishes, which is very inconsistent. Tong Yu said. Yes, that's how it feels. But just after tasting the tornado shark fin sausage that you made, I wondered if it is possible to seal the seafood risotto in the red sausage, and then present it in the same form. After hearing this, Tong Yu touched his beardless chin and said, this is indeed a very good idea. It can also completely seal the deliciousness of cooked rice in the red sausage, and all the ingredients can be fully integrated. But this way it is only to improve the taste by sacrificing the beauty of the food, but the taste is definitely not up to the shocking feeling of tornado shark fin sausage that sweeps the mouth. How Kakugasaki Ryu is naturally clear about this. Tornado fish sausage. This dish is made of two main ingredients, jinhua ham, etc., which are cut into shreds, and then woven together with another main ingredient, shark fin, to form a twisted braid, which has the same taste as tornado. However, the main ingredients of this Katazaki-style dish are rice, a lot of seafood, and red sausage as the main theme. There are so many ingredients that it is impossible to cut all the ingredients into silk and weave them together. Naturally, it is impossible to achieve that. It tastes like a tornado. So I'm trying to figure out a way to solve this problem now. Do you have any good ideas? Kanazaki asked, looking at Tong Yu. Tong Yu squinted his eyes slightly, and at this moment, he developed the ability of taste-image deduction, and with his wild imagination, he deduced many ways to solve this problem in his mind. Huh? Katazaki Ryu looked suspiciously at Tong Yu's eyes closed, but didn't bother Tong Yu either. See, after a while Tong Yu opened his eyes, he already had a solution in his mind. Sister Shi, there are actually many ways to improve your cooking, it depends on which method you want to choose. During the period of improvement, Tong Yu did not do it himself, but chose to assist Kakugasaki-e, and occasionally gave some suggestions. If Tong Yu described the method of improvement in too much detail, then this dish would be his work again. For a strong woman with strong self-esteem like Katazaki, she would definitely not accept such a delicious meal. However, Katazaki is also a graduate of the second seed of Elite 10, and his talent in cooking is not weak. In the evening, the improvement of the main dish achieved great success. At 8 p.m., Katazaki and others brought the finished dishes to Tong Yu. There are 4 dishes on the table: starter, soup, main course and dessert. That's right, these 4 dishes are the set meal prepared for the rating. Now Miyu is about to taste one by one, use super taste to make deficiencies and improve them. One of the characteristics of Spanish cuisine is that there are many servings. In addition to desserts, the proportion of meat ingredients in the other 3 dishes is relatively high, because the Spanish region is more fond of meat ingredients, and the recipes are basically inseparable from meat and seafood. With normal food intake, it is absolutely impossible to eat these 4 dishes. However, these 4 dishes were so vulnerable in the face of Tong Yu's appetite that after they were all wiped out, he only ate 3 points full. After eating, Tong Yu wiped the corners of his mouth and said slowly, "In general, there are no major problems with the 4 dishes, but there are some small problems. The first is the appetizer. The sauce of the foie gras is not strong enough, the the ratio of sauce and applesauce is a bit unbalanced, the boiled heat of the soup is slightly weakened, which can better highlight the taste of the ingredients, and the 12 points about the seasoning of the 4 dishes need to be improved." Under Tong Yu's super taste, the flaws in the dishes are inescapable, and they are all tasted. Not only that, Tong Yu also put forward suggestions for improvement with the ability of taste-image deduction. Of course, it is just a suggestion. How to improve and whether the improvement is successful or not depends on how they play. In this way, Tong Yu also achieved seeing is believing, and it did not damage the self-esteem of Jiao Zaki and others. 3 days later, all the recipes have been refined, and a salad was added at the suggestion of Katazaki, which Tong Yu was responsible for cooking. At the beginning, Koizumi Chishi and others did not believe Tong Yu's suggestion, but after improving it according to Tong Yu's method, the overall improvement of the cuisine was very obvious, and the taste, color and so on were all improved to a level. This made everyone admire Tong Yu, all because of his strength. Time soon came to the day of the restaurant's rating. At 11:50, a black limited edition sedan stopped in front of Float Amarillo. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Even if a restaurant or a chef gets 1 star, their status will rise by leaps and bounds. On the contrary, some star-rated restaurants will also cancel the star rating because they cannot obtain profits from new oda in the future, so that the chefs themselves will lose confidence and even go bankrupt. The 3 reviewers gave good reviews to the appetizers and soup, which gave the restaurant's employees hope of passing. After a while, the 3 executives walked into the restaurant and took a seat at a table in the middle of the restaurant. Both dishes were very well done and tasted flawless. There are also 3 eye-catching car stickers on the black car body, WGO. To be continued. This Spanish pesto soup is also very well made. It has a lot of garlic flavor, but I don't eat the soup. The essence of the ingredients is all concentrated in the soup, and the soup has a full mellow feeling. The executive officer of the WGO is here, everyone is ready to welcome. Service foreman Sha Shiji ran in from the door and said to everyone. The books they publish are called canons, and the members of the practice who are on site are called executives. All the restaurant staff, including Tong Yu, were also ready to welcome him. Chefs all over the world have great respect and awe for this organization, and this is go. But appetizers and soups are always prepared for the next main course, so the highlight is still in the next main course. That's right, the organization responsible for assessing the star rating of the restaurant is the world-famous International Food Organization WGO. WG0, an organization that gives the highest rating of 3 stars to fine dining restaurants around the world. They will publish the list of star-qualified restaurants in the book every year, which is also the main activity of this organization. At exactly 12 o'clock, the review officially began, and the appetizers, soup, and punctuality were delivered to the tables of the 3 executive officers. The appetizer was foie gras, with sweet and sour blueberries and applesauce to wake up a dormant appetite. Soon, it was served as the main course of this assessment. Katazaki personally delivered the prepared main dish to the 3 executive officers and said, "Please taste, this is the main dish Spanish sausage seafood risotto, also known as delicious bomb cooked rice." The 3 executive officers looked down and saw 3 thick red sausages on their respective plates. In addition to the sausage, there are sauces and lemon slices garnished on the edge of the plate, but there is nothing else in sight. Seeing this, the 3 executive officers were all stunned. Red sausage risotto, but why only the red sausage didn't see the cooked rice? And the shape of this red sausage, the general red sausage has been beaten a lot, don't you say? The executive seemed to realize something, and immediately picked up a thick red sausage with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. After taking a bite, a delicious storm swept the entire mouth. At this moment, Tong Yu, who was watching from the side, could see ingredients such as shark fin, shrimp, scallops, etc. jumping over the executive's head. Well, that's true. The cooked rice is all sealed in the sausage, but the aroma and deliciousness that were sealed in the moment you bite it is like a bomb, and it explodes instantly. It's no wonder that this dish is called bomb burnt rice, with the perfect fusion of burnt rice and seafood, and as you chew all the ingredients, it's like jumping back to life on your tongue. Whether it's aroma, texture or taste, this dish is superb. And the sauce that seems to be a garnish on the side further enhances the flavor of the whole dish. When you take a bite of the red sausage, the taste will change again. Jam-flavored red sausage and seafood risotto. This red sausage can have such a taste, it should not just simply seal the ingredients inside. An executive found something, and deliberately cut a sausage along the middle from top to bottom, and the internal structure of the sausage was immediately revealed. I saw that the whole red sausage has a 4-layer structure, from left to right are red sausage meat, pork, starch, garlic, seafood risotto, shark fin, shrimp and other ingredients, red sausage meat, seafood cooked rice. This neatly juxtaposed combination is somewhat similar to the dish Jojin vegetable French jelly, that Shinomiya Kojiro asked everyone to cook during the accommodation training. However, because it is sealed in the casing of the red sausage, the space is limited and it can only be arranged in 4 layers in this way, and it is a repeated 2-layer structure, but even so, the taste are definitely above the Jojin vegetable French jelly. Just as the executive said just now, the deliciousness was sealed up, and as soon as you took a bite, the deliciousness like a bomb exploded, and the layered texture of the 4-layer structure could be clearly felt as you took a bite. This is the inspiration that Katazaki Ryu found from Tong Yu's tornado shark's fin sausage. The ingredients cannot be made into filaments and twisted, but the texture can be highlighted with such a layered structure. After doing this, the taste of this dish will not be much worse than that of torn roll shark's fin sausage, and the fragrance and deliciousness are still above it. It's the first time I've seen someone present a seafood risotto in this form, and it's a bold improvement. Yes, it's a very good idea. The taste, texture, and aroma are also impeccable, and it has exceeded the past lines so much that it can already be listed as a star restaurant. The two second-class executive officers were talking and laughing, while the first-class female executive officer who was sitting beside them solemnly reminded the two, saying, "The assessment is not over yet, so don't make any conclusions at will." Miss and is as serious as ever. The two remaining dishes are salads and desserts. They can make main dishes so perfect, and these two must be very good. Well, Charm, don't talk too much, and Miss and will report to the top that you are not serious about your work. It's all right, Instval, Miss and won't make small reports. For the next 20 minutes, the three executives tasted the salad made by Tong Yu and the dessert made by Gnome. The salads made by Tong Yu are of course no problem, and the desserts of Momi are also improved by Tong Yu, and they are impeccable in every aspect. After tasting all the dishes, everyone in Shinamariu breathed a sigh of relief. The next step is to wait for the results of the review. God bless you, you must pass. Sister Nwomi, don't worry, we will be fine. After the three executives finished tasting, they also got together to discuss the results of the evaluation. After a quarter of an hour, the first-class executive Annie, who was in the lead, stood up and said to Kakugasaki Ryu and the others, "Okay, the evaluation is over. Please all the staff in your restaurant come out." 1 minute, all the staff of the Amaro restaurant and Tong Yu came to the restaurant. Annie held the teaching book in her left hand, and solemnly announced to the crowd, "Congratulations to everyone in the Amaro restaurant, and congratulations to Chef Bo. After the evaluation of the 3 members of our certification team, we have unanimously awarded Lu Amaro 1-star restaurant honor. 4 flowers." After saying this, everyone's faces were filled with joy that could not be concealed, but they burst out immediately and waited quietly for Annie to finish her words. The results of this assessment will be announced on the official website of Go Within today, and the chef can check it by himself. A week later, the chef will also receive a 1-star chef certificate. This certificate is your identity, which is universal and also the honor that Go conferred on you. I hope you will continue to work hard with this honor, Annie, Ryudo Daikakusaki. By the way, chef, let me ask an insignificant topic, where did the inspiration for your main dish come from? Anne asked. It was not until Annie waited for the 3 of them to get into the special car and leave, everyone in the Shin Amaro restaurant cheered. We made it, we really made it. From now on we are also a 1-star restaurant. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Katazaki Lu pondered and replied without concealment, "It was Tong Yu who gave me the inspiration." Annie immediately turned her attention to Tong Yu. "Well, in fact, this idea is not what I came up with, I found the inspiration from Zhonghua Yifan. Tong Yu said. Hearing Tong Yu say this, Annie showed the look as expected. "I see, this comic has inspired many chefs. Well, the time after that will be left to you to celebrate, and we will leave. Chef, are we going to have a party tonight to celebrate our passing the rating, This news must be shared with the restaurant's old customers as soon as possible, and then the opening time must be replanned." After hearing this, Katazaki hurriedly "Thank you, I will definitely try my best to run the restaurant better." There was excitement and joy on his face, and he happily agreed to everyone's request for a celebration party. The corners of Tong Yu's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that even if he was far away from Polar Star Dorm, he would not be able to escape this celebration party. Since Tong Yu submitted his own salad just now, Annie and others also knew of his existence. Everyone looked at Kakugasaki with anticipation. Annie left the restaurant with the other 2 executives after speaking, and did not make any stops. Celebrate for the stream, Amaro was promoted to 1-star restaurant, and we're here. On the night the rating was passed, all the staff of the Flo Amaro restaurant got together and started a celebration party. On a long Western-style table, there are more than 20 exquisite dishes. These dishes are made by all the staff in the restaurant, and everyone has made a few dishes of their own. In addition to these delicious-looking dishes, there are also red wine, Spanish sake, and beverages, so everyone is ready to fight. Everyone raised their glasses over their heads, clinking the glasses and drinking down the drink or Spanish sake. Tong Yu was no exception. He drank a small half glass of sake with no alcohol content, and watched everyone toast happily. He only felt that this scene seemed familiar. After drinking a glass of wine, everyone started talking about today's rating. This time the rating is much easier than the 1-7 I imagined, and it's not difficult at all. Yeah, it's all thanks to Tong Yu. If it wasn't for him using super taste to improve our dishes, the rating this time is really hard to say. Yes, Tong Yu contributed a lot this time, so I suggest everyone to toast him. Having said that, one of the employees brought a glass of wine and came to toast in front of Tong Yu. Let's drink less, everyone has to get up early for work tomorrow, right? Tong Yu said and picked up the glass. Since Tong Yu acquired the gourmet cell, the amount of alcohol has exceeded that of ordinary people. Like this kind of low-alcohol sake, he is like drinking plain water. He advised everyone to drink less, not because he was afraid of drinking, but because he was really afraid that they would get drunk and make mistakes. It doesn't matter. Everyone is happy tonight, you must have a good time. Numi said, and also picked up the wine glass and touched Tong Yu's glass. But Nwomi did not drink, just ordinary drinks. Tong Yu's mouth twitched again when he saw this, and said, "Okay, this is for you to drink, so don't blame me if you're drunk." After speaking, Tong Yu drank the sake in the cup. An hour and a half later. No, I can't drink anymore, I'm already on top. Today, this is the end of the day, I'll go back first. The dishes on the table have been eaten almost, but everyone is already drunk. They did not expect that Tong Yu not only eats an amazing amount, but also drinks an outrageous amount. 7 or 8 people are drunk, and he has nothing to do. Koizumi Chishi and the others were 7 or 8 drunk, and then Nomi called a taxi and sent them back. The 2 or 3 employees who didn't drink were also full and left the restaurant to go home. After a while, only Katazaki Ryu, Tong Yu, and Nome were left in the restaurant. Knowing about Tong Yu and Katazaki Ryu, Nomi made a random excuse to leave the restaurant, leaving the rest of the time for the 2 of them. Katazaki had also drank a lot of alcohol just now, and he was already 3-point drunk, and his face was also rosy. When there were only 2 people on the table, the atmosphere became a little warmer. The 2 bowed their heads and did not speak. After a long time, Katazaki spoke to break the silence, "Tomorrow you are leaving." Well, in the afternoon, the people from the Totsuki Education Department told me that this round of study has been passed, and a new place will be arranged to continue the study tomorrow. Therefore, I may not come here tomorrow. Dong Yudao. After saying this, the 2 were silent for a while. After a few minutes, Jiao Zakipo spoke again, "Tong Yu, I'm not good at expressing myself, and I'm also straight when I do things. What I want to say is, you should understand me, I treat you." How could Tong Yu not understand the meaning of Jiao Zaki? "Sister Pa, I knew it when you invited me to dinner last time. However, you also know that I have a girlfriend. Don't say anything else, I just want to know if you have feelings for me." Katazaki Ryu seemed to have mustered up the courage to look up at Tong Yu and asked. Tong Yu nodded and said, "I feel it, but I don't want to hurt senior sister Lu, so I avoided you and stopped contacting you last time. But I didn't expect fate to let us meet again." When Jiao Zaki heard this, his eyes flashed with strange colors, and he suddenly stood up. "Tong Yu, since you like me, I like you too. Then I can't care so much. I'll tell you now, you are my Katazaki's boyfriend, and I won't give you to other women." Katazaki said to Tong Yu domineeringly. At this moment, the strength of the strong woman Katazaki showed, even in the aspect of emotion, she was so arrogant. Tong Yu was also a little confused by Jiao Zaki's words. Is this posture to take it by force? Sister Lu, you. Calm down. Then Shinryoko is my girlfriend, I can't do anything to be sorry for her. Tong Yu said. Humph, what do you think of me as someone? Katazaki clasped his hands and continued to speak in a strong voice of a strong woman. You can have multiple girlfriends, but only one wife. Before you get married, I have the right to compete fairly with any of your girlfriends. Can you have many girlfriends and only one wife? Tong Yu repeated this sentence in his heart and found out how philosophical it is. Senpai, although I'm glad you said that, why am I panicking? Tong Yu was a little confused when faced with the strength of Katazaki. Before Tong Yu didn't come to field study, Katazaki was also ready to let go of his relationship with Tong Yu, but this time, she changed her mind again. She also felt that this was the arrangement of fate, why not meet it directly instead of escaping? That's why she made up her mind to compete with Tong Yu's other girlfriends. Ayu, the journey is smooth, I will go to Totsuki to see you when I have time. Katazaki said to Tong Yu with the attitude of a little woman. The next day, Tong Yu stood at the door of Lu Amaral and waved goodbye to everyone. Omit thousands of words. Jiao Zaki and Tong Yu only confirmed their relationship last night, and they are leaving today. She is naturally very reluctant. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. She came to Tong Yu in 2 or 3 steps, and carried out a sneak attack when Tong Yu was still in love. Tong Yu nodded and said, okay, when I graduate, I will definitely come to the restaurant to help you all. I have to say goodbye to you for thousands of miles, so let's say goodbye. 4.4 Seeing this, the staff of Floamario are not surprised either, because they know that their chef is completely infatuated with this little boy. Zhang Yu's eyes widened, he didn't expect Katazaki to act like this. After finishing speaking, Tong Yu left under the watch of Kanazaki and others, and went to the second field study location, Totsuki Resort. The current Katazaki was completely different from the strong last night. He was full of emotion in his heart, but Katazaki had done it for the sake of it, and he had no reason to resist. Well, Lu Shui, you also take care. There are also Sister Momi, Brother Qianchi, and everyone in the restaurant. The same is true for you. The restaurant has only entered a star-rated restaurant. There are many things that need to be busy, so it's your hard work. Dong Rain said to the crowd. Katazaki does one thing without end, and for the sake of it, she decided to do it more ruthlessly. If Junior Tong Yu feels sorry for my family, he will finish his studies early and come to the restaurant to help us. Yes, with your participation, our restaurant will sooner or later become a 3-star or even a 4-star restaurant. Well, Tong Yu's second field study place was the Totsuki Resort, which he volunteered to visit. Totsuki Resort is a combination of 5-star resort hotel and 5-star restaurant, and it is also the only double 5 place in Japan. The place where Tong Yu and others accommodated and trained was only the iceberg of Totsuki Resort. Corner. It takes more than half a day to go to Totsuki Resort from Ryu Amaral, but Tong Yu is not in a hurry, because the field study officially starts tomorrow, so he only needs to arrive at the resort within today. Tong Yu didn't bother to transfer to the subway, so he packed a car and headed for Totsuki Resort. On the way, he received a text message from Katazaki Shampoo. Senpai, have you been to Totsuki Resort yet? Tong Yu, not yet. It is estimated that it will take 3 hours to arrive. What are you doing now? Senior sister, what else can I do? The restaurant has been rated successfully, and the old customers have to be notified of the good news. The price of the recipe will also change, and there are a lot of things to be dealt with later. Not long after you left, a few more reporters came to interview. It was really annoying. Tong Yu, Smile/then you are busy, don't worry about me, I can just sleep in the car 22 for a while. Senior sister, okay, you can rest. By the way, I still have to remind you that Totsuki Resort is a 5-star restaurant, and it is not so easy to get the results of the field study here. But since it's my boyfriend, I'm sure you'll be fine. So, do it yourself. Tong Yu ended the text message chat with Jiao Zaki, and it is not difficult to see from the chat records that Jiao Zaki has completely fallen into Tong Yu's hands, and has become a little girl in love, who cares deeply about her boyfriend. Tong Yu was also a little bit overjoyed in his heart. After all, being able to conquer a strong woman like Katazaki Ryu is a great sense of achievement from a male point of view. Of course, Tong Yu is not just playing, he also has a certain feeling for Katazaki Ryu. If he didn't feel anything at all, he would have directly rejected it last night. The only thing he is worried about now is whether Ryoko will lose his temper when he finds out about it. Although Shin Ryoko showed a doesn't matter attitude before, as long as she is a woman, she will be grumpy. After thinking about it for a while, Tong Yu temporarily put this matter aside, because the field study will continue for more than half a month, and now she calls Shin Ryoko to say that this matter will only affect her, and this kind of thing is on the phone for half an hour. It's definitely not clear for a while. Tong Yu closed his eyes and rested. The vehicle was driving staggeringly, and he fell asleep after a while. When I was woken up by the driver, I had already arrived at the Moon Resort. Zhang Yu paid the driver the money and walked into the Totsuki Resort again with his luggage. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and he was going to go to Totsuki Hotel to open a room first. Although during the field study period, the person in charge of receiving the trainees was obliged to provide accommodation, but Tong Yu felt that since he came to Totsuki Resort, he had to experience the luxury suite here. When I came to the front desk, Tong Yu paid for a 7-day deluxe suite under the surprised eyes of the lady at the front desk. Tong Yu got the room card, put the luggage in the hotel room, and went directly to the restaurant of Totsuki Resort. The time for the field study report is tomorrow, and today he can take this time to relax and enjoy some resort food. It's a pity that the VIP restaurant is only available for special guests. Tong Yu cannot enter, and can only go to the ordinary dining room. However, when Tong walked to the entrance of Yu restaurant, he met an acquaintance. Senior Boji, are you also here for dinner? At this time, in front of Miyu is Nagase, the vice cook of Totsuki Resort. Student Tong Yu, you are here. Hey, Senior Boji doesn't seem surprised that I appear in this place. Ha, you are coming to Totsuki Resort for field study, Mr. Dojima already told me. I was shocked when I heard this. Sena Hiro couldn't help but sigh. Hiroshi Sena is also a graduate of Totsuki Academy. He is very aware of the rules of field study, and he took the initiative to choose the place of study at Totsuki Resort. He knows what it means. Even when he was a student, he did not choose the minefield of Totsuki Resort, because the number of stars in Totsuki Resort is too high, and it is very difficult to leave. Seeing is believing here. In the history of Totsuki, there are many people who are beyond their own ability to apply to Totsuki Resort for field study, but they all end up dropping out, and some people even offend the important guests of the resort because of a failed dish, ruined the great future as a chef. However, it is not difficult to complete the field study with your strength, but if you have to sharpen your heart, it is not necessarily. Boji said again. Apparently, Dojima Jin also told Boji that Tong Yu was coming to Totsuki Resort to test his patience. That's right, when Tong Yu won the Autumn Trials Championship, when Dojima Jin talked to him, he asked about heart. After some conversation, Tong Yu decided to come to Totsuki Resort to sharpen his heart and break through the level of Dragon Chef as soon as possible. It is precisely because it is difficult to sharpen the heart that I chose Totsuki Resort. Speaking of which, Senior Hakugashi also has a heart. Tong Yu asked. Boji smiled when he heard this, and said, yes, but it's far worse than you. I only found patience 3 years after graduation, and I'm still immature. Is the training of Kaisen really that difficult? Tong Yu 117 was surprised. Hiroshi Senna is already such a powerful person, and after so many years, he has not been able to sharpen his cooking heart to maturity. It varies from person to person. Some people have awakened their hearts very early, and they can mature their cooking hearts in a few years, while some people have awakened their hearts, but they have been in a rudimentary state. This and many factors are related to there is a relationship. But the growth of the old-fashioned heart is a slow process, it can only be done step by step. Tong Yu and Bo Ji talked about the topic of concern, and walked into the VIP restaurant unknowingly. If Tong Yu walked in alone, he would definitely be invited out by the staff here, but there is no such problem when he walks in with Bo Ji. It is not the first time for Tong Yu to come to the resort self-service VIP restaurant. Looking around the cafeteria, there are quite a few people from the upper classes enjoying delicious food. Tong Yu suddenly turned his eyes to the two mature women by the window, and said unexpectedly, "Hey, Queen Curry's two sisters are actually here." In the corner, the two sisters Chinbiao were enjoying the food on the table, and they didn't notice Tong Yu's scrutiny. They are VIP guests of Totsuki Resort, and they are also regulars here, and they come here for vacation basically every month. Bo Ji said. After listening, Tong Yu had to sigh in his heart that it is good to be rich. Tong Yu returned to his hotel room after having his meal at the VIP cafeteria. As for Hiroshi Senna, he had already left long before Tong Yu had dinner. Early the next morning, Tong Yu received a call from Bo Ji, asking him to go to the number 2 kitchen at Totsuki Resort. He has already greeted the kitchen side and explained that field study, so he can go directly to the kitchen. Originally, Hiroshi was going to take Tong Yu to the number 2 kitchen in person, but an important guest from Totsuki came to the resort this morning, and Dojima Jin was not there. As the deputy head chef, he had to go to meet him in person. Tong Yu also felt that it didn't matter, and after having breakfast, he went to the second kitchen. As a double 5-star place, Moon Resort receives countless guests every day, and only one kitchen will definitely be too busy. According to Boji last night, Totsuki Resort has a total of 5 kitchens, but usually only 3 kitchens are in normal operation, and the remaining 2 kitchens are prepared to prevent a large number of guests from staying and need to provide a lot of food. The 3 kitchens that are operated on weekdays are headed by 3 other chefs. As for Dojima Jin and Senna Hiroyuki, they only help with cooking when needed. They are more responsible for the affairs of the resort and reception. The work and cooking are basically done by the 3 major kitchens. Not only are there multiple kitchens, but restaurants are also divided into several places. Of course, there is only one VIP cafeteria at present, and it is only in front of the VIP guests of Totsuki Resort. Tong Yu quickly found the second kitchen at Totsuki Resort. The kitchen of a 5-star restaurant is not comparable to that of a 1- or 2-star restaurant. The kitchen area alone has exceeded the total area of Katazaki-style restaurant, not including the ingredients warehouse, staff lounge, dressing room, etc. Tong Yu walked into the kitchen, glanced at the interior of the kitchen, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. It is indeed a 5-star restaurant. These kitchen equipment are all top-notch, and there are dozens of cooking stations alone. At this moment in the kitchen, there are more than a dozen employees in chef clothes washing and cutting ingredients, making soup, cooking, etc. Now the members of the kitchen work are not all the employees of the number 2 restaurant, but only a part of it, and they have crushed many star-rated restaurants in terms of scale. The chef's uniform is different from that of the general chef, and Tong Yu quickly found the head chef Matsumoto Hiramoto, who was in charge of the second restaurant. Matsuhara Hiramoto, 56, is the head chef of the second restaurant at Totsuki Resort. He specializes in both French and Italian cuisine. He has been working at Totsuki Resort for 30 years. Matsubara has a high reputation in Totsuki Resort. Even Dojima Jin, the head chef, has 3 points in front of him and is called senior. According to what Bo has said, Song Yuan has mature patience, so it is the best choice for him to guide Tong Yu to practice patience. But now there is a big problem. Song Yuan has a quirky temper, and will not easily teach others skills, let alone the training of cooking heart. Bo has also reminded Tong Yu on the phone to prepare him mentally. Hello Matsubara-sama, I'm a student of Totsuki Academy, and I was introduced to you by Senior Hiroshi for a field study. Since Song Yuan was facing Tong Yu with his back at the moment, Tong Yu couldn't see his face clearly. After Song Yuan heard Tong Yu's words, he turned around. Only then did Tong Yu see Song Yuan's appearance clearly, only to see that he had a beard, a pair of piercing eyes, and his eyebrows were clearly curved upwards. The face is full of flesh, and there is a burn on the right cheek, giving people a vicious feeling. This appearance makes it hard for people to believe that he is a chef, but it makes people think that he is more suitable for Jiangyang thief. From the face alone, Tong Yu knew that this person was difficult to get along with. In addition, even though he was in his 50s, Song Yuan didn't look old at all, with jet black hair and a ruddy complexion, looking like a middle-aged man in his 30s. They are both in their 50s and 60s, but compared to Tokugawa Iha, this Matsubara Hiramoto looks too young. Oh, are you the student that Boji said he wanted to come to me for an internship? Then what are you doing? The only person who can call Hakuya, boy, at Totsuki Resort is Matsubara. Song Yuan looked around the kitchen with a nonchalant expression, and finally turned his gaze to the dozens of dishes that had been served on top of the wash basin not far away, and said, let's do the work of washing the tableware. Hearing this, Tong Yu's complexion changed slightly. At this time, the sous chef Legate came to Song Yuan and whispered, Master Chef, since it is someone who has been introduced by Bo, isn't it inappropriate to let him wash the dishes? And he is also our Totsuki student, so give it to him. A corresponding job position will be better. Ah, are you teaching me to do things? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. To be continued. See, so what? Song Yuan sneered without anger, pointed to a piece of pork belly on the cutting board in front of him and said, I'll use this as the main ingredient to make a dish, but the morning work is about to start, you only have 30 minutes of cooking time. A mere student actually wants to work in my kitchen. I don't agree with it. If it wasn't for the sake of that kid Bo-e, you could only sweep the floor outside the kitchen, and you wouldn't even be able to step in. If you understand me if you mean it, just go clean the dishes honestly. Song Yuan said to Tong Yu with a fierce look. Simple. At this moment, Song Yuan's face was covered with haze, and it was even more terrifying when matched with his stern face. Tong Yu was not at all afraid of Song Yuan's terrifying expression, and said with a smile on his face, Master Song Yuan, I can only say that this is a stupid decision, you are using a crane to hang chicken feathers, and you are overqualified. Also, do you think Totsuki will get me through the fieldwork just by brushing the dishes? You kid. Song Yuan sneered a few times, if you don't do it well and waste my precious time, do you know the consequences? You know, dropping out of school is even losing the qualification to be a chef, right? But I can cook a lot of dishes. If you don't ask for a theme, it will be difficult for me to choose. Break. Everyone in the kitchen breathed a sigh of relief. Tong Yu was definitely the first person who could speak to Song Yuan in this tone in this kitchen for so many years. It's that simple. Hehe, I allow you to use these kitchen equipment to make a cooking work that you are most proud of. If you do it to my satisfaction, I will give you the job of applause. Song Yuan's forehead protruded and became the character, well, he held back his rampage and stared at Tong Yu and said, very well, I like a guy like you with a backbone, now I will give you a chance, have you seen the equipment and facilities in the kitchen? I dare not. Legate retracted what he wanted to say in an instant, he was very aware of Song Yuan's temper, and if he continued to speak, it would definitely arouse Song Yuan's thunderous anger. Pig pork belly. Tong Yu stroked the surface of the pork belly with his right hand, and his super tactile ability unfolded. He knew the basic information of the meat clearly. Very fresh pork belly, this meat will definitely make a good dish. Tong Yu was quite satisfied with this piece of meat, rolled up his sleeves and looked at Song Yuan, Master Song, please wait a moment, I'll cook a delicious pork dish for you. After speaking, I walked over to the sink and washed my hands. Only then did Tong Yu start cooking. Although the cooking time is only 30 minutes, Tong Yu's movements and expressions are calm and unhurried, revealing absolute confidence in his expressions and movements. Just watch him put up a big pot and put water in it, put the pork belly in it after turning on the fire. Put the pork directly into the water to cook, this cooking method. So Yuen only guessed what Tong Yu might be cooking from his handling of pork belly. Soon the water in the pot boiled, and the color of the pork belly in the pot gradually changed its color to white. After simmering for another 10 minutes on high heat, Tong Yu inserted chopsticks into the skin of the pork belly, and the chopsticks pierced easily before taking it out. In this process of pork, Tong Yu will prepare the ingredients that will be used. Green and red peppers are cut into equal-sized slices, the garlic sprouts are cut into sections with an oblique knife, and there are more than 10 pieces of minced ginger and garlic in tempeh. When they saw this, everyone in the kitchen already knew what Tong Yu was going to do. The double-cooked pork in Wuxia cuisine he wants to make. The so-called returning the pot refers to boiling the meat for 117 hours and then putting it into the pot for secondary cooking. The essence of the meat in the pot is that the fried meat is dry and fragrant, which is fat but not greasy. That's right, the pork is boiled in water in a pot beforehand, and it is already ate mature. After slicing it, it only needs to be quickly stir-fried in the pot to reach the final temperature. So the key is the heat in the stir-fry. Whether it is pork itself, green and red peppers, garlic sprouts and other ingredients, there is a lot of water permeating inside. In order to make the whole dish taste dry and aftertaste, all the water must be evaporated in an instant. The overwhelming firepower is necessary. Indispensable. At the same time, the control of whether the heating is uniform and the time of stirring must also be accurately controlled. That's right, Tong Yu's dish is the famous Sichuan dish, twice-cooked pork. Twice-cooked pork has an important place in Sichuan cuisine. It has always been considered the first of Sichuan cuisine and the incarnation of Sichuan cuisine. When it comes to Sichuan cuisine, this dish must be thought of. However, as the employees of the restaurant nearby discussed, it is not easy to make this dish well, and the control of the heat is the key. However, Tong Yu has a super tactile sense, and the control of the heat has reached the point of being arbitrary. Tong Yu immediately processed the cooked pork belly. He didn't show such amazing knife skills when cutting the side dishes just now, just processed it with ordinary techniques. But when it comes to cutting meat, his approach changes. I saw Tong Yu's right hand holding the knife staying in the air, never touching the cutting board from beginning to end, not even making a sound. However, after a minute or two, a large piece of pork belly was cut into pork belly pieces of equal thickness and size, and pieces of pork belly with distinct layers of fat and thin layers were neatly spread on the cutting board. Such bizarre knife skills surprised everyone in the kitchen. Ah, this kid really has two brushes, and he can handle the ingredients without touching the ingredients with his hands. Let me see how strong the patient boy is. Song Yuan looked at Tong Yu with a strange look and whispered. All the ingredients are ready, the next step is the cooking stage. Taste. The valve of the gas stove was protected, and the faint blue flame immediately hit. Tong Yu picks up the spoon and uses the handle part of the sentence to pass through the pot ear, of the iron pot, and then grabs the handle part of the sentence, so that the whole pot can be easily controlled just by holding the sentence, so that the whole pot can be easily controlled. Every part of the pot is heated to medium heat evenly. It is not until the whole pot is burnt red that it is ready to enter the formal cooking stage. Seeing this scene, the assistant chef Legate nodded secretly. He knows the essence of heat very well. Preheating the whole pot is also an important step in making dishes such as double-cooked meat. The size of the heat directly determines the deliciousness of the dish. In Zhonghua Ian, Lu Wangxing also said this. The heat of Wuxia cuisine is not all that requires fire. You can use hot water, steam, air and other forms of things to cook the deliciousness of the ingredients. But only having a pot is the incarnation of flame, because it is the flame that has the shape of a pot. This sentence expresses the importance of preheating the whole pot, and the dishes made in this way can be called the essence of heat. Tong Yu was still calm. He poured the sliced pork belly and minced ginger and garlic directly into the pot. Under the high temperature, the pork belly soon made a sound of oil popping out of its mouth. In the high temperature, the pork belly began to be slightly rolled, and after almost all the fat was fried, Tong Yu scooped up a tablespoon of bean paste and put it into the pot. See. Debanjiang is the soul of double-cooked pork. When put in, the red sauce will render the whole pot open, and the pork belly is also dyed with a beautiful layer of red. As Tong Yu kept shoveling the bottom of the pot with his right hand, the fat gradually turned red. Pour in the bean drums, season with light soy sauce, and add the color of old extracts. After frying again, the pork belly has turned into a beautiful oily red color. Almost. Tong Yu first poured the green and red peppers into the pot, then took a damp rag to wrap the pot ears and shook the whole pot up and down. Dump the pot. This is a way to fully integrate the ingredients in the pot and heat it evenly, and it is a necessary skill for sautéing. After stirring for about 20 seconds, Tong Yu put the last ingredient, garlic sprouts. Meow. The beautiful sound resounded in the pot again. Tong Yu continued to shake the whole pot, and at this moment, golden rays of light flew out of the pot. Seeing this scene, Song Yuan had a look of surprise on his face, and said without a voice, "Luminous cuisine." Boom! As the golden light filled the whole iron pot, Tong Yu's cooking was also announced to be complete. The essence of Wuxia cuisine, the Big Bang twice-cooked pork is complete. Zhang Yu brought the prepared dishes to Song Yuan and said, "Master Song Yuan, please taste it." "You're right, I should have cooked this dish for less than 30 minutes, right?" This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Song Yuan didn't dare to think about it anymore. At this moment he understood what the name genius was, referring to the young man in front of him. Although Song Yuan didn't speak, his right hand holding the chopsticks didn't stop. He didn't put down the chopsticks until the whole plate of double-cooked meat dishes had been eaten completely, and only the red oil at the bottom of the plate was left. After taking a bite, Yakitate couldn't stop, and the second time he used his chopsticks, he not only picked up the twice-cooked pork, but also put it into his mouth along with the green and red peppers and garlic sprouts. Moreover, in the case where the cooking heart is not mature enough, if they are honed together to complete maturity, wouldn't the cooking be better? Song Yuan didn't speak, picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of twice-cooked pork into his mouth. Then close your eyes and chew carefully. After tasting, his face was calm, but a huge wave was set off in his heart. The pinnacle of Wuxia cuisine, Guangli, did not expect that a boy under 16 could cook it so easily. This dish not only highlights the extraordinary cooking skills, but also the knife skills are perfect. To be continued. The tip of the tongue seems to be dancing with flames. This dish made me feel the essence of fire. After hesitating for a while, Yakitate took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of double-cooked pork and put it in his mouth. "Is this the sous chef?" "You are welcome, come and have a taste." Tong Yu handed a pair of chopsticks to Yakitate. "That's the feeling. The taste is very ordinary, but because the heat has turned into a condiment, the whole dish has been sublimated. The characteristics of the twice-cooked dried pork, fat but not greasy, and bright color are fully highlighted. There is no doubt that this is a very successful double-cooked meat." Yakitate praised. Soon, the expressions of Song Yuan and Yakitate suddenly changed, their eyes widened and they looked incredulous. "Well. The pork slices are cut to the same size, the shape is almost the same, and the size and cut of the green and red peppers and garlic sprouts are very suitable. The perfect use of knives, once again the deliciousness and taste of the ingredients, can make a seemingly ordinary double-cooked pork have a dish that is comparable to that made with top-quality ingredients." Big Bang twice-cooked pork is a dish made by Lu Angxing and Yakin in the confrontation of the Yangtze River. Lu Xing was cooking this dish on the Yangtze River at that time, which was seriously affected by the weather and terrain. Although he used corresponding methods to make up for it, the taste was definitely different from Tong Yu's cooking in a dedicated kitchen. And Tong Yu also made a simple improvement on the basis of the original recipe, adding the ingredient of tempeh. Dugu has the effect of enhancing fragrance and flavor, which further highlights the deliciousness of this dish, and the black of dugu complements the colors of green and red peppers, garlic sprouts and twice-cooked pork, making the whole dish more colorful. Beautiful. At the same time, Tong Yu has a super tactile sense, and the control of the heat is higher than that of Luangxing, so it is a matter of course that the quality of this dish is higher. Chef Song Yuan, are you satisfied with this double-cooked pork dish? Now you can consider giving me a normal job. Tong Yu looked at Song Yuan Guangban with a smile on his face. The blue veins on Matsubara's forehead still jumped when he heard this. Boy, the ugly words are in front of you. The job of the kitchen is not those games you played in Totsuki. If you don't do well, I will still kick you out of the kitchen, clear? Humph, but I still can't let you get started directly on the first day. You should be familiar with the kitchen first. After Song Yuan finished speaking, he ignored Tong Yu, turned around and said loudly to the other staff in the kitchen, all cheer me up, there have been a lot of VIP guests these days, don't lose face in front of them and let others two kitchens steal the show. Tong Yu pouted, doesn't this mean that we still have to start by brushing the dishes? But I can understand what Song Yuan said, because each kitchen has its own set of processes, and no one can get started directly. Just like factory assembly line production, you need to be familiar with the production process of each link in order to cooperate with others. The kitchen is not a place for one person. In order to efficiently cook delicious dishes, teamwork is inevitable. Tong Yu didn't complain too much either. After putting on the chef's clothes, he went to the sink and started the lowest work in the kitchen, washing dishes. After brushing the tableware, Zhang Yu observed it carefully in the kitchen. Observe the cooking process of everyone and become familiar with this kitchen cooking set. Like many restaurants, Totsuki Resort focuses on Western food. Western food, then it will definitely involve the combination of set meal. The recipes in the set are prepared in advance and exist in a fixed way. Of course, at a 5-star restaurant like Totsuki Resort, there are more than a dozen set menus available, and the set menu will change according to the season. As for what kind of package to do every day, it depends on the customer's order. Tong Yu spent the whole morning under observation, basically getting a rough idea of the assembly line in the kitchen. Noon is the golden time for guests to dine, and it is also the busiest time in the kitchen. There is a steady stream of plates coming in from the kitchen, which also increases Tong Yu's workload. Tong Yu sighed slightly, put on gloves and continued to do this boring work. However, in the process of brushing the dishes, he found a small problem. There was a lot of sauce left on the return plate, but a lot of vegetables were left on the plate of the guests who dipped it in bread. Apparently, there was a problem with the distribution of the sauces between the two dishes. Tong Yu did not immediately report this issue to Song Yuan, and he did not come to Song Yuan until the busy time at noon passed and everyone was resting in the kitchen. Chef Matsubara has a question for you. What? The second dish and menu be made in the morning, fish and vegetables in salad oil, and sauce have certain problems. Tong Yu said these words, and everyone around him broke into a cold sweat for Tong Yu again. Are you saying there is something wrong with my cooking? Boy, aren't you going too far? Song Yuan was about to get angry, and Tong Yu immediately told the sauce problem that he discovered while washing the dishes. After listening to this, Song Yuan stopped getting angry. You mean, the fish dishes have too little sauce, not that the sauce has a problem with the taste. Is it possible that I still use my tongue to taste the leftover sauce from the guests? Tong Yu said angrily. Song Yuan was not angry at all because of Tong Yu's disrespectful attitude, and he smiled with a pile of flesh on his face. Awesome, boy, you have found the shortcomings of my kitchen after doing dishwashing all morning. How can this situation be improved? It would be a bit difficult to improve it in a conventional way. I observed the kitchen in the morning, and your workload is not small. Adding sauce directly will increase your workload. Wow, you are very careful. So, using sauces can perfectly solve this problem, and it will also give diners a refreshing feeling. Adding the sauce directly to the dish will affect the taste of the dish, which means adding more and taking into account the taste of the dish, which will increase the cooking time. Ask for flowers. But if you use another container to put the sauce separately, and let the guests add the amount according to their own taste, the problem will be solved very well. Just as Tong Yu finished the proposal, a restaurant waiter walked in. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Tong Yu has benefited a lot and made rapid progress. He also clearly felt that his heart was already on the verge of breaking through, and now he is only one step away. In the next few days, Tong Yu practiced, patiently, under the guidance of Song Yuan. Chef, there are guests who want a little more sauce. Hahaha, it's really amazing. Not only did I find the problem, but I also came up with a solution. This insight is beyond ordinary people countless. Boy, I officially recognize your strength, wait and get familiar with the kitchen recipes, and let me know tomorrow. You officially start the work of the kitchen, and by the way guide you in the practice of heart. And even more coincidentally, a customer immediately requested to add sauce to confirm the correctness of what he said just now. After saying this, Song Yuan's face changed several times. After fully understanding Tong Yu's strength, Song Yuan decided to make Tong Yu competent for his work, and was willing to guide him in the practice of brushing the heart. Therefore, Tong Shuiyu was very serious and took every detail that Matsumoto told him to heart. Others in the restaurant were also stunned, and after reacting, they all secretly admired Tong Yu's insight, and only came to the kitchen for a long time to find out the existing problems and propose ways to improve them. Tong Yu was also very happy after hearing this. Although Matsubara's temper is a bit eccentric, once he promises something, he will do his best and never procrastinate. With the guidance of such seniors to practice patiently, I believe that you will soon be able to master the correct way of driving concentric. In this regard, Song Yuan finally couldn't help laughing. Tong Yu's culinary talent is strong, and he has mastered the cooking skills of many recipes, but compared with Matsumoto, an old chef who has worked in the kitchen for decades, his experience is still a lot worse, not to mention the use and mastery of prestige whey. After lunch, Song Yuan did not let Tong Yu continue to wash the dishes, but called him to him, while cooking, explaining the corresponding knowledge to Tong Yu. This made the other people in the kitchen envious, and it was the first time they saw Song Yuan in so many years and promised to personally guide others to practice. Today is the 6th day of Tong Yu's field study at Totsuki Resort. In the second kitchen lounge of Totsuki Resort, Tong Yu and Matsuhara Hiramoto are sitting at a table talking about the past few days. The method of patience training is probably like this. Everything that can teach you has been handed over to you. Whether you can break through is up to you. Song Yuan lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth. One of Matsubara's hobbies is smoking, and he always likes to have one in his spare time. After taking a deep breath, Song Yuan exhaled the smoke with a refreshing look on his face, and said again, "To be honest, I have been a chef for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen such talent as you, and others in their 30s and 50s may not necessarily touch it. The threshold of heart, you should wake up now, and your knife skills and heating skills have reached the level of star chefs. I really don't know what kind of freak you are." It was not the first time that Song Yuan had praised Tong Yu like this in the past few days. Tong Yu was a little embarrassed to hear it, and this praise of 120 was not the point, the next sentence was what he wanted to say. After taking another puff of cigarettes, Matsubara said again, "Boy, don't you really think about it? With your strength, there is no need to waste time in places like Totsuki. I can give you the position of the head chef, and then I can also enjoy the happiness." If it were someone else, after hearing Matsumoto say this, he would be happy that he couldn't find it, and then he agreed. But Tong Yu has his own ideas. Even if he wants to be a chef, he will be in his own restaurant instead of working with others. Senior Matsubara, thank you again for your kindness. I said that I don't want to tie my life to a fixed kitchen. My goal is to travel all over the world and learn cooking knowledge from all over the world. The road to food is endless. Only continuous exploration can continue to grow. The process of moving forward may be long, but the scenery passing by is worth it. Hearing Tong Yu say this, Song Yuan didn't say much. After smoking the rest of the cigarette, he put out the cigarette butt in the ashtray and stood up. That's right, with your talent and future accomplishments far above mine, staying here will only limit your growth. Forget it, but you suddenly want to come to Totsuki Resort. You can come to me anytime, before I retire. The chef's seat is reserved for you. Song Yuan said to Tong Yu. From these words alone, it can be seen that Song Yuan greatly appreciates Tong Yu, and also recognizes his strength and talent very much. Fortunately, there are only the two of them in the lounge now. If this remark is heard by the sous chef Legate and other kitchen staff, it will definitely cause some dissatisfaction. Zhang Yu was also very grateful to Song Yuan, and secretly decided in his heart that he would repay him for this kindness if he had the opportunity in the future. I'm done smoking, and I'm going to start working again. Boy, when are you leaving here? Song Yuan turned around and asked again. Tong Yu found out the problem of the sauce ratio on the first day and improved it in the way of sauce cup. In fact, he has already left. Seeing is believing. Even if he left here on the first day, I believe Totsuki's tooth doesn't say much. Continuing to stay here, naturally, is to let Matsubara guide him to practice majesty. However, I have learned a lot in the past few days, and I can really consider leaving the resort and going to the next field study place. After thinking for a while, Tong Yu said, the field study time is 1 week. According to the time, you can leave the day after tomorrow at the latest. Senior Song Yuan has something for me to do. Do you want to challenge yourself? Challenge yourself, what do you mean? Matsubara explained, Totsuki Resort's annual Innovation Contest is about to start. Starting tomorrow, Totsuki Resort's 3 major kitchens will provide recently created recipes to VIP guests. In Matsubara's explanation, Tong Yu knew that there was such a cooking innovation competition at Totsuki Resort. This contest is held every year from time to time, and its purpose is to remove the old and promote the new, and to update the recipes of each kitchen. You must know that Totsuki Resort is a rare 5-star restaurant in Japan, and there are countless guests who come every day, many of whom are prominent and even the heads of some major powers. In order to satisfy the discerning appetite and demanding requirements of the guests, the innovation of the recipes is inevitable. Not only the chefs of the 3 major kitchens need to create refreshing recipes every year, but also Dojima Jin and Hiroshi Senna. Tong Yu was a little surprised after hearing this, and said, there is still such a thing, which means that Senior Song Yuan, you have prepared a new recipe. My new recipe was added to the kitchen's menu a month ago, as were the chefs in the other 2 kitchens. Tomorrow's event is mainly to showcase the dishes created by the staff outside the main house, if you dare to prepare a dish to participate. But again, if you serve a dishonest dish in front of VIP guests, you should know what the consequences are. After Song Yuan finished speaking, he let out a hey laugh, which was obviously very wretched in line with the horizontal flesh on his face. The cooking innovation competition at Totsuki Resort is really interesting. Then I will participate as the number 2 kitchen employee, Tong Yu said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's not surprising that Tong Yu wants to participate in Song Yuan. Have you figured it out? But you only have 1 day to prepare. Enough, I'm going to use all the essence of what I've learned in the past few days in this dish that I'm going to create next. The next day came quickly, and by the time noon was approaching, a lot of customers had gathered in the VIP cafeteria of Totsuki Resort. Guests can choose to taste according to their own preferences, or they can taste multiple dishes. After ensuring that every VIP guest tasted the appetizers, the second batch of soup dishes began to be delivered. There are also more than a dozen different kinds of soup dishes, which makes the guests dazzled and don't know which one to choose to taste. Soon, the steaming main dishes were delivered to the buffet, including an original dish that Tong Yu devoted a lot of energy to. Having been to many star-rated restaurants, only the cuisine of Totsuki Resort can satisfy our taste buds to the greatest extent. Since the three major kitchen dishes are served at the same time, there are more than a dozen different styles of appetizers. The guests who can enter this place are all distinguished people, including two sisters known as Queen of Curry by Tong Yu. A variety of appetizers with caviar, foie gras, smoked salmon, chicken 4.4 tail cup, butter chicken crisp box, baked snails, etc. as the main ingredients are presented in front of many VIP guests. The sous chef of Totsuki Resort is also very capable, and the dishes he cooks will not disappoint you. Have you already started serving dishes? To be continued. Chimio Natsumi and Chio Orio were sitting by the window. The two sisters chatted and waited for the dishes to be presented. Although today is the cooking innovation competition of the three major kitchens, the dishes are presented in the form of buffet, and they are provided as a set menu of appetizers, soups, side dishes, main dishes, salads, and desserts. If a certain dish is particularly well received and the supply exceeds demand, the waiter will make additional preparations in the corresponding kitchen in the first time. However, the dishes such as appetizers, soups, and side dishes, many guests also stopped trying, because they all knew that the main dish that was about to be presented was the highlight. It's a pity that I can't taste the chef's set menu at this time. It's just the dishes made by the lower-level staff, which is a bit boring. I saw that the waiters at Totsuki Resort began to bring the appetizers completed by the three major kitchens to the self-service counter. The main dish was finally delivered, and at this time, the number of guests at the buffet gradually increased, and it could be seen that everyone was looking forward to the main dish. Like the appetizers, soups, and side dishes just now, the variety of this main dish is also dazzling and difficult to choose. Baked snails, red wine stewed beef, pasta, grilled steak, egg and bacon roll bites, the main dishes are also over and over again. Even Totsuki Resort can't make decent dishes. Qian Biao-yi looked at the food on the buffet counter. A bit disappointed with the dozen or so main course dishes. Qian Biao bean sprouts did not speak, but did not reach for the main dishes. Apparently she also thought that these main dishes were not well done. In fact, it's not that these main dishes are not well done. After all, the dishes made by the three major kitchens of Totsuki Resort are so bad. The staff in the kitchen all know the importance of the cooking innovation competition. They are fully prepared for today, and the dishes presented on the self-service counter are the works of their hard work for several months. Any main dish currently on the buffet table can become a signature dish in other two-star restaurants. It's just that the thousands of cousins are too picky and feel that these dishes are boring. 22 Of course, among the VIP guests, there are only a few diners who broke their hair and seek faults, like the Qian Biao sisters, and most of the diners are quite satisfied with the dishes in front of them. Just as the two sisters were about to leave in disappointment, three waiters brought several plates of main dishes to the buffet. These dishes are all the same main course, but they are made into several servings to serve more diners. But when they saw this dish, Qian Biao and the two sisters couldn't take their eyes off it. This is a dish whose main tone is white, and it looks like snow at first glance. Egg whites and sliced lobster meat are piled together like snow. The lobster head and shrimp tail are decorated as decoration, just like stepping on this white snow. The soup at the bottom also turned into a river at this moment, and the orange slices and parsley on the side of the plate were like birch trees that could not stand upright in the snow. When this dish was served on the buffet table, the other entrees were suddenly overshadowed, and it lost too much just in appearance. Qianbiao bean sprouts and Qianbiao iron wedding immediately took a copy before their eyes and looked at it again. The more you look at this dish, the more beautiful it is. It makes people feel that it is not a dish, but a work of art, a precious picture of landscape and snow. Sister, this dish seems to look good. Well, it's totally different from other main dishes, try it. The two sisters took the spoon and put a piece of shrimp mixed with egg whites into their mouths. The moment I put it in my mouth, I just felt so soft. Whether it is shrimp meat or protein, the smoothness is like the skin of a newborn. When he took a bite, the feeling that it seemed to melt in his mouth made the two sisters of the Queen of Curry tremble. In the next second, there are lobsters jumping in their mouths, and arowanas collide in the whole mouth. Well, Yuan, the white parts are not only egg whites and lobster meat, but also thinly sliced dragon fish. The deliciousness and smoothness of the arowana fillets are perfectly combined with the deliciousness of the shrimp meat, and the delicious chicken soup poured on top makes this dish even more delicious. Beauty and delicacy keep popping up in my mind. The eyes of the two sisters Qian Biao were distracted, and the scene in front of them suddenly changed. The time is the deep winter season, and the whole earth is covered with white snow, which is a world called snow. The two sisters, Chigwa, came to the top of the snow peak, but the strange thing was that they could not feel any cold in this state. Suddenly, there was a huge movement above the two of them, and they saw an arowana that had transformed into a flood dragon passing over their heads. The two sisters were startled and wanted to catch up with this sacred dragon fish, but they couldn't catch up with its speed after running for a while. At this moment, a huge lobster rushed out of the snow, put the two women on their backs, and chased the crocodile dragon in the sky at a very fast speed. "Come on, lobster rider, catch up." Xiaoya and Zhihui encouraged the lobster under their bodies, and when they were about to catch up with the crocodile dragon, the scene stopped abruptly. The two sisters are pulled back into the real world. When I came back to my senses, the food on the plate was almost eaten, and there were exclamations from other diners all around. Alligator arowana, Icy lobster, and egg white are all white in appearance, and with a few blue-red side dishes as decoration, this dish adds infinite beauty. The whole dish is not only beautiful in appearance, but also delicious in taste that surpasses the sky. As expected, Totsuki Resort can make such otherworldly top-notch dishes. What's the name of this dish, and which chef cooked it? Everyone thought that the ability to cook this level of cooking was at least above the strength of the sous chef, but the next answer from the waiter was beyond everyone's expectations. The waiter who was questioned by the diners happened to be in charge of delivering the dishes from the number 2 kitchen. He also knew exactly what happened in the number 2 kitchen in the past few days, including the name of the dish and who made it. The name of this dish is Treading the Snow to Seek the Dragon. It is a dish created by a Totsuki student who was studying on the ground in the number 2 kitchen. The waiter replied. Everyone was shocked again after hearing this. What? This quality of cooking is actually made by a student. Treading the snow to find the dragon refers to the white snow formed by the accumulation of shrimp meat and egg white, and the dragon refers to the dragon fish. Good name, a good way to walk on the snow to find the dragon. It seems that the overlord of the main dish of this cooking innovation competition is this one. Chimio Natsuya and Chiyoori were once again shocked in place. The two of them had a certain understanding of Totsuki's field study, and knew that the target of the field study was the first-year students of 120 yuan. The two happened to have participated in the autumn trials this year, so they had a hunch that they would know this student. Please tell me the student's name. Xiaoya hurriedly said to the waiter. The waiter replied with a professional smile, You should have heard the name of this student, and he is Tong Yu, the champion of this autumn selection competition. Tong Yu, it really is the Huxia student. It's hard, no wonder, I felt familiar when I ate this dish just now, but I didn't expect it was actually made by him. Bean Sprouts were surprised, and at the same time thought back to tasting Tong Yu's cooking during the preliminary round of the autumn trials. She couldn't forget the taste of the round ball and rice dishes at that time. However, it is clear that the taste of treading the dragon to seek snow, this time is on top of the last, curry kaihuaguoba, which gives people a stronger sense of happiness, and the chef's heart and face are also fully conveyed to the diners. Xiaoya also came to understand, and Tong Yu at that time did his best. What a horrible student to be able to create such a dish in the kitchen of Totsuki Resort that other chefs would be ashamed in front of his dish. Xiaoya's chef Tong Yu is definitely the first who can frighten Xiaoya with cooking twice in a row, so she feels it is necessary to meet this young chef with superb cooking skills and full of mystery. Chef, a large number of customers have requested to add the main dish of treading the snow to find dragons. A waiter hurried into the second kitchen and said to Matsumoto. After hearing this, Matsumoto couldn't help laughing a few times. I really asked for an addition. No wonder they are a group of guys with tricky tastes. When they taste the dishes cooked with a mature heart, they will definitely be deeply touched. Boy, congratulations, you succeeded. Matsumoto said, and his eyes fell on the smiling Tong Yu. That's right, Tong Yu, you succeeded, he finally completed his breakthrough. When he created the dish, treading the snow to find the dragon, yesterday, he put all his heart into it, and wanted to incorporate all his strength and heart into this dish. After groping for 12 hours in the kitchen, he finally succeeded in creating this high-quality dish. While successfully creating recipes, his heart has finally matured, and his cooking skills have also advanced from Chef Lin to Chef Dragon. This is a huge improvement. This time, entering the level of Dragon is more about the improvement of heart. Now Tong Yu can freely manipulate patience, making the dishes more soulful and delicious, giving diners a great sense of happiness. Tong Yu knew that breaking through with Song Yuan's guidance was inseparable from the relationship, and once again he kept this kindness in his heart. I'll start cooking right now and let the diners wait a moment. After Tong Yu finished speaking, he came to the cooking station again and started to cook, treading the snow to find the dragon. It was not until the whole cooking innovation competition was over that Tong Yu finally took off his chef clothes and sat down on the stool beside him to rest. Although the only dish he created this time was treading the snow to find dragons, but because it was so popular, he had to repeat this dish until every customer in the cafeteria tasted it before he stopped. However, Tong Yu didn't rest for a while, and Dojima Jin and Senahiro walked into the kitchen. Seeing this, Zhang Yu immediately stood up and greeted him. Have you come back, Dojima-senpai? Well, I went back to the resort last night. Tong Yu, I just heard from Chef Matsubara about your stay at Totsuki Resort these days. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Dojima Jin said to Tong Yu with a smile. This is due to the good guidance of Matsubara-senpai. At the same time, I have to thank Chef Dojima for giving me the opportunity to come to Totsuki Resort for field study this time. Tong Yu knew that Dojima Jin and Senahiro had appeared here to look for him at the same time, so he must not just congratulate him, there should be other things. Before waiting for Tong Yu to ask, Boji said, Tong Yu, you made treading the snow to find dragons. I and Mr. Dojima have tasted it just now, and the quality of this dish is top-notch in every aspect. At first I thought it was the work of Chef Matsubara, but I didn't expect it to come from you. I was really surprised. The guests of the VIP cafeteria have a great response to this dish, and you should also see it from the number of additional servings. So I hope to keep this dish on the menu of the Totsuki Resort restaurant. I think, such dishes can only be found on a 5-star table, which can better reflect its value. Hearing Boji's words, Tong Yu nodded and said, of course, I also intend to use this dish as a field study work, so let it stay here. It also means that I have set foot here and received favors from Matsubara-senpai, Dojima-senpai, Hiroshi-senpai and others. Tong Yu's humility and keeping gratitude in his heart made Dojima Jin secretly marvel in his heart. With talent, strength, and a humble and grateful heart, at the same time, the heart has been honed and mature, and it is difficult not to shine. Dojima Jin sighed like this, and said to Tong Yu, someone from the Totsuki Ministry of Education came over just now. Let me tell you that this week's field study has passed, and the next study place will be tonight at 12. You will be notified by text message before the click. Tong Yu was not surprised by this. After all, there was such a big movement, and the Fangs, who were in charge of monitoring, must have known about it. Also, there was a group of guests who asked to see you, and now they are all waiting for you in the VIP cafeteria. Dojima Jin added. It is an honor for the chefs to be named and asked to meet by the VIP restaurant guests, because the cuisine has been recognized by everyone. But Tong Yu didn't think so. He felt that he was busy enough now, and there was no need to get in trouble. The main thing is that these VIP guests can't bring him anything. Money? The copyright and royalties of Tong Yu's 2 comics are enough for him to spend a lifetime. Reputation? It is not necessary. If Tong Yu wants to become famous, he only needs to publish his identity. Now Tong Yu's goal is only one, and that is to continuously improve his strength. However, Tong Yu did not refuse, because these guests have a close cooperative relationship with Totsuki Resort. Even if they don't give them face, they should give Dojima Jin face, so he can't embarrass him. Then Tong Yu came to the VIP cafeteria together with Dojima Jin and Senahiro. In the restaurant, Qian Biao and sisters waited for a long time for a group of VIP guests, and when they saw Tong Yu coming, they immediately surrounded him. You just made Treading the Dragon and Seeking Snow students, right? It's amazing. You have such a cooking level at such a young age. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Xiaoya trotted to Tong Yu for a while, and when she was relieved, Tong Yu asked, Miss Xiaoya, do you have anything to do with me? We'll see you at 8 p.m. tonight at Totsuki Resort VIP restaurant. Tong Yu was startled. Xiaoya made an appointment for dinner. As soon as Tong Yu left the cafeteria, there were shouts coming from behind him, and Tong Yu had to stop again. Bean Sprout saw Tong Yu's surprised look, and the smile on his face became even stronger. Don't be surprised, you have left a deep impression on me with your dishes and people in the autumn audition before, and I tasted your main dish just now. I feel like my taste buds are almost inseparable from you. Sister Xiaoya treats you to dinner, I will definitely go. Student, have you considered opening a restaurant or being a chef? If you need sponsorship in the future, you must come to me. This is my business card. Come and be my personal chef, I will give you 200 W fields every month. Do you have time tonight? I want to invite you to dinner. Xiaoya smiled and invited Tong Yu. Tong Yu wasn't afraid of what a woman in Xiaoya would do to him. Thinking that this week's field study task was over, he nodded and agreed. Looking back, he found that it was actually 1,000-meter bean sprouts, and he stopped. Tong Yu almost couldn't resist this group of enthusiastic diners. After rejecting it, he escaped from the VIP cafeteria. Does this imply anything? With these words, Xiaoya's eyes flashed with a special look. Student Tong Yu, please wait. Qian Biao Xiaoya, like her sister Qian Biao Yi, is very fond of handsome, young and powerful chefs. At the beginning of the preliminaries for the autumn trials, Tai served as the chief judge of Area B, and Bean Sprout served as the chief judge of Area A. In the B venue, in front of many people, Xian issued an invitation to Ishiki Satoshi, asking Ishiki Satoshi to work in her company, and bluntly said that even if he dropped out of school immediately, he would support Ishiki Satoshi for the rest of his life. It's enough to see that Tender has a soft spot for little fresh meat. Xiaoya was almost like this. When she saw that Yi Shanliang could cultivate fresh holy basil and use it in cooking, she also had a good impression and made Yi Shanliang her exclusive, but she was rejected in the end. The same is true for the evening when Tong Yu and Xiaoya dined together, and Xiaoya also issued the same invitation to Tong Yu, offering conditions that made countless men excited. Under the attack of sugar-coated cannonballs, Tong Yu almost fell and agreed. That's right, the purpose of Xiaoya's invitation to Tong Yu to have dinner together, is to make Tong Yu her exclusive, not only cooking for her, but also taking care of her daily life, and even attending as her boyfriend. Various banquets and public occasions. Who is Xiaoya? The current CEO of Hub Foods, the leader in the curry industry, is a well-known strong woman in the business world. Her followers have been lined up from Tokyo to Hokkaido. For other people, it is estimated that they will directly agree to 130, even if it is a toy at the mercy of them. However, Tong Yu is not someone who shakes so naturally he will not agree. But Xiaoya was not angry because of Tong Yu's rejection, and even expected that Tong Yu would reject him, and said bluntly that he would not give up easily, and would use all means to get Dong Yu. After 12 o'clock, Tong Yu received a text message from the official Totsuki, informing the third field study location. The next day, Dong said goodbye to Hiroshi Matsuhara, Dojima Jin, and Hiroshi Sena, and left the Totsuki resort. Before leaving, Dojima Jin also gave Tong Yu a VIP membership card. This card has already recorded Tong's identity information. With this card, he can use this membership card to dine at any restaurant in Totsuki Resort and enjoy the meal. Take advantage of discounts. Dividing line. The third field study place was a Huxia restaurant, another place Tong Yu volunteered for. After spending a week in this restaurant without incident and leaving his grades, Tong Yu headed to the fourth and final field study place. This is a place assigned to him by Totsuki, an ice cream chain. Tong Yu can come and go freely in a 5-star restaurant like Totsuki Resort, and he is naturally able to deal with such a small shop. See. He completed his studies 4 days in advance, and with the permission of the Totsuki Ministry of Education, he finished after more than 20 days of study. I began to return to the month. Sitting on the return chartered car, Yu also began to think about what happened next. After the field study is over, the next big events are the Red Leaf Hunting Conference and the School Festival. Hongye hunting, it is nothing, it is a meeting between the current Elite 10 and the first-year leader. It is not bad to drink tea, watch the red leaves and chat about life on the beautiful hillside. As for the School Festival, it is also Totsuki's traditional project, but the target is not just Totsuki's first grade, but all students. Of course, this is not the point is that at this time of the School Festival, another big thing is going to happen, and that is the coup of Nikiri Thistle. In the original book, when the School Festival is about to end, Nikiri Thistle recruits Totsuki Elite 10 and other 6 people to stage a coup d'état and becomes Totsuki's new commander-in-chief. Although Tong Yu has now become the 9th seat instead of Yamadajin, there is one less person Nikiri-ji can win over, but this guy will definitely not give up easily and will continue to win over others. The 3rd seat Mejishima Tofusuk, the 7th seat Ishiki Satoshi, and the 8th seat Kuga Teruki, these 3 did not take refuge in Nikiri Thistle in the original work, and in the subsequent plot, they also formed a rebel alliance to overthrow the Qingdao regime. Therefore, these 3 people will not turn to Nikiri Thistle anyway, and Tong Yu has also rejected Nikiri Thistle, so now the last object he can win is Nikiri Arena. Nikiri Arena has been afraid of Nikiri Thistle since he was a child. He was really afraid that this little tsundere would be forced, and finally gave in and agreed. If Nikiri Thistle becomes the new commander like the original, Totsuki will be plunged into darkness. Before the addition, Tong Yu had rejected this fellow. As the new commander-in-chief, he would definitely come for trouble and use various methods to suppress Tong Yu and other rebels. The headache is more than this. During the field study, Tong Yu also went to the comic world of Daxia 1. More than a month has passed in the real world, and almost 3 months have passed in the comic world. In the past 3 months, 2 big things have happened in the comic world, both of which are about legendary kitchen utensils. When Tong Yu left the world of comics last time, he told Yakin that there was a legendary kitchen utensil sealed in Mount Tai, and asked him to go to capture it, but on the way, he met Caillou and Yenxian. Yakin can't fight 1 against 2, and in the end can only watch Caillou take away the legendary kitchenware, Greedy Wolf Pot, sealed in Mount Tai. 1 month after this incident, Lu Subaru and his party also found another legendary kitchen, Magic Bronze Holy Artifact, in Jiuhua Mountain. That is to say, during the absence of Tong Yu, 2 more legendary kitchen utensils came out, and they fell into the hands of 2 waves of everyone. Tong Yu needs to make a plan and find a suitable time to enter the world of comics and take the legendary kitchenware from Caillou, Lu Wangxing and others. Haste is not enough. Tong Yu knows that this kind of thing can't be rushed, and he is also ready to deal with the real world first, and then go with Shinryoko, Mizwa-ang, Soma and others. Since Tong Yu returned from his studies early, he was also the first-year student to return to Polar Star dorm. Miss Wenshu, I'm back. To be continued. Mrs. Wenshu has also stayed in Polar Star dorm for so many years, and she is very clear about the time of the field study. According to the normal time, the end of the study is 5 days later. Well, this field study will eliminate a large part of the freshmen, and it is estimated that only about 40% of them will survive. However, those who can survive are undoubtedly the first-year elites, who already have the level of playing against second-year students. Challenge letter. Therefore, at this time, many second-year students will come to the door and issue challenge books like this, or even eat halberds. Of course, most of the cooking duels and halberds launched under such circumstances are aimed at learning from each other, and they will not bet on the condition of dropping out, because everyone just wants to improve their cooking skills. As expected of you, it is really worry-free. Then tonight I will make you a table alone, and I will treat you as troublesome. Tong Yu smiled and said, well, it was too easy to end it early. Soon footsteps came from the kitchen. When Su appeared in front of Tong Yu, looked at him with some surprise and said, Tong Yu, you came back so early, did you come back early? When Su said this, Tong Yu understood another function of study in the field. As Wenshu said just now, the first-year students who survived this field study are all people with certain strengths. Those are challenge envelopes that a lot of sophomores throw in. From the moment the training ended, the first-year students also began to formally compete with the second- and third-year students. Tong Yu pushed open the door of Polar Star dorm and shouted. However, it is not ruled out that there is a public revenge, and the first-year students have only returned to the fatigue period to launch a vicious halberd. Ha, thank you so much, Miss Wenshu. By the way, what's the matter with the mailbox at the gate? Why is it full of letters, Mrs. Wenshu? Won't you deal with it? Tong Yu asked in confusion. It is not entirely correct to say that it has a role, but to be precise, it has played a certain alerting role. However, none of the challenge books in the Polar Star dorm mailbox was directed at Tong Yu. Not only the students in the first grade know this well, but the students in the second grade also know very well that Elite 10 will not easily compete with other students, not to mention that Tong Yu has shown great strength in several competitions. Those who want to challenge him must weigh their own strength. In other words, the strength of these second-year students who initiated the cooking showdown is at the middle and lower level, so they want to use the first-year, top students, to improve their strength. As for the second-year students whose strength is at the middle and upper level, they think that their strength is enough, and there is no need to waste time with the first-year students. Tong Yu returned to Polar Star dorm ahead of schedule and didn't have time to spare, and used these few days to start the work of saving manuscripts again. A week later, all the first-year students have returned. According to statistics from the Ministry of Education of Totsuki, as many as 286 students were eliminated in this field training, and the elimination rate reached 56%, which is higher than the elimination rate of residential training. A large number of dead woods were eliminated, but the purified jades were better tempered and their strength improved a lot. Among them, Yukihira Sōma's progress was very obvious. Like others, Sōma went to 4 different places for field study, and each place brought him a lot of gains, especially in the restaurant Shino's, the second study place, where he got even more guided by vegetable magician Shinomiya Kojiro. Shinomiya Kojiro regained his national heart in the last Totsuki resort informal eat halberd and found a way forward. Not only did he not hold a grudge against Sōma for contradicting him, but he also trained Sōma's ability in turn. This allows Sōma to reap the fruit called growth. Sōma, who had returned from his studies, had an obvious change in his aura. At the same time, he felt that he had endless energy to vent. It was at this time that he received the care from the seniors again. To the surprise of everyone in Polar Star dorm, he chose to accept all the more than 20 halberd-eating battle books, and the most rare thing was that he actually defeated more than 20 second-year students in a row. This made Sōma famous and shocked many second-year students. After hearing about this, Zhang Yu was not surprised at all, because after returning from his study in Sōma, he found that his culinary skills had been promoted from senior chef to special chef. Although he was only promoted to super chef, it is more than enough to deal with most of Totsuki's second-year students. Clicking on the hardcore fan panel, Tong found that not only Sōma had been promoted, but Mimasaka Subaru and Tadakoro Megumi had also improved their culinary skills. Both of them advanced from first-class chef to superior chef. On the other hand, Shin Ryoko had already made a breakthrough after the autumn trials, and her culinary skills had also reached advanced chef. Shin Ryoko has a super sense of smell, and as long as she is sharpened more, it will only be a short time to become a super chef. However, Tong Yu knew that just this strength was far from enough, let alone entering the world of advanced comics, even the current Elite 10 group could not match. Dividing line. 3 days later, the leaflet of the Red Leaf Hunting Conference was distributed to the students such as Polar Star Dorm. The Autumn Leaf Hunting Tournament is a traditional regular meeting with a long history since the establishment of Totsuki Academy. It is an important event for students from different school years to communicate. The first face-to-face meeting between the outstanding first-year high school students and the active Totsuki Elite 10. In Japan, the locals call the autumn leaves to see the autumn leaves. To hunt is to hunt. In the eyes of the Japanese, the red leaves are a bit like a beast with gorgeous fur. When it smells a hint of autumn, it will run from north to south at an average speed of 27 kilometers per day all over Japan. It only takes about 50 days. Shroud this long and narrow island nation in its shadow. People have to be like hunters, chasing its footprints with a camera. This is also a traditional festival that has been handed down throughout Japan from ancient times to the present, and as Japan's #1 aristocratic cooking school, Totsuki, will naturally follow this tradition for hunting. Tong Yu has long known that Totsuki's recent activities are this, but when he saw the flyer in his hand, he was a little speechless. The illustrations and explanations of this flyer look very low, like illustrations drawn by elementary school students. Tong Yu really wants to pick up a paintbrush and will redesign this illustration. Red Leaf Hunting Tournament. Also with Elite 10. 0. As for Ishiki Satoshi, he joined the other senior Ganjia early on. After all, this time it was divided into teams, and Ishiki Satoshi did not belong to the first-year team. Originally, the target of the invitation was the 8 who entered the finals of the autumn audition, but since 2 Elite 10s, Tong Yu and Nikiri Arena, participated in this audition, Mimasaka Subaru and Kurikiba were also invited together. Tong Yu then said, "It has nothing to do with dropping out of school, just sitting and drinking tea and chatting." On the day of the autumn leaves hunting meeting, Tong Yu, Kami Ryoko, and Sōma headed towards the place to enjoy the autumn leaves together. Why is it a maple hunting party? Sōma seems to be still wondering when Japan had this tradition, and the name sounds weird. When Tong Yu, Kami Ryoko, and Sōma arrived at their destination, they found that the other first graders invited had arrived earlier. For flowers. That's right, that's it. The promotion menu for this event is designed by the school commander himself. The purpose of the event is to deepen the communication between you and the seniors, while enjoying the red leaves that blushed and drinking top-notch. The black tea, think about it, makes people feel enjoy. After thinking about it like this, you will know the significance of this hunting red leaf conference. Ishiki Satoshi closed his eyes and became intoxicated with himself, while Tong Yu's mouth twitched when he heard that the flyer was designed by Nikiri Senzaman. Ishiki Satoshi looked at the flyers in the hands of everyone, raised his fingers and explained, "That's right, members of the Elite 10 and 8 players selected from your first-year freshmen participated." "Hey, just drinking tea?" Ryoko Kami was surprised, a little unable to believe that Totsuki had such a friendly activity. "This activity will not be similar to this field study activity. I always feel that I will be expelled from school if I am not careful," Shen Liangzi said with lingering fears. To be continued. Tong Yu knew very well about this meeting, but Sōma and Shin Ryoko knew nothing about it. Every year, Totsuki specially arranges for the top 8 to communicate with Elite 10 in the autumn audition, and also indirectly recognizes the identities of these 8 outstanding students as Elite 10 candidates, and prepares for the future succession. Somewhere on the hillside of Totsuki Gakuen, on a green lawn surrounded by maple trees, a group of students gathered here. 10 seats in one row are already occupied, while 8 seats in the other row are temporarily vacant. The 10 positions are naturally reserved for the students of the first grade, and the opposite row is reserved for the Elite 10 who have not yet arrived. 18 small low tables placed side by side, plus picnic mats for people to sit on the floor, drinking tea and enjoying the beautiful scenery in such an environment is not bad. But this is only a superficial phenomenon. Before Tong Yu and the other 3 people came, almost everyone here did not speak, only the lively Alice was there chatting. Since Tong Yu, Shun Ryoko, and Sōma arrived at the latest, the seats were all left. Sōma was careless and went straight to his good friend Takumi and sat down, while Ryoko, San-Zero, sat down in the vacant seat between Sōma and Hisako. Now only the most embarrassing position is left for Tong Yu. Why are you embarrassed? Because this position is between Alice and Irina. The 2 eldest ladies seemed to be bickering again, and did not want to sit next to each other, so they deliberately separated a position. Tong Yu's facial muscles twitched, but he sat down pretending nothing had happened. After sitting down, Alice immediately put her head in front of Tong Yu and whispered, "I heard that you eloped with Irina and brought your little secretary with you, is that true?" Alice thought she was speaking in a low voice, but Irina, Hisako, Ryoko, and others could hear it clearly, except for Mimasaka Subaru and Sōma, who stepped aside. Oh, no. It's not that Meizhuang didn't hear it, it's that he didn't want to listen to these gossips. He was carefully wiping with the steel rod of falling stars. At this moment, in his eyes, there was only the steel rod in his hand. When he came here from Mimasaka Subaru, other people saw the dark steel rod in his hand, and thought in their hearts that they were just here to drink tea, not to fight, and what to do with this weapon. Tong Yu's facial muscles twitched again when he heard Alice's words. Elopement is really endless, isn't it? Before Tong Yu could speak, Irina blushed and said angrily to Alice, "Alice, how many times I've said it, I don't have any secrets, I just have a problem and asked Tong Yu to help." Hisako also blushed and wanted to explain, but he couldn't get in at all, Alice's mouth turned too fast. "I can help you just like Liang, why do you have to ask Tong Yu for help? This is not a trick, Yu. Send, I have nothing to say. Grandpa knows about this." He thought he would say Irina well, but he actually forgives your willfulness. It's a pity. Alice, you keep thinking about watching me joke. Otherwise, who made you bully me all the time? Tong Yu was sitting in the middle of the 2 eldest young ladies, his ears were tormented, and he could only stand up and temporarily escape the battlefield between the 2. It wasn't until someone said, "They're here," that Irina Alice stopped arguing, and Tong Yu also calmed down and took his seat again. Under the hillside, I saw 8 people of different heights, all with strong aura, walking towards this side. Needless to say, they are the current Totsuki Elite 10, the chefs who reign at the top of Totsuki. The 8 people came to the low table opposite Tong Yu and other 10 people with a majestic posture, and sat down from left to right according to the level of the first seat, the 8th seat, and the 8th seat. Tong Yu has joined the Elite 10 for some days, and everyone in the Elite 10 is no stranger to him, so drinking tea face to face is nothing special, but the people waiting on the side are a little excited. Especially Sōma, can't wait to have a vigorous halberd-eating showdown with the Elite 10 in front of him. It may be due to the influence of the continuous eating of halberds in the past few days, and his blood has not yet been vented, and he raised his hand and said, "I want to join the Elite 10 right now, which senior and senior are willing to eat with me?" Halberd? Sōma said this, and all the first grades except Tong Yu looked at him with surprise. Haha, this year's apprentices are so interesting. I remember your name is Yukihira, right? Tong Yu and Ishiki are both Elite 10s. If you want to eat halberds, you can just find them. Xiaolin Rindin smiled. Road. No, Tong Yu and Ishiki Sr. know each other too well, and I'm not a Yu's opponent at all. If it's the kind words of other seniors and sisters, I'm sure to win. Sōma said seriously. When these words fell, the expressions of Elite 10 and the others changed slightly. The implication is that Tong Yu's strength is higher than them. This is full of provocation. At this moment, the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. For a long time, I became a die-hard fan of Tong Yu, and his YYGQ personality did not change. In the first grade, he would only give Tong Yu face, and he immediately raised his eyebrows after hearing Sōma's words. Yukihira boy, be careful when you speak. And you lack common sense. You are already a member of the Elite 10. It's impossible to compete with ordinary first-year brats, so let's stop your thoughts of challenging us. Said to Sōma in the tone of a lesson. However, after saying this sentence, the atmosphere is not right, but this time the powerful aura is not emanating from the senior Elite 10, but slowly rises from the first-grade people. Ah, don't be angry, can I apologize? Really. After all, I'm a second-year student, and I'm a little busy in order to defeat the guy who is on my head. Eishi Tsukasa and other third-year Elite 10s. In doing so, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely depressing. Eishi Tsukasa happened to be a cowardly personality in this environment, and he said with a nervous expression, well, everyone should stop arguing, there is no need to hurt the peace because of such a trivial matter, and Tada is watching us in the distance. Speaking of Si Ying's 4.4, he also glanced at a pagoda on the opposite hill. Yukihira-san, since the senior secretary said that, drink tea honestly, taste the dessert that Akikobo-senpai brought, and then leave the meeting happily like this. I lined up my hands and said with a very bashful expression. When Sōma heard that there was something to eat, and it was the dessert made by the fourth Shichin Kubo Tao, he immediately changed his expression. Then what are you waiting for, let's start serving tea and snacks. However, it wasn't that Sōma gave up eating halberds with the senior Elite 10, but he was full of curiosity about Jay's cooking. Sōma wanted to know what kind of ingredients and cooking techniques were used, and he also wanted to learn more skills that he had never mastered to further improve himself. With the delivery of tea and snacks, the atmosphere at the scene eased temporarily. The tea is a top-grade black tea. When it is delivered to the crowd, it is still steaming, and the faint tea fragrance also makes people feel refreshed. However, the focus of everyone in the first grade was not on the tea, but on the dessert on the side. There are two desserts, one is a pudding served in a delicate transparent cup, and the other is a layer of black and white pastry served in a small dark red saucer. Crystal pudding and tiramisu. It looks delicious, so I'll start it. After Sōma finished speaking, he took the spoon and tasted the tiramisu on the plate. Tong Yu and others also picked up the spoon and tasted it. Only a moment later, Sōma and the others let out delicious exclamations. Tong Yu nodded secretly after tasting it, whether it was this pudding or tiramisu, they were all done very well, even his super taste couldn't find much flaws. In particular, this tiramisu has a variety of tastes that change in the mouth, fragrant, smooth, 22 sweet, greasy, and soft. The 5 tastes meet in the mouth, and the whole person seems to be sublimated when you savor it carefully. Tong Yu ate all the desserts and drank the tea from the cup in one go, regardless of the tea ceremony. Is this the dessert that Akanegakubo Momo made? As expected of a cute master who is good at desserts, this casual creation is so delicious. Judging from the deliciousness of the 2 dishes just now, according to the cooking level given by the system, Akikobo Tao's strength is at least a special chef. If she comes up with killing dishes, the level of cooking may be even higher, reaching the level of tiger level. With such strength, Tong Yu obviously would not take it seriously. Of course, rain was nothing to Tong, but Sōma and the others couldn't help but be surprised. The cuisine of Elite 10 is obviously different from other people's cuisine. Chiruki Kuga looked surprised when he saw Sōma and the others eating the dessert made by Akikobo Peach, and said, how about, from the desserts made by Akikobo, you should understand Elite 10 and other chefs. Is there an absolute gap between them? This time Soma didn't refute, but there was a big dissatisfaction written on his face. Forget it, Yukihira boy and several others who are not Elite 10, if you can beat any of my dishes, I will accept your challenge of eating halberds. Aha, but that kind of thing should be impossible. Ji Jigua had just finished saying this for a long time, and Ji Jigua Ning Ning immediately whispered, "Height. It's all said to be dishes, do you have any problems with your ears, you female animal?" For a long time, I broke the rules and yelled at Ning Ning of the kingdom of Ji. When Soma heard this, he immediately became energetic. Is what my senior said just now true? Really true, of course true, there is no falsehood. I feel like I said something off topic today, so good, let's disband. After a long time, I stood up as I said, but thought of something, put my head next to Soma, and whispered, "Yukihira boy, I advise you not to do meaningless things, the person next to you has enough skills. You are learning slowly, don't be greedy and chew too much." After saying this, I turned around and left as expected, and several other senior Elite 10s also stood up and walked down the hill. Of course, Soma understood that that person, in Teruji's mouth was referring to Tong Yu, and it was precisely because he had learned a lot from Tong Yu that he would find someone else to practice his hand. After a long time, Teruki and others left, Irina, Alice, Hisako and others also stood up and left. When Hisako left, he quietly cast a wink at Tong Yu, which seemed to say, "I'm leaving first." Shenliangzi just caught this look, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Hee, the senior Elite 10s are really interesting, I really want to have a halberd meal with them, but it feels difficult to start." Soma regained his previous excitement and sat on the lawn and muttered to himself. Tong Yu knew that according to the development of the original plot, Soma would use the school festival to challenge Kuga Teruki, and use the turnover to defeat Kuga, so as to force the other party to fulfill his promise and start a halberd. Although in the original work, Soma indeed defeated Juga in terms of turnover, and also got the opportunity to challenge, but in the end, because of Nakiri Thistle's coup, there was no follow-up. Tong Yu is not going to participate in the school festival this time, nor does he plan to let Soma do such a boring thing. Whether it's Soma or Kuga Teruki, both are their own die-hard fans, there is absolutely no need to beat themselves up by themselves, and Tong Yu has a hunch that Nakiri has already completed his plan, and now it may only be the last step. "Soma, don't think about challenging my senior for a long time." Tong Yu interrupted the excited Soma. Why? Otherwise, it won't be long before we can compete with the senior Elite 10s on the official stage, so there's no need to rush. Really? That's great. But now your strength is too weak, and the Elite 10 have no chance of winning, so you don't have to participate in the next school festival, I will take you to a special place for training. The school festival, also known as the Moon Rabbit Festival, is the finale event at the end of autumn, a huge food carnival. It will be held for 5 days, and tourists from all over Japan will flock to it, and there will be more than 500,000 visitors in total during the period. VIP guests from home and abroad will be warmly welcomed by the accommodation facilities in the academy and the Totsuki resort, and those accommodation fees alone will bring Totsuki a large surplus. As long as Totsuki students submit an application, they can participate in opening stores in various regions, and 157 can participate in groups and individuals. During the festival, Totsuki Academy will become a country of delicious food. In order to give the students enough time to prepare, the school will stop every class from the week before the official start of the festival. In an uninhabited suburb, Tong Yu came here with Ryoko Kami, Soma, Mimasaka Subaru, and Tadakoro Megumi. Except for Kami Ryoko, the other three did not understand why Tong Yu brought them to such a place. Why don't you participate in this Moon Appearance Festival? It looks so interesting. If you can beat the senior Juga in terms of turnover, you can eat halberds with him. And you brought us to this place, and also let us take a long vacation, what are we going to do? Not only Soma was wondering, but both Tadakoro Megumi and Mimasaka Subaru were too. Tong Yu looked around and stopped after making sure there was no one else around. Sōma, Miswa, shall we, listen carefully to every word I say next, you must treat it as a secret, and you cannot mention it to anyone other than here. If the secret is leaked out, you will not be able to bear the consequences, and you will also lose everything you have now. Tong Yu's face was serious, and his aura also rose. The three of them were shocked by Tong Yu's powerful aura, and they all nodded heavily. Okay, let's get down to business. Next, I'm going to take you to a special place for training. I hope you can handle it. This is the world of Daxia. After clarifying everything that needs to be explained to Sōma and others, Tong Yu brought the four of them to the comic world, and the place they entered was the cave of Hubei where Tong Yu left last time. I'm not dreaming, I can still have such a thing. Sōma, Tadakoro Megumi, and Mimasaka Subaru all looked at the Hubei cave with a look of surprise. They were still in a state of confusion. They were still in the suburbs just now, and they came to this place in a blink of an eye. All three were wondering if they were dreaming. It was not until they patted their arms and the pain that they realized that this was not a dream, but a reality, and then they slowly accepted this reality. After a while, Sōma finally came to his senses, and then thought of something. Ah, I remembered that during the summer vacation, you brought a god to this place. No wonder his strength has grown so fast, it's so cunning. Sōma complained. Tong Yu also ignored the complaining Sōma, took the four to the Hubei cave, and met Yakin and the others. When Yakin and the others saw that Tong Yu had brought a few more people back, they couldn't help but be startled again. Although the world of Zhonghua Ian is the Qing dynasty, the clothing is also close to modern, but compared with the clothing of Sōma and others, it is still a little different. When he saw the weird costumes of Kinchuanka and others, he knew that these people were all the way with Tong Yu. Sōma, Miswa, and Tadakoro Megumi are all hardcore fans of Tong Yu. They have a thorough understanding of the plot and characters of the manga, Daxia 1. A burst of excitement. Especially Sōma couldn't control his excitement, came to Yakin and said, You are the explosive flame chef Yakin, your exploding stunt is really amazing. And you are the magic tongue Liku. I don't know which one is more powerful than Nikiri's, God's tongue. God's tongue, what is that? Liku asked, tilting his head. Ah, it's our world. Before Sōma could finish speaking, Tong Yu interrupted him, Sōma, you talk too much. Did you forget what I said to you just now? Yes, I'm sorry, I was so excited that I almost forgot. Sōma hurriedly apologized and said no more. However, because he really created words, the thoughtful Yakin has already noticed something. No, to be precise, Asia magazine had discovered some of Tong Yu's secrets from a long time ago, but it has been hidden in his heart and has not been revealed. However, if Tong Yu didn't say it, Yakin wouldn't ask any more questions. Liku, go and call Mila and Zhu Qi, I have some arrangements. Tong Yu said to Liku behind Yakin. Yes. Liku immediately went to inform, and soon came to Tong Yu with Mila and Zhu Qi. Tong Yu then began to say, the four of them will practice with you from today, I don't care what method you use, whether it is the training method in the dark cooking world or the ordinary practice method, I will see them in a month. Growing up. Yakin, Mila, Zhu Qi, and Liku, respectively, trained Sōma, Mimasaka Subaru, God Ryoko, and Tadakoro Megumi. Sōma is an all-rounder chef, who can learn from anyone who can get started quickly. Entrusting him to the powerful and demanding sub-can force him to improve his strength to the greatest extent. Meizhuang has the ability of perfect tracking, and the system also said that this ability has the opportunity to evolve into supervision, and guided by Mira, who also has supervision, maybe he can find inspiration and evolve his ability. Shen Liangzi has a super sense of smell and has been training with Zhu Qi, who also has a super sense of smell, and this time is the same. As for the last Tadakoro Megumi, she has the ability to be attentive and kind, and her personality is relatively weak. It is a good choice for Li, who is lively and a girl, and Li Ku has a myth, and is also outstanding among chefs Lin. There is no problem in guiding Tadakoro Megumi in cooking training. After making these arrangements, Tong Yu also plans to set off for the 6th place where the legendary kitchen utensils appeared, Dunhuang. According to the understanding of the plot, the kitchen utensils hidden in Dunhuang are spiritual treasures. This is the 6th legendary kitchen utensil that has appeared so far, and the remaining 2, jade dragon pots, are in the imperial kitchen of the imperial palace in Beijing. Tong Yu, the kitchen utensil in Dunhuang, is bound to get it, but now there is a more difficult problem. Tong Yu only knows the approximate location of the spiritual treasure house, and does not know the details without the treasure drawings. To know that the geographical area of Dunhuang has reached more than 30,000 square kilometers, to find the legendary kitchen utensils in such a large place is like looking for a needle in a haystack. According to what Yakin said just now, the treasure drawings that marked the location of the legendary kitchen utensils in Dunhuang had already fallen into the hands of Caillou and the others, and now they were planning to go to Dunhuang to find the legendary kitchen utensils. Therefore, Tong Yu decided to go to Dunhuang and wait for the arrival of Caillou and others. However, Tong Yu did not leave immediately. According to the whereabouts of Caillou and the others, it was at least half a month after they arrived in Dunhuang, and it was only in the blink of an eye that he had the God teleportation stone to go to Dunhuang. He went early and had nothing to do, so he stayed in the cave of Hubei for a week to see how Soma and the other 4 were training. At the same time, he also notified the Chef Lin in Dunhuang in advance and asked them to do a good job of cooperating. A week later, Tong Yu felt the same and went to Dunhuang alone. Dunhuang, the node city of the Silk Road since ancient times, is famous for its Dunhuang grottos and Dunhuang murals. The place where Tong Yu sent was Dunhuang Ancient City. According to the news from the intelligence network a few days ago, Yan Xian is very likely to come here first. This time, Li Zhao Yan Xian and Kai Yu were divided. Yan Xian led a few Lin chefs to Dunhuang to capture the spiritual treasure, while Kai Yu led a team to intercept Lu Piaoxing and his party, and seized the magic bronze sacred artifact. It has to be said that Kai Yu's abacus was very good, but unfortunately he ignored the strength of Lu Angxing and his party, or did not expect the protagonist halo on them, and finally ended in failure. After Tong Yu entered the ancient city of Dunhuang alone, he was attracted by the local customs here. In the ancient city, fragrant and sweet fruits and grapes can be seen everywhere, and there are vendors on both sides of the street selling handmade carpets, colored sculptures, craft camels, craft calligraphy and paintings and other specialties. Occasionally, 1 or 2 slender, veiled, exotic girls can be seen. Tong Yu strolled around Dunhuang city with the feeling of traveling in the mountains and water, and bought some souvenirs to bring back to the people of Polar Star Dorm. Subordinate, Jin Bao Zi Luo Meng sees Master Tong Yu. A tall, naked man knelt in front of Tong Yu and saluted. Obviously, the people who can recognize Tong Yu are at least Chef Lin in the dark cooking world. Jin Leopard Zi Luo Meng. Jin Mao Hulua, who are you? Tong Yu asked. Report to your lord, Jin Mao Huluo is my younger brother. Luo Meng replied. It turned out to be brothers, no wonder the two have similar nicknames and names, and they look alike. Don't be too polite, get up and talk. After Tong Yu asked Luo Meng to stand up, he asked again, you are in charge of the ancient city of Dunhuang, right? How many brothers in the dark cooking world are there now? There are 2 chefs Lin, but there are hundreds of chefs Fei Lin, and they are all lurking in every corner of the ancient city of Dunhuang. In addition, another Lin chef by Hua Snake is practicing cooking in Yumengwan at this time. Do you want to call him here? Luo Meng asked. Tong Yu waved his hand, no, you and I are enough. Now you immediately notify the hundreds of brothers in Dunhuang ancient city, and ask them to pay attention to the outsiders in the past few days. If you find any traces of Yenxian and others, notify me immediately. Yenxian. Is that the Lord 5 Tiger Star? Luo Meng asked in shock. That's right, it's him. I have mastered their whereabouts, and they will come to Dunhuang in the next few days to seize the legendary kitchenware hidden here. We will wait here and wait for them to arrive. 157. 5 days later, outside the gate of the ancient city of Dunhuang. A burly man with long braids appeared at the entrance of Dunhuang City, and his appearance attracted the attention of the pedestrians around. It's not that the man looks weird, but that he is carrying a huge wine vat behind him, attracting everyone's attention. The man's face was already a little drunk, and he was swaying when he walked, feeling that he would fall to the ground at any time. This person is Yen Xian with the nickname of the Prodigal Son, and today he finally came to Dunhuang. Along with Yen Xian were 2 other people. The hairstyle is very individual. The hair on both sides of the vertical angle is blue and red respectively. This person is Two-Tailed Scorpion, Lai He. The other left cheek was dark blue, and the one with the front teeth exposed outside the mouth was the green-faced beast, Yang Shi. The 2 of them were originally top chefs in the dark cooking world. They left the dark cooking world together after being confused by Kai Yogai. This time, Tong Yenxian came to Dunhuang together to help capture the legendary kitchen utensils here. The 3 did not enter Dunhuang City immediately, but stopped at the city gate. Master Yenxian, I think it's better not to enter the city. There are many eyes and ears in the dark cooking world, and if you enter, you will definitely be discovered. Yang Shi came to Yenxian and said, and at the same time he looked around vigilantly. Yang Shi is right, Lord Yenxian, we should immediately go to the location of the kitchen utensils, and immediately leave Dunhuang to join Lord Kaiyu after we obtain the legendary kitchen utensils. Lai He also said. What? Yenxian looked a little drunk, pointed to the wine jar behind him and said, yes. But my wine is almost finished. If I don't go into the city to drink, I will have no wine for a few days. But we will definitely be found when we enter the city, and our identity will be exposed to attract the attention of the dark cooking community. It will be quite troublesome at that time. It's okay, I'll leave after drinking, if you are afraid, just wait for me here. After Yen Xian finished speaking, he ignored Lai He and Yang Shi at all, and walked towards the city of Dunhuang with staggering footsteps. After Yang Shi and Lai He sighed helplessly, they could only follow. When the 3 entered the city gate, they were already being targeted. At the entrance to the city, a member of the dark cooking world disguised as a beggar, immediately notified Luo Meng of the information, and Ho Luo Meng also notified Tong Yu immediately. Is it finally here? It's been so hard for me to wait. Luo Meng, follow the plan. Tong Yu ordered. Yes. Luo Meng responded and immediately arranged for his staff to move out of Dunhuang City. Time division line. Half an hour later, Yen Xian walked out of Dunhuang City holding his big wine vat, smiling happily. It's so refreshing to drink, and the wine tank is full, so I won't worry about running out of wine when I go back next time. Yen Xian held the wine jar weighing hundreds of pounds in one hand, completely ignoring the presence of Tong Yu and others. With the reminder of Yang Shi and Lai He, Yen Xian raised his head and looked forward. I saw that in front of, Yen Xian, Tong Yu looked at him with a positive smile. Beside Tong Yu, there were more than 30 members of the dark cooking world including Luo Meng, and they quickly surrounded Yen Xian and the others. Not good, surrounded. Lord Yen Xian, what are we going to do, have we fought with them? Lai He and Yang Shi looked at Tong Yu's smiling face, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Wrong, it was discovered so quickly, it's really troublesome. Yen Xian looked distressed, but saw him sitting with his legs crossed on the ground calmly, putting the wine jar aside, then taking out 2 large bowls and placing them on the ground, filling them with wine. Hey, your name is Tong Yu. Can we not fight and drink together? Yen Xian picked up a bowl of wine and said to Tong Yu. Seeing Yu Yenxian's serious look, he couldn't help feeling amused in his heart, walked over without speaking, took the big bowl from his hand, and drank the wine in the big bowl. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Good drink. After drinking, Yen Xian wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and said with a bold smile, "Haha, this is the most enjoyable way to drink. Kyuta doesn't drink a drop of alcohol, he can't find anyone who wants to drink, and he's still on guard against you all day. If I had known you were so good at drinking, I wouldn't have left with Kyu." The two drank again, and Tong Yu stopped only after knowing that they had drank 3 bowls. "Okay, come again." Yen Xian immediately filled Tong Yu again. Sure enough, the kitchen utensils sealed by Mount Tai were won by Yen Xian alone. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In this way, it can only be solved by cooking, and the place to fight is the kitchen of the stone tower. Yen Xian touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, "Well, if I go back with you, Kyu will definitely be very angry. And I promised him to bring back the kitchen utensils from Dunhuang, and he can't break his promise." Yen Xian also immediately picked up another bowl of wine, which he also drank in one go. "Oh, it's so troublesome, and I have to cook again. I haven't completely recovered from my last trip to Mount Tai." Yen Xiantong sat lazily on the ground and said, "It's not too late to come back to drink with me now, as long as you give me the treasure drawings of the legendary kitchenware. Not only you, but the two of them, I can pass the buck." Tong Yu also glanced at Yang Shihe who was behind Yen Xian. Lie he too. Tong Yu also sat cross-legged on the ground, placed the big bowl in front of Yen Xian, and said, "It's full. A trip to Mount Tai." Yen Xian is the most mysterious existence in the 5 tiger stars. One is because of his unpredictable personality and behavior, and the other is his unfathomable strength. He is the only one who has passed the trial of Mount Tai without relying on the treasure map and the symbol map, and won the greedy wolf pot, and he is also the only person Kyu is afraid of. Tong Yu said, stood up, pointed to a stone tower in the distance, and said, "Prodigal son Yen Xian, I challenge you as the chief leader of the dark cooking world. The bet is the legendary kitchenware in your hands and mine. Let's have a showdown."
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.